Okay, so a very good morning to all of you. Mike. A very good morning to the people who are attending this online. I'll just give you a minute to settle down. So in case if you're able to hear me, see the slides, you can just mention that in the comment section. The people offline, you've got your printouts. The people online in the Telegram channel, we've shared the PDF of all the questions overall. So you can have that if you have the printout, excellent. Otherwise, if you have the PDF, that would help you while going through the questions here one by one. The people who are coming in late, you can take the printouts from here. Okay, so I think we are good to go. We'll start with the session. Okay, very good morning to all of you. Okay, so we are going to go through the last 10-year questions on environment. Now here, instead of going year-wise, we're going topic-wise, right? So while we are doing topic-wise, we will of course try to see what is the right answer. But more than the right answer, we'll also see how to arrive at the right answer, which basically means we're going to reason, okay? This is going to be a main focus for the session. And in this case, like in my previous sessions and in general, you are more than welcome to have your line of reasoning, okay? That what according to you should be the thought process. So in case there can be disagreement, that is perfectly fine, but main thing is that how to think on a certain kind of questions. Now in the recent trend, if you see the questions that are being asked, these questions are not very straightforward, okay? And when I say not very straightforward, so many of these questions you would not directly find in the text or the books that you're reading. And in general, despite that, you are getting, in any case, from 16 to 18 questions on environment. Specifically, if I say 2022, 2023, of course, very difficult paper. Even in 24, there are some questions that are not very easily solvable, okay? So again, the purpose for us is to again, first of all, get understanding on these topics. Second thing is, between these questions, what is a good attempt to do? Again, I'm not saying that in case, for example, in 2023 or 2024, if you had 16 to 18 questions, you would be able to solve almost all of them. Okay, because again, the cutoffs are declining. And second thing, we also have to appreciate that specifically in environment, the difficulty is very high. So how, whether should you attempt those questions, should you not? All those points we are going to discuss, right? So that is again, because again, if I just tell you what is the question, what is the answer, that is not going to serve the purpose for us, right? So while we do this, we'll also decipher for us some important, or I should say some recurring themes that when you revise should be your focus, okay? So we will try to keep a focus on these themes as well, right from the very first section itself. There are many repeating themes that you have to look and see, right? Now, those of you who are following, there are some value addition or some extra things I'm going to tell you. So if possible, in your question papers itself, you can keep on writing it, okay? In the end, perhaps, or in certain themes, I will draw a mind map, which will try to consolidate a lot of sections. For that, you can keep a page handy and just draw it on that page, okay? Now, why are we doing PYQs, and again, what is the relevance of this session? PYQs for us are the most important things, specifically for tougher areas. Like for example, if I say environment, so PYQs have to be the mirror. So if you have to solve any other test series, any other questions, first start them and do in as much detail as we are doing it, okay? So here my again objective is to ensure that whatever options have been asked or whatever possible themes can come in the exam, I'll try to give you a good idea about all those sections, okay? So when you do this part, you will get to know, okay, that again, what should be your takeaways. There have been certain one-liners, there have been certain options that have got repeated in the next year or in the subsequent years. So for us, we have to have a mastery on these PYQs. Second, then line of thought, after you're done with the PYQs, again, revise your notes, okay, revise your current affairs, and then follow it up with any other sectional test or full-length tests that you may deem fit. But for us, this has to be at the core and at the pillar of our preparation, because again, many questions today you will see not directly mentioned in some of the sources, but they have been asked. So how to attempt those questions, okay? And there are a couple of topics in, let's say, specifically the forests, or let's say the acts and legislations, specifically, let's say, related to biodiversity, or when I say the species perspective, which you are seeing far more detail, okay? So those sections and topics, when I do them, I'll tell you how to do them in the most time effective manner, okay? So I hope we are set on how we are going to proceed. People online as well, the questions that we are doing, in case you want to have a line of reasoning, or if you want to, let's say, contribute in any of these points, you are more than welcome, okay? So that is how we are going to proceed. All right. So before I start, I just have a small announcement for all of you. So the RRR, the Ruthless Rapid Revision batch, is starting on the 8th of March. So in case those of you who want to complete your subjects in a time-bound manner in these day-long classes, the batch is starting on the 8th of March. You can look at the number and you can meet the office in case you want. There's also a second batch which is starting from the 18th of March, okay? So maybe if you want to only attend the batch offline, so right now in the starting couple of classes, the batches are full, but you can also join the second batch if that is what you want. That is also starting. So those of you who are interested to complete, especially for many of you who are just maybe seeing this for the first time, so in case you want to complete all these subjects by the March end, this is what you can go through. This is the RRR, Rapid Ruthless Revision. Some of you, I think, have already done this with me in the previous times as well, okay? Okay, I'll start this session now, okay? We'll start chapter 1. I think you can start and see your notes one by one. This is Introduction to Environment and Ecology. We'll go one by one, okay? The very first question that we are starting with is, okay, now, some of the topics are distributed along, so I'll take it up one by one and I'll give you the relevant points that you need to be aware about, okay? Now, certain species of which of the following organisms are known as cultivators of fungus, okay? This was a question that was asked in 2022. You have 4 options: ant, you have cockroach, you have crab, you have spider, okay? In 2014, there was also a question that we'll see later on, that UPSC had asked that which of the following is not a part or not in one of the groups. One of the options was crab, one was spider, okay? One of the option was mites. ये question है भी 2014 वाला, काफी बाद में. So again, in this question, now this question, if you know it, excellent. If you don't know it, this is difficult, okay? Now, when we read about symbiotic interactions, and that too when I'm talking about mutualism. What is mutualism? Both the species are benefited. So species number 1 and species number 2 both are going to be benefited in this case, okay? So there are certain leaf cutter ants. In fact, ants of this category are known as the world's oldest fungus farmers, okay? Now, if you see this image very carefully, what you get to know here, that for example, let's say these are your leaf cutter ants, and one thing to remember here, these ants are your detritivores. We'll come to this term again in, I think, in a couple of questions back. Now, what these ants are going to do, they'll cut these leaves, they will, let's say, take them up, but they are not able to decompose the leaves. The work of decomposition is done by the fungus, okay? So there is a fungal colony that is created. The fungus releases enzymes that helps in the catabolism of this particular, let's say, leaf. So what is the benefit? Because we are saying they are known as cultivator of fungus. The second point of question can be, let's say this is an example of mutualism where both are benefited, okay? Now the plant cannot directly use this nutrition. Here the fungus helps it. Second thing is, there are extensive colonies of fungus which could have been destroyed, but it is the ants that are actually helping to keep those colonies of fungus intact. So both of them are benefited in this case. So here, which of the species are the best cultivators of fungus, okay? And you will also get to know that fungus has a symbiotic association in many cases. This is only one example. If I give you the example of lichens, there is algae plus fungus, okay? Plus I'll give you more examples as we go along. So again, the species, that is the organism which is the cultivator here, this is ant, okay? So keep that in mind. Other than that, this wala part, this question I'll come to when we do that particular question, that what is the difference between a crab and a spider. Anybody has an idea? Crabs are crustaceans and then spiders are arachnids. Dekho, arthropods is a big category. Within that you have other categories. So here, for example, when I say spider, spiders are 8-legged. Okay, the crabs are 10-legged. There's a difference. One has an antenna, one does not have an antenna, etc. So when I go to that question, I gave you that example here. Anything that you know about cockroach? Any special attribute? I think somebody said they have white blood. Okay, so again, some of these attributes, if you remember, that also helps. That can be asked later on as well. So for now, just remember crabs, these are crustaceans. Okay, whereas spiders would be arachnids. I'll explain to you when I talk to you. There's a specific question on this as well. That which of the following is not a part of the other three. Okay, so this is your question number 1. Let's move to question number 2. Now this is an important theme. So as I move along, in one page I'll also be writing down some important themes that are recurring. So this is nitrogen fixation. Now this question and this theme has been asked in various types. So for example, the question is, which of the following are nitrogen fixing plants? This year, if you see, which of the following is the part of pea family? How many of you remember this question this year? Now that question has an intersection also with your agriculture, basic of, let's say, economic geography, but also it is related to this part, whether you know nitrogen fixing or not. So when I say something is nitrogen fixing plants, what is the alternative name for it? Legumes. Any characteristics of legumes that you know? If I say something is a legume, in your basic simple words, what is a legume for you? Of course, it is nitrogen fixing. अब ये मत बोल देना उल्टा. और कुछ? Anything more specific? Do they have pods? PODS? They actually have pods. Very important. And when I say pods, you will find these are known as your pods. So let's say chickpea, soy, pea, lentils, moong, peanut, beans. These are pods. This is again something that is important. Second thing, when I'm talking about nitrogen fixing plant, they have a bacteria, what is known as rhizobium. Now this also is an example of mutualism. Both of them are getting benefited. Rhizobium is that bacteria. And this rhizobium is present in the root nodules that help in better nitrogen fixation. Okay. So that is there. So when I'm talking about nitrogen fixing plants, so I need to be aware about, let's say, examples like pea, chickpea, garden pea, soy, okay, broad beans, moong. In fact, a lot of these are the pulses that we eat. So first of all, we need to be aware that there are some nitrogen fixing plants, and of course there are some non-nitrogen fixing plants. Now in this question, this is what the trick the examiner has played. If there are 6 such options, generally also, it will be very rare that all of them will be right. Okay. Now, which of the following are nitrogen fixing plants? In this case, alfalfa, this is actually a nitrogen fixing plant. By the way, alfalfa is also mentioned in our NCERT. Okay. Now, you have amaranth. Now, you have chickpea. Chickpea is actually one. Now, chickpea, in very simple terms, is chole. That is chickpea. Okay. You have clover. A clover may be any variety, ground clover, sweet clover, this clover, that clover. That is again a nitrogen fixing one. You have purslane, kulfa. Now what has happened in this question? This amaranth, purslane, these are nutritious. They are used for a lot of nutrition, but they are not nitrogen fixing. Okay. Similarly, when you say spinach, we have seen Popeye the sailor man. Spinach, very nutritious, green leafy vegetable. But is it nitrogen fixing? It is not nitrogen fixing. In this particular question, if I knew that spinach is not nitrogen fixing, let's say option number 6, I could also arrive at this answer. The answer is 1, 3, 4. So nitrogen fixing plants, and in general nitrogen fixation is very important as a theme. That is what we should be aware about. Okay. So these are some of the examples of nitrogens: beet, chickpea, soy, pea, bean, lentils, moong, peanuts, broad bean. Alfalfa also one of these example. For example, if I say amaranth, so amaranth for example has a lot of other, be it rich in antioxidants, okay, high in protein, eases inflammation. So again, of course, purslane or kulfa, these are good examples of nutritious plants, but they are not nitrogen fixing. Okay, so we'll keep that in mind. Again, one of the most nutritious plants, be it purslane. This is what spinach is, we are aware about. But main thing to remember here in case of nitrogen fixation is that these are not nitrogen fixing. Okay, these three. Now coming back to the theme, when I'm saying nitrogen fixation, what should you be preparing? So number one thing is you should be aware about the process of nitrogen fixation. Second thing, you should be knowing the microorganisms in the process. Within the process of nitrogen fixation, there are many steps. Okay, if I'm directly talking about the steps of, let's say, nitrogen fixation, there are aerobic, anaerobic bacteria here in case of organisms. Second, if I talk about, let's say, nitrification, even denitrification, in each step there are certain microorganisms. This can directly be asked as a question. In this part of nitrogen fixation, for example, you have rhizobium bacteria, and rhizobium fixes or is there with certain nitrogen fixing plant. So within the whole process of nitrogen cycle, they asked you this particular attribute about nitrogen fixing plants. Okay, so that is one thing that you need to know. Other than, so again, I'm writing nitrogen fixation, and overall you can think about the nitrogen cycle here. They have also asked you questions related to biofilter. This is RAS, recirculating aquaculture systems. Another topic, and all these are related to the nitrogen cycle. This is your aquaponics. Aquaponics is one of the best applications of nitrogen cycle. What is aquaponics? Hydroponics. Hydroponics means soil-less agriculture plus aquaculture. So even this is something that we need to know. So hydroponics plus aquaculture is what is aquaponics. RAS is recirculating aquaculture systems. The use of biofilters, etc., because this is directly related to this. And more than 5 to 6 questions only on this theme have been asked back to back. So either they'll ask you about the process, or they'll ask you about any of these things. They can even ask you the name of certain microorganisms. Can you tell me some of the microorganisms that are found in this? Okay. Chalo, if one question I'll ask you, can nitrogen fixation happen on land? Rhizobium. Can it happen on sea? By? For that, yes, this can also happen on seas or oceans. The best example is cyanobacteria. Okay. So these are some of the related topics that you should be aware about. Ab isme bhi this year, within this, they had asked you which of the following is the part of the pea family. So almost in one topic, you can see various questions being asked. So one thing that you have to revise before going to the exam hall is the nitrogen cycle. Composition of nitrogen, what are the different steps, what are the different microorganisms, and then from the application perspective. This is going to give you the whole 360-degree view of the topic here. Okay, so this is one theme that you will get to know. Coming back, I think we are clear with this question, right? The answer is 1, 3 and 4 in this case. Alfalfa, chickpea, clover. Examples of nitrogen fixing plants. Okay, now another question on symbiotic association. Question number 1 also symbiotic. Question number 2 also symbiotic. You have nitrogen fixing plants and rhizobium. Question number 3. Which of the following species can establish symbiotic relationship with other organisms. Okay, first is cnidaria, second is fungus, and third is protozoa. Okay, now I would want examples for each of them. Let's start with cnidaria. Any example? Okay, so best example, and we have to talk from the angle of symbiotic association, which means both are getting benefited. Okay, so best example here is your corals. And when I'm saying corals, of course I'm talking about, you have a coral, now can I say these coral polyps, are these animals or plants? These are animals. Okay, this is simply an algae. So zooxanthellae is going to make food, this is going to provide shelter. Okay, there is a specific section where there are multiple questions on coral reefs. I'll do that then in more detail. For here, please remember cnidaria, the example is corals. Corals may, this part is the animal part of this. Okay, this zooxanthellae is making the food, this is the algae. It is this that gives coral the color. Okay, so keep that in mind. This is there for shelter. Think of this as a skeleton. So yes, cnidaria, yes. Now fungus, think about symbiotic examples of fungus. Starting से शुरू करो. पहला अभी example, leaf cutter ants and fungus. So I'm just writing leaf cutter ants. Lichens, yes. Any other example of fungus? Symbiotic? Yes, mycorrhiza. Wherever you see the term myco means fungus. So whether it is mycoremediation is a part of bioremediation, where you are treating waste with use of fungus. This is mycorrhiza. Same thing that rhizobium is doing. Rhizobium is a bacteria. Okay, let's say these are our roots. In the nodules of the roots, I will have fungus. The fungus can be mycorrhiza. These are highly beneficial. If there is a bacteria in nitrogen fixing plants, that is known as rhizobium. Both of them are having a symbiotic association. One is a fungus and one is a bacteria. Okay? These three examples are enough. What about protozoa? So this, yes, we have seen once. So for example, when you have termites, with termites, what comes to mind? Wood. Termites are what? Demuc. Okay. So what they will do? They will eat up the wood. But these termites don't have the capacity to digest the wood. So then the protozoa is going to produce the cellulase enzyme. This is going to help in digestion of cellulose. So this is one of the prominent examples. Next thing that you should remember about termites. Do termites release methane? Yes. These are natural sources of methane emission. Termites, through the process in their body, help in release of methane. So two things we'll remember in termites. In their guts, the termites have a protozoa. The protozoa helps in breakdown of the wood, because they release a cellulase enzyme to digest the cellulose. They don't have a mechanism to do it by their own. Second thing, the termites release methane just like the cattle releases methane. Cattle also releases methane. Termites also release methane. Okay, so keep that in mind. So which can have a symbiotic relationship with other organisms. Even protozoa can also have a symbiotic association. So again, you don't have to just cram cnidaria, yes, you need to know the examples. That would help you better. Okay, so in this case the answer is D, 1, 2 and 3. Okay, now this is an interesting question. In nature, which of the following are most likely to be found surviving without soil? In this question, there are two concepts that are hidden. Okay, first, yes, ecological succession. Now if you have read about ecological succession, there is primary, there is secondary. Which of the one occurs when there is no vegetation, no soil? Primary vegetation. Now in primary succession, you have bare rocks, there is nothing. अब देखो, when the rocks will start to break down, there's a process known as weathering. Through the breakdown and weathering, ultimately, slowly and steadily, soil will happen, or soil will be there, and then more vegetation will come up. Now, there are organisms which can stay even in most extreme environments, like lichens, like even mosses, okay? So, they are able to survive even without soil. In fact, in which biomes can I find lichens and mosses? I can find in tundra. Of course, I can find them also in taiga, okay? They are found in extremes, okay? Ferns, can I find ferns without soil? No, the ferns will actually have leaves also, okay? Their stems, etc. They will have all of that. That is an issue. नहीं, they are not flowering, non-flowering, ठीक है? उसके लिए just remember, you have cryptogams, you have phanerogams. Cryptogams, these will be non-flowering, ठीक है? But they will have certain leaves, stems, roots, etc. Okay? Flowering ones will be your angiosperms and gymnosperms, ठीक है? So lichens and mosses, true in this case. Okay, now in this question, the biggest confusion would have been mushrooms, ठीक है? अब mushrooms में please remember one thing. What exactly are mushrooms? Can you give me one word? What is a mushroom? It's a fungus, ठीक है? This we know. Now the question is, this is without soil. Now I am proposing you something different. Let's say option ऐसा नहीं है. Now the option is only 1, only 2, only 3, only 4. Now what should be your answer? सोच के बताओ. Because now the question is more difficult. In this question, because there was no option that was saying 2, 3 and 4. Because many of us have this idea कि on the bark of a wood there are mushrooms growing in. We have this in our minds. So sometimes we also get the impression that mushrooms can also be found without soil. Yes or no? Can mushrooms be found without soil? The answer is partly yes, but there is a condition that I'll tell you. So even if the question is only 1, only 2, please remember, fungus needs organic matter. ठीक? Up in this case, the fungus can grow without soil. I agree with you, but it has to have either dead wood or some insects or decaying plant matter. Any of these things has to be there. So basic thing is, whenever we say without soil, okay, and if the examiner is basically meaning without any nutrition, then the answer is lichens and mosses. And even if they have not specified it, still the answer would remain only 2. Why? Because even if soil is not there, mushrooms will still need any organic medium or organic medium of nutrition to grow. Okay, soil gives them that. Wood or decaying wood or the bark of the wood gives them that. Insects or the decaying insects give them that. Decaying plants give them that. Now if your question is, sir, if there is none of this available, neither soil nor any of the organic matter, can the mushroom still grow? Then the mushroom cannot grow. ठीक है? So when we are saying this, likely to be found surviving without soil, okay, the best answer to this will have to be lichens and mosses. ठीक है? If the examiner really wants to know कि whether they can grow on all of this, they would have to specify it better. Otherwise, the question will become ambiguous. Because in that case, then even 4 can be correct. If they want to test you that can they grow without soil, but in the presence of any other organic medium, then mushroom is also right. So this is the point of distinction. I want to make it very clear that whenever we say mushroom and when whatever images that we have in our mind, mushroom is actually deriving some nutrition from some of the organic matter that is present. Okay? हाँ, कुछ पूछोगे?
For example, यहाँ पे भी आप कह रहे हो, but आपने कहा mushroom जो partly yes.
हाँ, partly yes के केस में, because again this part.
But again, they can consider a mushroom as well partly yes अगर आप कह रहे हो.
नहीं, हाँ.
कर सकते हैं ना, only 3 option को भी right मान सकते हैं वो.
Without soil में, if we go by the text base, a basic understanding of primary succession of basic ecology. When I say without soil, I am actually referring to something that is without any vegetation or any organic matter. दूसरा केस में they have to actually specify. Then again, because again people are there are so many representations that will go. Either they will then have to go for both the options are correct, or they actually have to specify that in the question. So यहाँ पे this is the nuance that one is to be aware. Okay, so please keep that in mind. Let's move ahead to more questions. Yes, clear है? Mushroom का case only please remember mushroom will have to have what? Any organic matter or nutrient to grow. It does not always have to be soil. It cannot be woods, insects, any of this. But without the organic matter, the mushrooms cannot grow. They need that for nutrition. ठीक है? Okay. Mushrooms, there are many questions in some of the questions, themes, etc. that you will get to know. This is again an example of pioneer community. You have climax community. In pioneer community, what is a pioneer community? Or the pioneer species, they are the first to invade or colonize an area. So again, let's say lichens and mosses. The final step is the climax community. This is the most stable stage, right? This is your fern. Okay, so this generally will require some vegetation. So that is why fern is not the right answer. Okay, this is mushroom. So they will require some vegetation to live about. This is a relatively easy question. Just go through this one. And here we'll also try to see what is the meaning of other options. The question asks you which is the best description of the term ecosystem. A community of organisms interacting with one another. That part of earth which is inhabited by living organisms. A community of organisms together with the environment in which they live. The flora and fauna of a geographical area. Ab dekho, ecosystem, what is the definition of ecosystem that you know? So one is structural and functional part of a biosphere. That is one. Second thing will be interaction between biotic and abiotic. Okay. Now, if I say community of organisms interacting with one another, this is partly true. But if I see the option C again, the community of organisms together with the environment in which they live, it means it includes biotic as well as abiotic. This has to be the best answer. Then you tell me why B and D are not correct. B is part of the earth which is inhabited by the living organisms. Mostly targeted by biosphere. So not the correct term for ecosystem. The flora and fauna of a geographical area. No, not correct. But here this is again the biotic part. This does not include the abiotic part. And this geographical area also depends. It can be small, big. Okay. For biomes, the keyword will always be climate. For biomes, हमारा keyword है, when the moment you see the term climate, we are referring to biomes. Okay. So for ecosystem, the answer is C here. Relatively easier question, but sometimes in the exam hall. And again, generally what I have noticed, option A वो रखेंगे जो आप बहुत जल्दी पढ़ोगे और मारोगे. तो बहुत जो the good options, the actually correct ones are actually hidden below. So sometimes some of you have this trait of starting from D option. That is also good. Because generally the moment you have community of exam खटाक से correct, and the moment you mark it in the OMR, that is irreversible damage. फिर सोचोगे नहीं, I will have to have a whitener etc. Oh, then that's a huge issue. Let's go to question number 6. Which of the following is involved in photosynthesis? So photosynthesis is what? Carbon dioxide, water in the presence of sunlight. You have glucose and you have oxygen. And again, important thing to note is that carbon dioxide is consumed in the process. Now let's see this. Question number 6. Which of the following is involved in the process? Just read it once and then try to answer. People online? Because here directly, or you can just mention question number and then you can give the answer. Piche, at the back. What is the answer? Most of you are going with B. B is free energy is converted into potential energy and stored. Which is correct? Other options? Any option that is confusing you? Which one? Of course, that is respiration. The release of CO2, that again will happen in respiration, so that of course has to be wrong. Oxygen is taken and CO2 and water are given out. वो भी absurd है, that you also know. Potential energy is released to form free energy. Again, that's the opposite. So here, the answer is B. Again, one question I'll ask you. All incoming solar radiation is used in the process of photosynthesis. Why? See, there are two things. One is a concept known as PAR, photosynthetically active radiation. All of the incoming solar radiation, nearly 50% is photosynthetically active. Out of that, only 2 to 10% is actually used. Okay, so that is there. 10% law thoda sa alag hai isse. 10% law basically says that in each trophic level only 10% of the energy is transmitted. This is actually saying that what incoming jo energy hai, 10% law is going to be applicable after this process. That from autotrophs to, let's say, herbivores to, let's say, the other trophic levels, then your 10% law will be applicable. Okay, but here what I'm trying to say, that we should not be under the misconception that all the incoming sunlight is directly used in photosynthesis. That's not true. Jitni bhi sunlight aa rahi hai, usme only 50% is photosynthetically active radiation. Okay, and within that only 2 to 10% is actually used in the process of photosynthesis. ठीक है? Okay. Another interesting question. Please see which of the following adds carbon dioxide to the carbon cycle on planet Earth. Add. Which of the following adds? People online? So what you have to do, question number 7 and then your answer. Now here what you have to see, which adds CO2? Volcanic action, does it add CO2? Acha, volcanic action, does it add something else also? SO2 it will also add, yes. Water vapor also. Would respiration add CO2? Yes. Photosynthesis? No. This is actually consuming it. Decay of organic matter, would it add CO2? Yes. So here the answer has to be 1, 2, 4. Now, carbon cycle also is equally important for us for many reasons. One is that the entire concept of global warming or greenhouse gases revolves around this carbon cycle. So first question to know, is carbon dioxide naturally present in the air? And how much is that? 0.03%. Again, class 7th NCERT basic hai, the basic composition of atmospheric gases. In this I would again encourage that you should follow the sequence. This is naturally present. Now second thing that you need to know with carbon dioxide with the current context is how much carbon dioxide. In fact, I'll give you 3 things. This is industrial revolution, this is permissible, and the one is current. I'll just give you some facts. If you remember it, that will help you. So during the industrial revolution, when this started, the whole process started, CO2 was somewhere around 270 or 280 ppm. ppm is parts per million. Permissible, or to which extent that we will be able to absorb it, that is 350 ppm. But right now, how much CO2 is there? Around 425 ppm. So it's very alarming. So approximately during 1850s it was 270. It increased rapidly. Permissible is up to 350 ppm we can tolerate. But the issue is right now it has surpassed 425 ppm. Okay, which is a sign of worry. And please remember, carbon dioxide is a greenhouse gas. Okay, this leads to global warming. Now with 425 ppm, only 2 things you have to remember. One is, this we get to know through something known as Keeling curve. Second thing you need to know, this is also emphasized by IPCC's 6th assessment report, that carbon dioxide levels have surpassed 420 parts per million. So 2 things I've told you. One is Keeling curve. Keeling curve gets its data from Mauna Loa Observatory. Yes, in Hawaii. Mauna Loa Observatory in Hawaii. And second thing is IPCC. IPCC is Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change, 6th assessment report, which also talks about increasing carbon dioxide levels. So with CO2, this is something you need to be aware about. Okay. Okay. So there are two things that we have seen, two themes that are in fact very important. One of them is nitrogen cycle. The other is carbon cycle. Now both of these two things happen to be gaseous cycles, right? You have sedimentary cycles also, you have gaseous cycles. Both these are gaseous cycles. With carbon cycle, many questions on carbon have been asked. Okay, terms on carbon, blue carbon, social cost of carbon, common carbon metric, etc. We'll see that in coming times. So this is again a very important theme. Anything that is related to carbon again becomes important for us. Okay. Let's move now to chapter 2. These are smaller chapters. Functions of an ecosystem. Okay. Yes. Acha, 1 second. वो चल पा रहा? It is not working, ऐसा? Okay. Sorry? But I think they're saying that there's some issue, and if they connect it, the YouTube may also lag, and maybe some issue. If you want, you can also sit here. There's a space vacant. Okay, so let's move to chapter number 2, functions. Now consider the following statements. You have parasitoid species are found in which of the following organisms? For that, first of all, we need to know what are parasitoid species. Okay. You may have heard about parasitism. What is parasitism? But what is this? Plus, minus, minus, plus, 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 and so there is a parasite, there is a host. Okay. So normally when we read about parasitism, what generally happens is that it does not lead to death of the host. Okay. But the most extreme case is this parasitoid species, that when they, for example, if they lay eggs in any of these organisms, it will actually lead to the death of that organism. Okay. So normally, and again, normally we compare both parasitism and predation. Please note, both parasitism and predation are plus minus. Both of them are this. In predation, what will happen? Death is certain. But in parasitism, death is not certain. And normally the death does not happen. What will happen? Let's say if there is a wasp, it will, or a fly, any of these insects, they will keep on sucking the blood for years and years and years. But the death would not happen. But now the most extreme case of parasitism is parasitoids species. Okay. Now here what would happen? Please note that when they lay eggs, ultimately this leads to death of a host. Death happens in the case of these parasitoid species. Okay. Now you have 5 possible, let's say, organisms, and then you have to mark it the point here. Now in this case, what would generally happen, if somebody is not aware, they will go for all. Okay. Now in this case, if we go very specifically and if we go by basic, let's say, literature and whatever is available, wasps will have this. Then you have flies. Flies also will have this. In fact, you also have these carabid beetles. They also will have this. But when it comes to, let's say, centipedes, centipedes are more seen as detritivores. Okay. Same also is seen in case of termites. The termites are also examples or can be related to detritivores. So parasitoid species are generally seen in 1, 3 and 5. Now if we see some rare exceptions, extremely rare exceptions, there are even some very rare documents in which even centipedes and termites are also seen. Okay. And so in this case, most probably the answer has to be only 3 if we go by all the basic journals, books, etc. But in extremely rare cases, because if you find them, let's say even if there is one exception, one has seen this. So this will ultimately depend on the interpretation of UPSC, because in most of the cases, even in fact when we have gone through a lot of literature, I would say 1, 3 and 5, or overall the answer has to be only 3. But even if so there have been instances in the past wherein sometimes they've taken a more practical perspective and sometimes they've taken a very much expansive perspective, right? So this is again one of those questions wherein there can be a possibility of dispute. However, if I go by elimination, or even if I say centipedes or detritivores, this is generally not found, I can go with this, okay? If we go through a lot of literature, etc., so bees, wasps, flies or beetles are where you generally find them. Okay? If we go through the entire areas where the parasitoid wasps are found, so iska specific answer has to be only 3. But in the rarest of rare, if they go for the most broadest possible, and even if they say one thing, ki haan bhai, wahan pe if there is a parasitoid wasp, then the answer can be all 5. So again, I am giving this particular part, which makes this question very difficult in the exam hall. Okay? Yes. Brood parasitism में, for example, this is a cuckoo bird ka, or let's say your friend has asked what is difference between brood. Okay, so here what will happen, let's say there is a host bird which has red colored eggs. The cuckoo bird has a black color egg. It is laying this black color egg here. So in brood parasitism what will happen? The red colored bird is going to nurture all these eggs. So number one thing is its energy is dissipating in also nurturing the black egg, which is not its own egg. Sometimes what happens, this egg can also dismantle or lead to the fall of this other egg. In this wasp, it is going to lay the particular egg inside the body of the host. This is overall outside, and this is a different example. But this also is an example of parasitism. Example of parasitism, in parasitoid wasp, they will lay the egg inside the body. This is in their nest. So two different things. Okay. The example of this is brood parasitism. Okay. Now question number 2. Again a question on biogeochemical. You are seeing many questions on biogeochemical cycles. In which of the following biogeochemical cycles the weathering of rocks is the main source of release of nutrients to enter the cycle? अब देखो इस क्वेश्चन में फर्स्ट ऑफ ऑल यू टॉकिंग ऑफ बायोजियोकेमिकल साइकिल्स. They are gaseous or they are sedimentary. Now this is carbon cycle is gaseous, it cannot be the answer. Nitrogen is gaseous. What about water? Also gaseous. Okay. Now both this phosphorus also and sulfur, they have some component of weathering of rock, true, but in this it is saying what is the main source. So if I go with the phosphorus cycle, in phosphorus cycle for example, there is let's say this big rock. If the weathering of this rock happens and then let's say if there are smaller particles, so weathering of rock is the main source of release in this case of phosphorus cycle. But let's say if I talk about sulfur cycle, now we are aware about sulfuric acid which leads to ultimately acid rain. ठीक है? तो in case of sulfur dioxide, yes, weathering of rock or iron sulfides can be a small component, but there is also a component of volcanoes that can release SO2 also and H2S also, hydrothermal vents that can also release this. You can also have fossil fuel which is burning, again gaseous component. You also have phytoplanktons that release dimethyl sulfide. Okay, so H2SO4, dimethyl sulfide, H2S, SO2, it has a lot of gaseous component as well. But that is not the case in case of phosphorus cycle. So generally when you read in the book directly they write sedimentary cycle is sulfur cycle. But you should also know that no, sulfur cycle also has a significant gaseous component. Okay, so the moment I say sulfur cycle or nitrogen cycle, your mind should also say acid rain. Acid rain will have two of these components. One can be, which is nitric acid, and second will be sulfuric acid. Okay, so we'll keep that in mind. So here again coming back, weathering of rock is the main source of release. What is the answer? Phosphorus. Okay, which of the following are detritivores? First of all, what are detritivores? They will actually eat up detritus. What is detritus? Dead remains of animals or plants? Both. Now what will detritivores do? Same example, just keep in mind your leaf cutter ants. What they were doing, there was a, let's say a leaf, they were making it smaller. Think about an earthworm. Earthworm will go through the soil thousands of times to make those fragments smaller, right? So detritivores actually help in the process of decomposition, but they are not decomposers. So here detritivores is one thing. In decomposers, what are example of decomposers? Yes, so please remember bacteria, fungus. These are good examples. Now, can virus be a decomposer? Hence, I've written this in red. Virus is not a decomposer. Can virus be a parasite? Yes. In fact, can all the three be a parasite? All the three can be a parasite. So please remember, decomposer mein virus cannot be a decomposer. Okay. Now coming back, so decomposers, bacteria and fungus will ultimately release enzymes that will help in breakdown. This actually helps in making these leaves or whatever organic matter more smaller in nature. Detritivores. Okay. So now you have many of these examples of earthworms, jellyfish, millipedes, seahorse and woodlice. Which is a detritivore? Earthworms should be there in the answer. Yes. Woodlice has to be there. Even millipedes has to be there. Now there is a mention of seahorse. What is a seahorse? It's a fish. So this is not an example of detritivore. You also have jellyfish. Jellyfish is under Cnidaria. This year, I think in November, there was a very good article in Indian Express about jellyfish. And the name of that article was related to Benjamin Button. Have you seen that movie, Benjamin? Ya suna uske bare mein? So that movie was starred by Brad Pitt. And he was, let's say, reversing his age. So the concept or the main thing here is jellyfish are able to reverse their age. And this is a very important attribute of jellyfish, okay? Which is why some of the species of jellyfish are known as biologically immortal. They are able to grow back. They are able to reverse back their age, okay? So jellyfish again is not our answer. Seahorse is not our answer. The answer is 1, 3 and 5. So please remember, for jellyfish, again a very important attribute. Biologically immortal you can also write, or you can write reverse their age. They can even go back, okay? So this is, let's say, dead leaves eaten up by a wood louse. Again, let's say wood louse is what? Wood lice. This is detritus, okay? Okay, I think we only have 3 questions in this section. Let's move to aquatic ecosystems, chapter 3 here. Ab dekho, before I start aquatic ecosystems, there are some questions that have been repeated many a times here. So you should know aquatic food chain well. In this, at least the names of prominent phytoplanktons and zooplanktons one should be aware about. This has been asked, and then concepts related to it. So first thing, if I know what is the chain, number 1, I should then, if I add the concepts like bioaccumulation, biomagnification, so both these kinds of questions have been asked in aquatic food chain, okay? And in aquatic, even in species, we'll get to see a lot of examples throughout, okay? So aquatic food chain means the very first thing to know is phytoplanktons and example of zooplankton. Today only we'll remember at least 4 or 5 each. So let me just see the question and then we'll add it. Chalo, aquatic में very first question that you're saying is bio rock technology is talked about in which of the following situations? Restoration of damaged coral reefs. Now, if the question is the bio-rock technology has been tried out in India, true or false? So, if I talk about this part of Gulf of Kutch, okay, so in Gulf of Kutch, Zoological Survey of India actually had started the coral restoration through the use of bio-rock technology. So, this concept is not alien to India. Okay, the first thing. What happens in a bio-rock, and again what you should know, see when there is coral bleaching, see coral reefs ultimately what they want? Calcium carbonate. So what would happen after, or let's say if the pH is high or low? If the pH is low, which means it is acidic in nature. If there is more carbon dioxide, which means ocean acidification. So slowly and steadily the coral polyps will start to become weak. Okay? So calcium particles, ideally they want to be as close as possible. They will start to become loose. And when they do so, the algae may also get expelled away. So in this bio rock, what we start to do, bio rock is again nothing, it's not like a rock. You are again passing electricity, there is again a positive end and a negative end. So this, you are trying to bring all the minerals close together. Because of which the alternative name for this is the mineral accretion technology. This is the alternative name for bio-rock technology, mineral accretion. All the minerals, because of the two different ends, one is positive or one the negative, they will be put under pressure and then all these minerals will come close. So bio-rock, or if you see the term mineral accretion, both are same things. Okay. Now here only it is written restoration of damaged coral reefs. Please also write one more thing. This is new in current affairs. Marine cloud brightening. Marine cloud brightening. Now this was tried out in 2024 in Great Barrier Reef. Where is Great Barrier Reef? Australia. Okay. The country against which we won the semi-finals, right? Okay. So this is marine cloud brightening. Australia से हम और भी marsupials भी याद करेंगे. Okay. Kangaroos, etc. So what is marine cloud brightening? I'll just tell you what is the concept here. This is something again new. How it can help in damaging or helping in restoration of damaged coral reefs. देखो, let's say this is an ocean. If there were clouds actually present, and let's say this is sun. So clouds actually help in reflecting the incoming sunlight, some of it at least. This part is known as albedo. This is, let's say, my ocean. Now if the cloud is not present, most of the sunlight is going to come. What will this lead to? Warming of oceans. And warming of oceans beyond a point of time is going to lead to problems in coral reef, damage of coral reefs. Yes. So what the scientists are doing, they are going for marine cloud brightening. In that they are injecting or spraying a lot of aerosols on these clouds. Because of that, some reflection is going on, which means lesser incoming solar radiation. So marine cloud brightening is helpful in coral reef restoration, number one. Second, marine cloud brightening is also one of the ways for solar radiation management. That is a part of geoengineering. Geoengineering is also a very important theme. We'll see many questions today on geoengineering. जैसे आपने सुना होगा that installation of space mirrors. Same thing is this marine cloud brightening. So marine cloud brightening is not just for solar radiation management, it is also there for restoration for damaged coral reefs. Okay, so please remember bio-rock, mineral accretion, marine cloud brightening. Okay, very classic question here. Which of the following are primary producers in the food chain of oceans? What are they asking you? Of course, no, what are primary producers? Phytoplanktons. Okay, they are asking us phytoplanktons. So here I need to know examples of phytoplanktons. I need to know examples of zooplanktons. Can you give me example of phytoplanktons? देखो, diatoms, dinoflagellates, cyanobacteria, again BGA भी लिख सकते हैं, blue green algae etc. Any other example? इतने काफी हैं अभी के लिए, more than enough. About zooplanktons, krills also, krills etc. These are all parts of crustaceans. Even copepods are crustaceans. Okay, so if you remember at least 4 or that will be good enough. Any example of dinoflagellate that you can tell me? So we've seen 2 examples of dinoflagellates yet. One is zooxanthellae and one is noctiluca. Okay? Okay, so now coming back, copepods are primary producers. Cyanobacteria. Cyanobacteria से याद रखेंगे, they are helpful in nitrogen fixation in oceans. Now, this year in current affairs, stromatolites are in news. Stromatolites are related to cyanobacteria. Yes, these are the oldest fossils. So stromatolites. So found also in India and also outside India. Stromatolites related to cyanobacteria. Okay. So with cyanobacteria, there is also one thing, the great oxygenation event. Because earlier there was a lot of carbon dioxide, life was not possible. So slowly and steadily you have cyanobacteria, a lot of, let's say, fixation of oxygen and CO2 used to happen. Slowly and steadily cyanobacteria led to release of lot of oxygen which made the life possible. And usse related there are certain fossils. These are known as stromatolites. They have been found in India also in 2024 and also outside India. So they are related to cyanobacteria. That's how you will remember it. You have diatoms. Yes. You have foraminifera. These are zooplankton. Okay. This is plankton. With planktons, again this year one more term was in news. Plankton crash. What is plankton crash? What is? Okay, that is red tides. Okay, the red color that is released. So that is again related to this red tides. In red tides, what is the example? Noctiluca. Ab noctiluca is used in both. Noctiluca is used also in bioluminescence. What is bioluminescence? Something which is able to glow. But same noctiluca, if it is subject to, let's say, pollution or high temperature, will also release toxins that causes a red tide, which is referred to as a plankton crash. This happened in India itself. Okay? So plankton crash, stromatolites, these are some of the current updates that we need to know. Other than that, the answer to this question is 2 and 3. So that I've given you examples of phytoplanktons, zooplanktons. Stromatolites, I've told you what is this. Plankton crash. Red tides caused because of noctiluca. Okay. Okay, next question. Now this is actually a question wherein your knowledge of geography is also being tested, and this is also one of those questions. If you know, you know. But this is also one question wherein some elimination also you may also try to apply. With reference to India, Didwana, Kuchaman, Sargol, Khatu are names of. Now, if I go one by one, if I say glaciers, can you give me names of any glaciers? Zemu, Bandarpuch, Siachen, any of these names does not ring a bell. And of course, it's not as if ki India mein entire India does the entire India have glaciers? They will be only spread to, let's say, the part of Himalayas. So at least this is something we have not heard about. Then there are certain mangrove areas. Okay, maybe there are some mangrove areas. Some, can you give me names of some mangrove areas? Sundarbans, everybody knows. Sundarbans are the biggest. Then Bitterkanika. Bitterkanika is the second largest after Sundarbans. And why is Bitterkanika important this year? Because of 50 years of Project Crocodile. Project Crocodile started in 1975. Okay. So other areas, Pichavaram, somebody said. Pichavaram is in Tamil Nadu. Okay, yes, Koringa and all these areas. So still I have not maybe heard of this. Ramsar sites. It is by the way, there is a difference between wetland and a Ramsar site. You know that? What is the difference? Definitely, for example, bilkul sahi, right? So approximately, just to give you context, let's say you have more than 500 wetlands in India, but right now how many Ramsar sites do you have? 89. Okay. Now, many of times what would happen, you have just idea about some of them. Okay, so इनमें से भी मुश्किल है कोई सुना है. Saline lakes can be many and very small lakes that you may have not even heard about. So going from the obscurity point of view or of that, so the best answer in this case is saline lakes, and by the way that is the right answer. Okay, saline lakes. Now in questions में ऐसा होता है कि let's say you happen to live around or perhaps you have heard about it, then that is excellent. वो तो unfair advantage है ही. Okay, this happens every year. Somebody is from Karnataka or somebody is from a specific part, they ask you a very specific localized area, you get that advantage. Okay, so here the answer is saline lakes. Okay, so here all these are saline lakes of Rajasthan. Okay, so that is one thing. With Rajasthan, what comes to mind from the environment perspective? Huh? Okay, so you have certain important tiger reserves. You also have, let's say, Desert National Park, Great Indian Bustard, yes, Aravalis. Okay, so many things. In fact, we'll see many questions on Rajasthan. Okay, okay. Now let's see this. What is blue carbon? Again, I'll link this question again to carbon cycle only. What is blue carbon? So blue carbon में क्या है? Blue is पानी. A very famous scholar spoke about. So blue carbon is captured by oceans and coastal ecosystems. This is there. This also gives us the opportunity to remember the different colors of carbon. Okay, if you want to remember it, one way to remember it, for example, is I'll just write, for example, carbon here. Now carbon can be captured and carbon can also be released. So this is a good way to remember it. So for example, if I'm saying captured carbon, it can be blue, it can be green. I'm putting a star mark on teal because this is in the news this year. These are example of captured. What is released is blue is, again, think only about pani, oceans. Green is plants, sequestered by plants. This is green carbon. Teal is non-tidal fresh water. With teal carbon, what we will remember? Keoladeo National Park. So India's the first study of teal carbon has happened in Keoladeo National Park. What is purple related to? I think through certain industrial processes. The one that is captured, that is purple. Black is incomplete, keywords like soot. Now gray here, the one that is released from industries also. Okay, so yes, all these fossils, so I can say industries, even vehicles, all of that is gray. Brown is Biomass. Red is? Okay, so from snow, etc., there are certain biological particles that will release carbon dioxide. I'm saying release. Release में black, grey, brown, red. Captured में blue, green, teal and purple. So if you remember like this will be very easy to remember it. So here if I say blue carbon is captured by ocean, this part I was referring to. So it's a blue carbon has three components. Blue carbon has mangroves, okay. Blue carbon has salt or intertidal salt marsh. It also has seagrass. Please remember, blue carbon, or let's say if I say mangroves, they can store far more carbon dioxide than the tropical rainforest, 3 to 5 times more. So these are highly effective in storing carbon dioxide, okay. It consists of mangroves, intertidal salt marsh and seagrass. With seagrass, which species should you remember? Dugong. Dugong eats seagrass. ठीक है. अब यहाँ पे kelp लिखा है. What is kelp? ढेर सारे. Yes, a lot of seaweeds in one place is kelp. Seaweed or let's say microalga. So these are some terms that you should know. This is the coastal blue carbon. So coastal areas, ocean ecosystems is blue carbon. This was what I was telling you. India's first teal carbon study, beds on wetlands. So this is happening where? Keoladeo National Park. Keoladeo is one of the Montreal record. So there are two sites right now under the Montreal record. One is Keoladeo, one is Loktak Lake. Okay. So India's first teal carbon study, beds on it. So teal carbon is non-tidal fresh water on these wetlands. Okay, carbon stored in non-tidal freshwater wetlands. Okay. Now, these two questions on coral reefs are interesting. So, one is question number 5 and 6, back-to-back questions on coral reefs. Most of the world's coral reefs are in tropical waters. True? If the question was all of the coral reefs are in tropical waters, false. Why? Some of them are also at the tropical temperate interface. Okay, so this is correct because of the phrasing. Second, more than 1/3 of world's coral reefs are located in the territories of Australia, Indonesia and Philippines. And they are saying more than 1/3. This is true. In this also please write down a term coral triangle. So when I say Australia, the biggest part is your Great Barrier Reef. But there is also something known as the coral triangle, which also has a lot of coral biodiversity. So even that is something that we need to be aware about. Coral triangle is referred to as Amazon of the sea. Okay. वो भी सही है, Amazon of the sea. And the countries that are part of coral triangle. So for example, both these countries are a part of coral triangle. Indonesia is one, Philippines is one, other ones you can write down: Malaysia, Papua New Guinea, Solomon Islands, Singapore and Timor-Leste. So I'll just repeat the countries. Indonesia and Malaysia is already a part of coral triangle. Other are Timor-Leste, Singapore, Malaysia. So Malaysia, Papua New Guinea, Singapore, Timor-Leste, Solomon Islands. All these are part of coral triangle. Coral triangle has a huge coral biodiversity in that whole region. So this is also correct. Now third statement is what makes it very interesting. Let's read the third statement now. Coral reefs host far more number of animal phyla than those hosted by the tropical rainforests. whatever is the answer to this, you have to explain me why is that. Okay. Less number of species or less number of specific species? People online also, this is one thing that I want you to stress more on. Okay. But what about plant then? Or kuch? Anybody else? You can use English, Hindi, whatever you're comfortable in. Main thing is, first of all, is it true? Yes. If it is true, explain. If it is false, then explain. I will of course explain it, but I am just seeing the reasoning here. कहाँ पे? Okay. और कुछ? You want to answer? Okay. Okay, let me change the statement. If I say coral host far more number of plant phyla than the tropical, would this also be true? Why? But a logic can also be, if they have tropical rainforest, if they have more plants would also have more animals. अब बताओ. नहीं, अब आंसर बताओ. I am trying my best to confuse you. So now let's see here what is the meaning of this animal phyla and plant phyla. So dekho, if I'm talking of coral reefs support 1/4, that is 25% of marine biodiversity. Huge. Now just think about aquatic ecosystem and think about tropical rainforest. Tropical rainforest has huge variety of plants, huge variety, far more than the coral reefs or the aquatic ecosystems. True. ठीक? So there are far more plants that are available. In fact, most kinds of insectivorous plants, big trees, tall trees, herbs, shrubs, all are found, which is far more diverse in this case. The diversity in coral reefs or in general in aquatic ecosystem is less because kelps milenge, sea grasses, very limited vegetation plant wise. But if I'm talking of animal phyla, आप just imagine करो, if I'm saying cnidarian, if I'm saying let's say echinoderms, if I'm saying crustaceans, within that there are so many varieties that can be found within this. So when I say animal phyla, that includes a huge variety. So corals, yes. Sorry? No, not really. नहीं, उल्टा होगा फिर. Coral reefs have far more number of animal phyla. That is true. This is true. No, 1% area में they are supporting 25% of overall biodiversity, and within that the biggest concentration is about animal phyla. So animal phyla is huge if you compare it in this perspective. Tropical rainforest in general are having a lot of biodiversity. What is more dominant in tropical? Plants, not animals in comparative perspective. Again, we are not saying that in the tropical rainforest I would not find animals. Animals are fine, true. But when I do comparison, because again in aquatic जो भी animals है, they can be small. You have so many small crustaceans that will move along. A lot of nectons, planktons, zooplanktons, etc. There are many such organisms. All of them will be supported by coral reef. So from a comparative perspective, coral reefs host far more number of phyla is true. But if the statement was plants, tropical rainforest host more plants as compared to coral reefs. So please remember that. Okay. Plants mein who is dominating? Tropical ones. And who is dominating in corals? Animals. Okay. So we'll keep that in mind. Okay. So here what is the right answer? All the three statements. Again, when this question was asked, many people got confused in statement number 2 and statement number 3 also. So I'm not saying this is a very easy question. Both in 2 and 3 also you may get confused. Whether this is 1/3 or not, whether they have more animal phyla or not, because these are not directly known. Okay, so here the answer is 1, 2 and 3. Let's go to question number 6. Which of the following have coral reefs? Just go through this once. A small concept is hidden here. People online also, question number 6. और इसमें भी if you're saying 1, 2 and 3, 4 ठीक है. If you're eliminating, you have to give the answer. Why? सुंदरबन तो कितना अच्छा एरिया है? Okay. Okay. Again, please see which of the following will have coral reefs. How many of you go for D? 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay. How many of you go for A? 1, 2 and 3? A lot of you. अब देखो इसमें more than the answer, we will see the reason. This question directly is hinging on our knowledge of ideal conditions for growth of coral reefs. Now let's quickly recall what are the conditions for growth of coral reefs. Is it dependent on temperature? Warm waters or cold waters? Warm. Around? I can say up to 27 degrees. This is very good. One. Second, this is very important. The water has to be saline. Now, in the, yes, it mostly this is present in photic zone. It should be sediment free. Water should be clear, etc., etc. Now, please note when I say saline and when I say Sundarbans, what happens in Sundarbans? Sundarbans has the delta of how many rivers? Brahmaputra, even Meghna. All these rivers will constantly bring in what? Fresh water. And because of this fresh water, this condition would not get fulfilled. So if I go into this part of saline part, so what will happen if you look at this area? Thing is, the surface should be semi-hard or hard. And we have seen, for example, technologies like biorock, and we have seen marine cloud brightening also to this effect. So what is the answer here? A. Let's move to chapter number 4. Environmental pollution and degradation. Now this is again a chapter which is important. Why? Because this has intersection also with science and technology, parts of economy as well. So when we are preparing environmental pollution and degradation, okay, see, one question almost they are asking you every year is first of all related to pollutants. Okay. In this, when I prepare, for example, if you prepare, for example, air pollution, so you have pollutants which can be certain gases. You also have particulate matter. So almost every year either the question will be on gas or the question will be on PM. अगर इन दोनों पे नहीं होगा तो क्वेश्चन फिर होगा इसके इंडिसेस पे, either on AQI for example. And by the way, this is just about air pollution. Same if I talk about water pollution, questions many times on BOD have been asked, biological oxygen demand. This year also BOD was in news because of two rivers, Yamuna and Mahakumbh, the report of CPCB. Okay, why Yamuna was there in news? Frothing of river Yamuna. And why was frothing happening? Because of a lot of detergents. Detergents are high in phosphates. That leads to eutrophication. Okay. So one thing is this. ठीक है. So again questions on this or water quality or चलो अभी रुक जाओ इस पे pollutants पाते हैं. Then one part is the treatment of this. Equally important. In treatment they can ask you related to technologies. Within this, if you use bio, any of these examples, so bioremediation pe many times a question has been asked. What is bioremediation? Bio is again a microorganism. Remediation is treatment of waste. Now this can be both in situ, this can also be ex situ. Second thing, bioremediation can also be, let's say, used to treat oil spills. By the way, it can also be used to make water quality better. This is again something that they have been asking you. Okay. Next, environmental pollution may something there from the contemporary. They are also asking you. I'll give you examples. Anybody who is chewing a chewing gum in the class? अभी कोई है ऐसा? Normally पूछ रहा हूँ. ठीक? तो अभी chewing gum में this year there was a question about whether chewing gum is a source of plastic pollution or not. The best example for this is many times what happens when you are in the class. ठीक है, जैसे किसी ने मुंह उड़ा अपने धीमे से on the back of, let's say, the seat, the chewing gum is stuck. So not only you, the people after you, your juniors, many years later will also find it. What does that means? It is not easily biodegradable. Okay. So on chewing gum, a question has been asked. Not just this, many of us are using PET bottles. Okay. What are these PET bottles? They also release this. So microplastics, microbeads पे भी question पूछा गया है. Okay. So chewing gums, etc. Then questions, let's say, related on PFAS. This topic is not in use in 1 year, but in the last 3 years. Per and polyfluoroalkyl compounds, which are also known as forever chemicals. अब मैंने contemporary लिखा. This year you can also get questions on indoor sources of air pollution, which can include any of these things. जो भी paints हैं, varnish, carpets that we have, all of these are potent sources of pollution. इसके treatment पे क्या सवाल आएगा? For example, this year there was a very famous video, many of you would have seen, a Delhi couple wherein the AQI was 19 when the AQI of Delhi was more than 1000. अब उस पे क्या सवाल बन सकता है? Which of the following plants or indoor air plants are helpful in having better air quality? And now this is a totally contemporary question. Yes or no? Similarly, treatment में this year and not just this year, many times air purifiers are in news a lot. Okay, so air purifiers, smog towers, cloud seeding. So in this, either the question will test your knowledge of science and tech or environment plus science and tech. So whenever I am saying environmental pollution and degradation, all these are there. So be it air pollution, be it water pollution. Similarly, there is soil pollution. Ab soil pollution pe question will again be related to economy, geography plus environment. How? Give me any example of pollutants which are related to soils. आपके insecticides हो गए. आपने सुना होगा carbofurans, triazos. Okay, a lot of such insecticides or pesticides that are there can be related to soil. How many of you have heard about endosulfan, DDT? These are सुने. Again, these are what? Soil. The same thing can also go to water and lead to pollution. Yes or no? So you will see a continuum here. So one, pollutants. Air हो सकता है, water हो सकता है, noise हो सकता है. Again, whatever be the part, and how to treat it. Okay. And last thing in pollution overall is the schemes that are there to counter it. So when I say air pollution, any scheme that you remember to counter air pollution. चलो grab और कुछ. So when I'm saying scheme, I'm saying both scheme and bodies. बाद में मैम बाद में देखेंगे. NAMP ठीक है और कुछ? I'm thinking of NCAP. What is NCAP? National Clean Air Program. That has been asked twice by UPSC. Once also in mains. And that is highly specific to PM 2.5 and PM 10. That can be. So when you are seeing schemes, and then you also have bodies or institutions. Bodies may, one probable question is CPCB. Is CPCB a statutory body? Under which act? The Water Prevention and Control of Pollution Act of 1974. Schemes, for example, NCAP can be one. Namami Gange, again, high probability of that getting asked. So again, you see the nature, environment mein, that is why when you see the scope is very broad in nature. Okay. So whatever source, air pollution maybe, they can go even very specific. SO2 pe, this year there was a direct question. Okay, that SO2 is one of the pollutants. Which country is the highest emitter of SO2? India. So this year one of the question was, which of is the biggest source of SO2 pollution? इस साल का question देखा हो आपने. We'll see that question. Okay. Similarly, again, if you think about, let's say mercury. A question can be asked about mercury pollution also, right? What is the convention for mercury pollution? Minamata. Okay, that we know. A pollution say related, or pollution, and I should also say waste management. You have 4 conventions that you should remember in this order. The keyword is BRSM. Basel, Rotterdam, Stockholm, Minamata. Basel is for transboundary movement of hazardous waste. Rotterdam is hazardous chemicals and pesticides. Stockholm is persistent organic pollutants. अब देखो जो मैंने बात करी PFAS which came this year is an example which is covered under Stockholm Convention. तो forever chemicals जो पूछा आपसे, they did not ask you this name, they asked you a question on PFAS. The second question can be what are forever chemicals? The third level of detail can be is it covered under Stockholm Convention or not? It is. Last is M is Minamata. Okay, this is related to mercury. On mercury also there has been a question asked. Okay, so BRSM is Basel, Stockholm, Minamata. Sorry, Stockholm. Last is Minamata. Okay. So remember that. So if you have this framework that you have to cover body schemes, what is the treatment, what are the pollutants, their sources, overall, this is overall the kind of questions that are being asked in this topic of environmental pollution and degradation. Okay. Specifically in this topic, I also have one specific observation. There are some questions where UPSC has given us very specific answer. Okay. So I'll also keep a list of those questions. I think today we will cover around 185 odd questions. So there are around 5 or 6 questions wherein what is expected from the conventional wisdom, UPSC ने उससे थोड़ा सा हट के बहुत specific answer दिया है. Okay, so we should also be aware that every year 1 or 2 questions can be like that. This also happens in polity, by the way. Okay, that you think the article, maybe this is the article or this is the verdict. Sometimes the answer may change. So we'll see that one by one. Okay, so now let's start one by one. According to EPA, this is again an independent agency of US. Which of the following is the largest source of sulfur dioxide emissions? Largest source. Okay. Locomotives using fossil fuel, ships using fossil fuel, extraction of metals from ores, power plants using fossil fuels. This is again one of those questions, even if you have not read much, but even if you are aware that ultimately in some maybe the most of the energy that is being used is through the burning of fossil fuels, and you have extensive power plants not just in developed but also developing countries, right? So answer is this. But additionally, what you should remember, which is the biggest source of SO2 emission? India. Which country? Second thing, in India and in general, there is something that is known as, this is a treatment used, flue gas desulfurization. Now in India, this was to be made mandatory, but even I think almost 2 weeks back, there was a news that again new extension has been given to thermal power plants, that by 2027 they can again implement complete FGD. 2027 में क्या होगा? Again new extension, तारीख पे तारीख. This has been going on since 2015. Okay, so this is something, flue gas desulfurization. The name directly tells you that it is talking about reduction of SO2. Okay. Again with SO2, you should remember again things like acid rain. We have known that. Okay. You know dimethyl sulfide. Okay. Dimethyl sulfide is released by phytoplanktons. Okay. Okay. So in this case, the answer is D. So sulfur dioxide, one question. Let's see more questions. Perfluoroalkyl or polyfluoroalkyl, PFAS. Please note the other name for them is forever chemicals. And when we say forever, they are found for a very long period of time. What does it mean? They are easily degradable or not easily degradable? Not easily degradable. Hence, they are a source of problem. Second thing, they are found in almost everything that we use or wear or do. So, they are found to be widespread in drinking water, food and food packaging material. Yes. They are not easily degraded in the environment. This is also true. Persistent exposure to PFAS can lead to bioaccumulation in animal bodies. Yes. Can anybody give me the difference between bioaccumulation and biomagnification? Yes. So magnification, think about a magnifying glass. Okay, so yes, this is across trophic levels, whereas accumulation is in a species over a period of time. Okay, this, all the three are correct. Okay, now if I'm talking of PFAS, again, these are per and polyfluoroalkyl substances, also known as forever chemicals, can take up thousands of years to degrade, right? Second thing is, in non-stick pans, okay, so again, a lot of these packaging, even air and dust, in contaminated water, even in the fire resistant fabrics, foams, in most of these things, PFA is present, okay? And they can lead to a lot of issues in the body. ये भी issue है. अब इसमें non-stick cookware, packaging, water resistant clothing, stain resistant carpeting, everything has PFAS. Please remember it. Last thing, are they covered under the Stockholm Convention? Yes, they are covered under the Stockholm Convention. But agar question आए, all of PFAS are covered under Stockholm Convention, then the answer is not true. Why? Because PFAS can have multiple compositions. Only some specific part is covered under the Stockholm Convention. Okay? What is Stockholm Convention related to? POPs. What are POPs? Give me example of POPs. और कुछ? What is PCB? DDT? हम तो पहली बार सुन रहे हैं, बताओ. बस आगे बताओ. हाँ. अच्छा. Now DDT, is it completely banned in India? Then? और कुछ सोचो. देखो DDT के लिए how would you remember it? Have you seen a lot of spraying when the outbreak of, let's say, malaria and this happens? So they, especially for treatment of mosquito, etc., the DDT is used. Why? It's very cost effective. So it is again a vector control mechanism. But in agricultural fields, etc., it is not being used. So if you get a statement that there is a complete ban on the use of DDT, that's not true. But then the problem becomes, when you use it, then it can also be harmful for the, because it is persistent organic pollutant. Okay, terms like dirty dozen are also related to Stockholm Convention. Please be aware of that. The answer here is 1, 2 and 3, PFAS. Okay, which of the above can be used as a feedstock for producing sustainable aviation fuel? अब देखो इस केस में anything which you think can have starch, or just जो concept that we use in biofuels, that for example which can be used for a biofuel. Now agriculture residue can also be used for fuel, sustainable aviation fuel. Yes. Corn grain basically has a lot of starch in it, it can be used. Wastewater treatment, sludge, even this can be used. This in wood mill waste, even this can be used as a sustainable aviation fuel, and the list is not limited to this. There are even other feedstocks that can be used as sustainable aviation fuel. This is true. The answer in this case is C. All the four, 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, all these can be used. Okay. Similar questions, we'll also see which of the following can be used as a feedstock for biofuel. So similar case hai, same logic you will also see. Okay. Now question number 4 and 5 pe put a star mark. These are slightly more technical in nature. I'll explain how. So these are not very easy. In fact, many people would have gotten them wrong. So यहाँ पे देखेंगे, these are slightly more technical. Now talking of mercury pollution. Okay. So first of all, mercury pollution leads to Minamata disease. 1. Second, directly they are asking you gold mining activity is a source. So what this basically, they are asking you sources of pollution. So can mercury pollution be caused by natural sources? सोचो, like is gold mining natural? कोई इंसान करेगा? Natural सोचो, natural. Volcanic eruptions can be there, so natural sources are also there. Yes. Can they be man-made? Of course, yes. Okay. So when I'm saying gold mining activity is a source, yes, almost 35% of mercury pollution is because of gold mining activity. Okay. Coal-based thermal power plants can cause mercury pollution. They can cause mercury pollution, true. Okay. Now The third statement, when it had come, was a huge source of conflict. The statement says there is no known safe level of exposure to mercury. Now, I'll just tell you the background also. If we Google or if you put this exact line, there is a document which directly mentions this. Take exact these ki there is no safe level of exposure to mercury. So based on that, many people had also gone for the statement all three. But if we go into more detail, and if we talk about mercury pollution, if we talk about WHO, second, if I talk about the recent COP5 of Minamata, COP5 actually happened in 2023. Okay? In that, they have actually specified what is the safe level of exposure to mercury pollution. So that means there is no safe level. Just think it that even if I expose you to more and more mercury, would you still be able to operate? That's not the answer, right? So there is a known safe level which has been documented also by WHO and also in 2023 in the COP5 of Minamata Convention. Okay? यहाँ पे I think it is 15 mg something. मैं आपको exact figure बता रहा हूँ कितना है. So that is one thing that you can write down. So I think I'll just come back to this once. There is an exact figure. For the students of PCC, I had also shared this with you in the L11 वाला PDF. उसमें है एक जगह पे 15 milligram है, something like that. I'm not able to recall exactly. That there is some quantified level of how much. नहीं तो इसको just you can just note it down या फिर just leave a space here. Okay. So यहाँ पे that or after a break or maybe at that time I'll just tell you what is the exact figure here. So here the answer becomes only 2. Second thing is when we get confused what causes mercury pollution, there are two things. One is methyl mercury, there is ethyl mercury. What do you think is problematic? It is methyl mercury that is problematic. Ethyl mercury is used in medicines and vaccines, etc. That is safe. It is the methylated form of mercury that is the problematic part. Okay. The contribution of gold mining activity to mercury pollution. Sorry. हाँ. नहीं मैंने आपको एक अलग से that I've shared उस पे चेक करना. That is directly from the outcomes of COP. जो COP पे आया है वो देखो. That is more recent. हाँ उसमें मकरी वाले में है. नहीं तो चलो बाद में we'll add it, no issues. उस पर exactly I think I've also made it red. 15 is what I'm able to recall. Okay, now let's come to this one. Next question. In making of how many of the above are hydrofluorocarbons used? Any idea where are HFCs used? Okay, and in which context do we read them? Okay, now देखो, are they natural or man-made or both? Totally man-made. Totally man-made. Okay. So first thing to remember, these are man-made. Second thing, in which context have we read them? So please remember, you have ozone depleting substances, right? Like chlorofluorocarbons, like hydrochlorofluorocarbons. Okay. So anything which is having chlorine, bromine, these are ODS. So during the Vienna Convention and in fact in the Montreal Protocol, what was said? The CFCs and HCFCs were to be replaced by HFCs. HFCs are hydrofluorocarbons. ठीक? The good thing with HFCs is that HFC is not ozone depleting. What is the bad thing? That they are greenhouse gas. Okay? Now, CFCs and HFCs, etc., they were used in aerosols, foam agents, fire retardants. In all these three, these are used. So if I talk about hydrofluorocarbons, and again I'll come back to the question here. So in air conditioning, fire extinguishers, foaming agents, air conditioning, stationary air conditioning, refrigeration, you will see huge amounts of HFCs being used. Okay? Earlier in all of this, what was present? CFCs. आपने उसको replace कर दिया with this. Okay? Now, when I'm talking, so what exactly is happening in HFCs here? Again, same thing. Foam agents, mobile conditioning, air conditioning, unitary air conditioning, fire extinguishers, etc. This is found. Please note, all HFCs are human-made. Okay? Now let's come back, and again, then I'll explain to you what this 15 years mean. So, in which of the following are HFCs being used? Okay? They are used in aerosols, yes. They are used in foam agents, yes. They are used in fire retardants, yes. Are they used in lubricants? No. They are not used in making of lubricants, but they are used in making the above three. So the answer here is only 3. So we also know the context that they were non-ozone depleting, hence we had introduced them, but because they are greenhouse gases, so in 2016 there was a Kigali amendment to Montreal Protocol. Kigali amendment to Montreal Protocol, because of which we are now reducing them. Okay? Nearly 85% reduction will happen by 2050. In fact, in the future, we will replace them with HFOs, hydrofluoroolefins. Now, the discussion does not stop here. HFCs, when we are seeing, they have the lifespan, average lifespan, when I'm saying, of 15 years. HFCs are known as short-lived climate pollutants. In total, you have 4 short-lived climate pollutants. This question separately also has been asked by UPSC. In a few questions from now, we'll see that. Short-lived climate pollutants. The other name for them is super pollutants. So you have methane, you have black carbon. अभी देखा हमने black carbon and different types of carbon. You have hydrofluorocarbons, the ones that we saw just now. With hydrofluorocarbons, just remember one thing, Kigali Amendment, and tropospheric ozone. The other name for tropospheric ozone is bad ozone, because the good ozone is found in stratosphere. All these are short-lived climate pollutants. It means they are living for a very short time, but they have a very harmful impact. And when I'm saying they are short-lived, let's compare it to, let's say, carbon dioxide. Carbon dioxide can live up to 100 or even more years. Up methane generally lives up to black carbon, certain weeks. Hydrofluorocarbons is 15 years. And tropospheric ozone, days or certain weeks at max. Methane pe we have a lot of questions as we move along. So slowly and steadily we will keep on adding to our base of knowledge. Short-lived climate pollutants. HFOs, hydrofluoroolefins, OLEFINS. Yes, it is 15 mg kg. That is right. Okay. No, that is COP 5, not 15. For mercury, oh sorry, for mercury that is COP 5.
15 mg per kg.
15 mg per kg. That is what I think I had shared with you. Right. Okay. ठीक है? Okay. Now, how many of the following is considered? This is again a theme that you will see. So I'm writing CC. Carbon capture storage, carbon capture utilization or storage, or geoengineering. Okay. In geoengineering, abhi tak we have seen only one example, that is marine cloud brightening. Bio rock is different, but marine cloud brightening can be used in both coral reef restoration also and even in case of solar radiation management. अब देखते हैं carbon capture storage, carbon capture utilization. Now let's see this. Spreading finely ground basalt rock on farmlands extensively. The question is, which of the following is considered and discussed for carbon capture sequestration? In this, I would want to know from you, if yes, but why? Pehla statement, spreading finely ground basalt rock on farmlands extensively. Can this lead to carbon capture and sequestration? But how? Yeah, why? Just see this once. I can directly give you the answer, but again I want us to think about it. और सोचो. And why is this basalt rock very important in this case? देखो, अब देखो यहाँ पे spreading finely ground basalt rock on the farmlands. In this, there is a process that is known as mineral carbonation. You can also say that this leads to enhanced weathering of rock, which also helps. This leads to formation of stable carbonates. So you have CO2. इस process में, when you have the finely ground basalt rock, in India, where can you find basalt rock? Deccan Plateau, for example. So when you spread it, it can help in capturing the carbon. Why? Because it is able to form very stable carbonates. True. The same thing, even in oceans, deep inside, if I have basalt rocks, can I inject CO2 in it? I can. Even this is very stable, but this is highly technical and a complicated procedure. This is not very easy. Has any country done this? So there is Iceland, which is doing this project, which is known as Carb Fix project. Okay, so one name is Carb Fix project, where deep inside the basaltic rocks in the oceans, carbon dioxide is getting captured. Second thing to know, this is a current affairs update of 2024. There is something that is known as Mammoth. Mammoth is world's largest DAC, direct air capture plant. So this is directly going to capture the air rich in CO2 and then inject it in the deep basaltic rocks. This is Mammoth. This was in news. Same with respect to basaltic rocks. You have Carb Fix. Both these projects happen to have happened in Iceland. So even in basaltic rocks, yes, we can store a lot of carbon dioxide. It is a very potent way to store it. That is true. Let's come to next. Increasing the alkalinity of oceans by adding lime. Can this lead to carbon capture and storage? If yes, why? If no, why? ठीक है. Can water naturally also take up carbon dioxide? How? Even through planktons, they can take it. So what if I'm adding lime? If I'm making it more alkaline, this also helps in the process of carbonation. I can also create carbonates and bicarbonates in this process. This can be done. This makes it even more effective to capture excess CO2 from the air. So even this can be done. That increasing the alkalinity of the oceans by adding lime, yes, this can also help. Additionally, चलो वो 2-3 और terms मैं आपको बताता हूं. Capturing CO2 released by various industries, pumping it into abandoned subterranean mines in the form of carbonated waters. This is also true. This exact phrase was asked back, I think in 3 or 4 years back. That question also I'll show you in a couple of moments. So subterranean, what is the meaning of subterranean? Deep inside. So there are certain mines, they may not be economic. I'm storing the carbon deep inside. Even this can be done. Okay. Additionally, you have heard about terms like ocean or iron fertilization. What is this? If I am giving iron sediments, the iron sediments will lead to boost of growth of phytoplanktons. Phytoplanktons will do what? Photosynthesis. Photosynthesis will do what? Capture CO2. Will this lead to capture of CO2? Yes. Even this can be done. This is, please note, ocean or iron fertilization. There is something known as different, that is known as carbon fertilization. वो अलग है. What is carbon fertilization? Yes. So if you have too much of CO2, it means there will be more photosynthesis. Photosynthesis mein you have CO2. Carbon fertilization leads to increased plant growth. So that is carbon fertilization. In ocean fertilization or iron fertilization, I am giving iron sediments. Iron sediments lead to faster growth of phytoplanktons. This also helps in carbon capture and storage. Okay, so keep that also in mind. DAC is here, direct air capture. Okay. So what is the answer in this case? All the three. Okay. Among the following, which is an important anthropogenic source of both methane and nitrous oxide? If the question was which of the following is an important source of nitrous oxide, तब आंसर क्या होता? And let's say if it was only 1, only 2, only 3, all 4. If the question was just nitrous oxide, and if the statements was only 1, only 2, only 3, only 4. Why? सिर्फ राइस में निकलेगा nitrous oxide? Yes, है ना? Answer will be all. Nitrous, wherever you apply fertilizers which are rich in, of course, nitrates, that will be leading to release of nitrous oxide. So in this question, nitrous oxide is not the key determinant. Main thing is methane. Now, what is the big source of methane? Is paddy. Now the question is why. Some of you know the answer. कोशिश करो. Why in rice cultivation methane is released? Waterlogging, and that leads to anaerobic conditions. So again, there is a specific bacteria which helps in the release of methane gas. That is the specific process, because it is not just that the waterlogging automatically will lead to the release of methane. Okay, so answer here is this. I hope you know that why nitrous oxide is not a very good determinant to know, because it can be released in all the 4. The moment you spray or have your nitrates or the fertilizers, nitrous oxides in small or medium amounts is going to get released. So main determining factor in this question is methane. A big source of that is rice or paddy cultivation. Okay. Now, In the context of WHO, the air quality guidelines, consider the following statements. ये जो question है, this question is there to break our basic, let's say, understanding. Now, generally the understanding is, and we'll see many questions on this when I do climate change with you, that whenever UPSC gives you facts, and in fact if it gives you many facts, there's a high chance that those facts are not right. Okay? In this case, they have played with you. Okay? Let's see the statement number 1. इसको देखो, in a 24-hour mean, even this can be wrong. हो सकता है 12 hour हो, you don't know. The PM 2.5, this can also be PM 10, should not exceed 15 microgram per meter cube. Even this can be wrong. And annual mean of PM 2.5 should not exceed 5. So in this statement, there are so many ways. एक भी fact गलत हो, statement गलत होगा. But what UPSC has done, entire statement is correct. Which is again why I'm telling you, this question is very difficult to solve in the exam hall. Because see, and how the options are arranged. The moment you eliminate one, your right answer is eliminated. You will get to 2, 3, 4, which is not the correct answer in this case. Now, we'll see how to also solve this also. Now, if somebody has gone through and somebody has that level of memory in the exam, they can do it. But again, I'm telling you from practical experiences, this is not the right way, because you will see so many guidelines, so many numbers, you cannot remember everything. But let's see some other attributes in this question. Okay? Let's say I'm not starting with statement number 1. I'll see other statements now. For example, PM10 can penetrate the lung barrier and enter the blood stream. Now here, please note, the smaller the PM particle, the more harmless or harmful. More harmful. So between PM10 and 2.5, PM2.5 is more harmful because it is very small, not easily detectable, which is why when you see N99 or N95 masks are more expensive. Okay. So here PM10 can penetrate lung barriers. This is true. What enters the blood stream is PM2.5. Okay. This statement is more conceptual in nature, if you know. So statement 3 is wrong. Let's see the other statements here. Excessive ozone in the air can trigger asthma. In fact, this is one of the most non-controversial statements in this question. Okay. So this has to be true. Okay. This is also true. Let's also see statement number 1. So by the way, if you go by this, then the answer becomes 1 automatic correct. The answer is 1 and 4, but also let's see statement number 2. In a year, the highest levels of ozone pollution occur during the periods of inclement weather. A main thing is to know what is the English of inclement. What does inclement mean? Does it mean very disturbed or very stagnant weather? What do you think? उसको चलो भूल जाओ, inclement भूल जाओ English. अभी मुझे बताओ, highest levels of ozone pollution would it happen in a clean weather or in a very disturbed weather? In a very stable weather. So inclement means the opposite. Inclement means highly disturbed. So in some cases, let's say if you're not aware about the English, of course you can go through the translation, but ऐसा भी हो सकता है हिंदी भी समझ में ना आ रही हो, you don't know the meaning of that, then it's a more difficult question, right? In this case, highest levels of ozone pollution, by the way, think about it in terms of smog. Smog is what? Smoke plus fog. In that there's high levels of ozone pollution. With ozone pollution, please remember, ozone is also because of high levels of NOx. Okay, you also have the creation of smog. So this happens and generally the air is clean. Okay, the weather is overall clean, so this also is not correct. The answer here is 1 and 4. In this question, main takeaway is PM 2.5 is more dangerous. Second thing is, it's not always important that you directly eliminate the fact and start the question. But again, this means this is a very difficult question in the exam, no doubt about it. ठीक है? Okay. Whereas अब देखो दोनों क्वेश्चन एक ही साल में आए हैं. This is 2022. This is one level of difficulty, and this is 2022. One level of difficulty. Okay. Which of the following is the cause of acid rain? Now in this, I should automatically know if I have this. One thing is try to create acid out of this. So I can make H2SO4 here. I can make HNO3 nitric acid here. Ozone, not really. Carbon monoxide, not really. The answer should be 2 and 4. This is acid rain. Any approximate idea of what is the pH of acid rain? Approximately around? That is acid rain. Acid rain is helpful for Taj Mahal? No. Okay. Now, you have question number 10. In fact, in question number 10, and there are also a couple of questions I'll tell you. This is a more specific observation, okay? That our conventional understanding is the moment we see 5 options, magnetite particles, सीधे हम all 5 मारते हैं, ठीक? In this, if there is something that one is using, I'm saying using for practical uses, that generally is not the answer. Okay, so again, I'll just explain to you what I'm saying. This is something, not just one question, but in some questions, there has been a specific trend. I'll show this to you in benzene pollution also. I'll show this to you in 3 or 4 more questions. Magnetite particles suspected to cause neurodegenerative diseases or problems are generated as pollutants from which of the following, which basically means what can be a source. Now, brakes of motor vehicles could be there, engines of motor vehicles could be there, microwave stoves within homes. Now, if this was the case, पहली बात क्या होती, these would have been banned, okay, or heavily regulated, or let's say in certain stipulations. So this has not been done. If you see 3, how many options have 3? Okay, so there are 3 is there in. Then you have power plants, and then you also have telephone lines. Even the telephone lines do not have these magnetite particles which are neurodegenerative, because again, see, telephone lines have almost every day there is a repair work going on in telephone lines. So the people who are working would also put into a lot of hazard. Okay, so in this case, what you are seeing overall, specifically statement number 3, how it is framed, microwave stoves within, because other they're given broad statements. One is made very specific and something that is used inside. Okay, so when this question had come in 2021, most of the people had of course gone for all of the above, which is usually a trend, which is again अगर आप एग्जाम में ऐसे करके भी आ रहे हो, again I'm not telling you you're losing out, because almost all the students from India will do this. So again, some of the times these questions are not the ones which are actually the most deciding ones. But if you are able to see the pattern that one of the options is slightly framed in a manner, or it's slightly odd one out, chances are there's a trap in that. Okay, so here the answer was 1, 2 and 4, brakes of motor vehicles, engines of motor vehicles, power plants. Every year there will be at least 1 or 2 of these questions जो आपने कभी नहीं सुना होगा. On the spot you have to see its application, and these kind of questions are both science and tech and environment linked. So magnetite particles per se nobody reads as a specific topic. So this is a question that will be new to all of the people in the exam hall. Yes. Microwave staves, because these are again generally used inside the homes, so generally again would have not been correct. So they same चीज़ है within homes तो उन्होंने ज़्यादा करा है, so that one is able to see that. But overall भी अगर microwave staves लिखा होता तो again for practical purposes they are not suspected to have these magnetite particles getting released. Okay. With reference to furnace oil, it is a product of oil refineries. This is true. Some industries use it to generate power. The moment you see this term some, this is actually very helpful for us in the exam hall. Some microorganisms, even if there is one, your job is done. And this some, I'll tell you, some, let's say snakes are ovoviviparous. Some turtles are herbivores. Some microorganisms can live in acidic conditions. So when you see some, there's good scope of possibility. This is true. Third is, it can cause sulfur emissions into the environment. It can cause, yes, because power is getting generated, it is oil refineries. Even if small traces of SOx is released, your statement is right. Okay. So furnace oil, here all the 3 statements are correct. Okay, now What are the reasons? This is again one question that was in news because benzene pollution say related COVID के time में there were many articles. Just because of COVID, all the air quality had become better. Okay, so there was a drastic decrease in benzene pollution. Okay, now again please see the statements and how they are framed. Which is a factor for exposure to benzene pollution? ठीक है? Automobile exhaust, yes, can lead to benzene pollution. Tobacco smoke can lead to this. Wood burning can lead to this. Now, statement 4 and 5. Using varnished wooden furniture. In fact, using products made of polyurethane, see both of them are rich in volatile organic compounds. In very trace amounts, even benzene can be found. Okay, but these are not prominent sources of benzene pollution. Okay, in this case what we see, so here most of the people had actually gone for 1, 2, 3 and 5. The answer of UPSC was 1, 2 and 3. So which gives us the idea that in this question they were actually looking for most prominent sources of benzene pollution and not trace amounts. इस केस में भी देखो ऐसा नहीं कि वुडन वार्निश्ड फर्नीचर में you will see articles, you will see presence of benzene. I'm not denying that. Okay, but maybe the way suffix that they're using, that you are using a product, so that means it does not have that high amounts of benzene pollution as compared to wood burning, tobacco smoke or automobile. इन तीनों को एक कैटेगरी में देखो versus when you see this will have very small amounts. So which of the following is the reason or factor? UPSC had gone with 1, 2 and 3. Many students had got this question wrong. So again I'm telling you there are some questions wherein specifically in the pollutant chapter. So you generally think it is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. The answer can be more specific in nature. Okay? Syntax wise, if what we are noticing is, in this case let's say I'm having the keyword using, in this same case I'm using something that is used in households. So there is a small part of distinction. Other than that, even if you are going with all of the above, you are still not at fault specifically for this question because very small amounts of benzene is found. Okay, but again note the answer is 1, 2 and 3. So questions like this will again be a distractor for almost everybody. ऐसे केसेस में आप सोच के जाओगे कि नहीं छोटा सा भी अगर बेंजीन निकल रहा है हो सकता है माने, but this is totally the sole prerogative of the examiner. If they want a big trace or a small source, ठीक है? So this is again one thing that you will keep in mind. Okay. You have carbon monoxide, nitrogen oxide, ozone, sulfur dioxide. Which of the following is released into atmosphere due to burning of crop or a biomass residue? Now when the crop is being burnt, which of the following will get released? Just have a look. What about sulfur? Which of why not ozone? Okay, but the question does not specify whether it is primary or secondary. No, I'm just saying that the question here also does not specify that whether they are asking you primary or secondary. Second thing also is that when even methane and parts of NOx is released, that can also lead to formation of ozone. Ozone के case में of course it is secondary pollutant, but main thing is it can also be released because of release of these gases. So case में यहाँ पे it is not specified whether it is direct or indirect. If the answer says 1, 2, 3, 4, the best answer is all. So carbon monoxide, yes. Nitrogen oxide, even this is released. Ozone in very small amounts, but even this can be released. And sulfur dioxide, this of course is also released. Now the question would have been even tougher if this was, if you had to choose between 1, 2 and 4 and 1, 2, 3, 4. इतना tough option दिया नहीं इन्होंने. So here the answer is 1, 2, 4 सिर्फ एक ही option में, that is 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4 में it would have been difficult. Many people would have gone for 1, 2 and 4. In this case, अब देखो यहाँ पे they've taken a very broad interpretation. Anything which is released in even small amounts. In this case, in benzene, again, if you see using करके कुछ हल्का सा, if you see a change in syntax, that is the only inference that I get. That for some, if you are using directly burning, this will release a lot of amounts, but using this will have very small traces. So that may be not directly the factors for exposure to benzene. Okay? But इसमें भी again, I would not directly agree. मेरे हिसाब से पांचों होने चाहिए थे. But उसमें they have gone with 1, 2 and 3, so we cannot do much about it. Okay, relatively easier question. Microbeads. This year also you have seen many articles on microbeads. If you get a question where all microbeads are getting formed, हर जगह मिल रहे हैं microbeads. Okay, in even the rarest of rare, even by the way, plastics are also now present in rocks. You are known as plastic crusts. New rocks are found. Rocks में plastic है. That is known as plastic crust. Okay. Talking of microbeads, why are they great concern? Just read the statements. Why is that? They are considered harmful for the marine ecosystem, yes or no? But why is that? It can decrease the fertility, the fish can eat it, and can it lead to biomagnification? Yes, that can also happen. So microbeads are a problem. इसी के साथ एक और कीवर्ड लिख लो. This is also nurdles. Because see, microplastic everybody knows. Microbeads you know. A similar term is nurdles that is also related to them. These are also very small plastic pellets. So if you get this term, don't think that it is something out of the blue. This is also again almost similar to a microplastic. Nurdles. Nurdles is a type of microplastic. Any idea how microplastics are generated? सबसे आसान चीज है. If you have a big plastic, from the constant wear and tear, they are generated. But can you give me any example of micro beads? आपके टूथपेस्ट में नमक है, right? Second thing is cosmetics. Plus you will see a lot of face creams where exfoliators having very small particles. ठीक है? Scrubs, etc. Right? So what are these? These are microbeads. This causes huge levels of pollution. Yes or no? So this is considered harmful for marine ecosystem. अब देखो इसमें there are almost every month you will find any research or new article. For example, microplastics can alter the gut microbiome, can cause intestinal inflammation. We are aware about it. Yes. Boiling the tap water can help remove 80%. In fact, अभी भी जो reports थी recent about related to the water bottle, you have these single-use plastics, right? You have these rail needs or all these bottles. Ideally, how many times should it be used? One. How many times do we use them? सालों साल चलती रहती है, right? So why the problem is that they will release a lot of microplastics which we'll keep on drinking and will not even get to know. Okay. So that is again a problem. देखो, Japanese scientist finds microplastics are present in clouds, even in rocks, wherever you can find them. I'll have so many articles. They can enter blood cells, even NGT. So again, yes. So this just tells you that these are ubiquitous, found throughout, and again a huge threat to the environment. Okay. What is a gut microbiome? आपने सुना है सारा prebiotics, probiotics. Again, when you have them, the gut microbiome gets better. Yes. Okay. Now, let's talk about advantages of bioremediation technique. Now, here I would want you to read this and then give me the answer. Very carefully read it. Why should you read it? Because you will notice certain keywords in the question itself. What is the answer? Now, bioremediation we know. What is bioremediation? Any example of bioremediation that you know? चलो ये सब टर्म सुने किसी ने? Bioventing, biosparging, biopiles, bioleaching. Again, so this is second level of information. You can have them as in situ, ex situ. I'm not going into the detail here. There are different methods, in situ methods and ex situ, but main thing to remember here is in bioremediation you have use of any microorganism that is used to treat or clean up the waste. Okay. Now, bioremediation, when I say, when prominent example can be, can I use bioremediation to treat oil spills? Yes. Oil zapper, oilivorous. These are good examples. Oil eating bacteria. Now, it is a technique of cleaning up pollution by enhancing the same biodegradation process that occurs in nature. Okay. Second statement dekho, and this is again where you have to train your mind and the words that are being used. Now, any contaminant with, pehli baat to heavy metal, such as cadmium and lead, can be readily and completely be treated by bioremediation. Ab dekho, pehli baat to any contaminant. So let's say if there is a very dangerous contaminant as such, okay, it's a heavy metal, that will first of all not be readily, it will take a lot of time and not also be completely, very partially. Please note, bioremediation is a natural process. Natural processes by its nature will be fast or slow? Slow. Industrial processes will be very fast. Okay? But industrial processes will have more waste. So fun thing is, it is not effective on heavy metals, number one. Readily also not true, because it will take a long time. Completely also not true. So because of this is wrong. Third, genetic engineering can be used to create microorganisms specifically designed for bioremediation. Yes. Okay? In this case, just put a star mark and write plastic eating bacteria. Again in news in some journals. Plastic eating bacteria. Uske baare mein you can read it up. So here the answer is 1 and 3. Okay. So here the answer is C15, 1 and 3 only. And where you've written plastic eating bacteria, also read about bioplastics. Plastics we know are non-biodegradable, but there are certain bioplastics. So all these things are related topics. So plastic eating bacteria hote hain, nahi hote hain, of course there are some plastic eating bacteria. One of them was this example of PET 46. Agar kisi ne padha ho. This is PET 46. It is again a plastic eating bacteria. Okay. Now we are at question number 16. Now question number 16, when you are seeing this question is again related to a question that we've already seen once. So question number 6, एक बार देखो फिर से. So question number 6 and question number 16 you should see side by side. If you see the third statement of question number 6, can you see abandoned subterranean mines? Yes. यहाँ पे देखते हैं एक बार. In the context of mitigating impending global warming due to anthropogenic emissions of carbon dioxide, which of the following can be potential sites for carbon sequestration? Abandoned and uneconomic coal seams. So we can store CO2 here. Yes. Depleted oil and gas reservoirs. Yes. Third is subterranean, very deep inside, deep saline formations. Even this. All the three are correct. This is again related to CCS, CCUS theme. And the third statement was what got repeated in 2023. In addition to this, ground basalt we also know, increasing alkalinity we know, ocean fertilization we know. ठीक है? So let's say these are geological formations. So you have depleted oil gas reservoirs. So here also you can store it. In certain rocks, basaltic rocks deep inside, you can also capture it here. So again, various ways the carbon can be stored. Easy question, BOD. What is this BOD? Measuring oxygen levels in blood? नहीं. That is SpO2. वो अलग होता है. Computing oxygen levels in forest ecosystems? No. Pollution assay in aquatic ecosystems? This is true. If the question was between BOD and COD, which is a better indicator of pollution? COD is a better indicator of pollution than BOD. COD is chemical oxygen demand. Chemical oxygen demand includes both the chemicals, which means the non-biodegradable as well as the biodegradable. It includes both. Okay? Last thing to remember here is the relation between BOD and DO. BOD is inversely proportional to DO, and same relation you can also make with the levels of pollution, right? So when I say if the BOD is increasing, pollution is increasing. The BOD is high. Let's say think about Ganga or let's say Yamuna. High BOD, high pollution. That means the dissolved oxygen which is present, it will be low, right? So we'll keep this in mind, that high BOD means high pollution and high BOD means less dissolved oxygen. So BOD or any related component can again be asked because of Yamuna, that I told you, the frothing of river Yamuna, and also in the case of high BOD can lead to formation of dead zones, true or false, right? Second statement, high BOD can lead to formation of hypoxic zone. Hypoxic means low oxygen, hypoxic का ultimate stage is dead zone. Okay, so the answer is C. Next, in the cities of our country, which of the following atmospheric gases are normally considered in the calculating the value of AQI? First of all, which organization is related to AQI? Central Pollution Control Board. Now try to answer this question. In these kind of questions, the only trick for us is CO2 is not a pollutant that we are seeing. Okay, so CO2 should not be there. So 1 is wrong, C is wrong, this is wrong. The answer is 2, 3 and 4. Now in this case, there are two things that you need to know. Number one, in AQI, how many pollutants are you measuring? 8. And how many categories are there? 6. 6 categories, so good, satisfactory, moderate. You don't have to remember what is the name, but remember these are 6 and these are 8. So you have PM10, PM2.5, then you have NO2, you have ozone, you have CO, carbon monoxide. It is not CO2. You have SO2, you have ammonia and you have lead. Okay. Now when you see this table, again from a comparative perspective, I'll again go back to the WHO question now. अब देखो WHO में how many pollutants are being tracked? 6. WHO में 6 हैं. In AQI how many are there? 8. Which 2 are not in WHO? Lead or ammonia. So how can you remember it? AQI is equal to WHO plus lead and ammonia. Ministry of Earth Sciences has also something related to this. What is that? Sulfur. Okay? So sulfur is something that you should now read. Usme how many pollutants are there? If there are 12, so now you should write it in terms of sulfur is equal to AQI plus 4. What are those 4 you should write? So sulfur, अगर आपने कर लिया sulfur, WHO, AQI, this is how, this is a comparative analysis. हाँ, benzene है उसमें भी, yes, yes. Xylene है, हाँ, benzene, toluene, xylene and mercury, right. And again, how should you remember it? See, sulfur is by Ministry of Earth Sciences. This is very detailed, very detailed. Because, and this will have again better sensors, 24/7 monitoring. So sulfur is, remember, AQI plus 4 and 4 is benzene, xylene, toluene and mercury. Even mercury they measure. So that is how. So you have WHO is 6, AQI is 8, and then sulfur is CPCB, AQI plus 4. That is how you will easily remember it. Because this year almost most of the talk has been about how Delhi or in general India's air quality is, let's say, degrading. So either they'll ask you about AQI or they will ask you how to treat it. Yes. अलग है उसमें भी दे yes, NAMP is different and this is different. NAMP में basically there are 4 pollutants. अच्छा NACS, okay, NACS से related है but there is slight difference in this. NAMP में there are 4. NAMP has 4. Okay. Let's talk about fly ash. Okay. So let's see fly ash में. With reference to fly ash, any idea what is a fly ash? Why does the ash fly? Does it have wings? No, then? ठीक है. Okay. Now, before we answer this, you should know Indian coal. Indian coal, is it having high calorific value or low calorific value? Low. Indian coal produces more smoke? Yes. And does it have more ash content? Yes. If there is more ash content, some of this will settle down, some of this through chimneys will fly, and this will get deposited in a area. That part is known as fly ash. Now, fly ash for us is a double-edged sword. Fly ash, because it is rich in silicates, it is rich in calcium, etc. It has a lot of benefits, but of course, it also has its own negatives. What are the negatives of fly ash? Think of breathing. Fly ash, if it deposits on a leaf, photosynthesis is impacted, yes. But what is the benefit of fly ash? It can be used in improving the quality of soil, can be used for brick making, in cements, road, etc. So various ways this can be used. So the government has now made it 100% utilization of fly ash is mandatory. Okay. So this is being done. Now, fly ash can be used in production of bricks for building construction. Yes. It can be used as a replacement of some of the Portland cement contents of concrete. This can also be done because it is used for cement. Fly ash is made up of silicon dioxide and calcium oxide only and does not contain any toxic elements. Dekho, when a statement goes in so much of detail, not only and but also, okay, or it has only this but it does not have this, to make a statement false, you need to add a lot of details to it. If a normal statement is there, you need to know. So here, first of all, it has more elements than this. Second thing, it also has certain toxic elements alongside. So here, third statement is wrong because of two things, that it is made up of even more elements, and second, it also contains toxic elements which are also dangerous. So what is the answer here? 1 and 2. Okay. Which was the first state in India to call for fly ash? So Maharashtra was the first state to talk about the proper utilization of fly ash. In fact, Maharashtra was also the first state to have its own state butterfly. Okay. This is also one question we'll see. Okay. Now, which of the following are some of the important pollutants released by the steel industry in India? इसमें nothing is specific. Oxides of sulfur, yes. Oxides of nitrogen, carbon dioxide, carbon monoxide, all will be released. Okay. Now, in this specifically, if you see, so question number 12 हो गया जहाँ पे, and question number 12 पे you can put a star mark. So when you later on see that almost for most of the questions it is all, but there are certain questions where the answer is very specific. Similarly, question number 10, magnetite particles is one wherein a slightly different route has been taken. Then for question number 4 was detailed. No safe level of exposure to mercury. There is a safe level of exposure to mercury that is given. So other than that, what you are seeing is they are taking up different areas. So be it air, be it water, even for soil, certain questions have been asked. Pollutants pe question hai, and the treatment of pollutants pe question hai. Okay, and the next possible way will be schemes or bodies or conventions pe also you can get questions on in this category. Okay, so this is again one of those areas which requires some effort at our end. Okay, so we'll keep that in mind. Let's move to another small section. I think only 5 or 6 questions are here. Important wetlands. General has to be wider, but if there is a very specific syntax that used in or used in something like that, then you can go for a more narrow interpretation. But generally, even if you go for a broader one, see, you're competing with all your peers here. Mostly everybody will go for all. If you have a very specific piece of information that you can eliminate, then only eliminate. Otherwise, almost everybody will make that same mistake, or everybody will get that question right. Okay. Now, important wetlands, or I should say Ramsar sites. In this case, just a couple of factoids for you to know. So first is of course the Ramsar Convention. Which year? 1971, Ramsar being a place in Iran. Second thing, with Ramsar Convention, abhi ke liye there are certain updates that you should know. How many Ramsar sites in India? Which is the state with the maximum Ramsar sites? How many? 20 sites are now in Tamil Nadu, because 2 more sites were added in Tamil Nadu. Abhi. In the 4 that were recently added, 2 are from Tamil Nadu. One is from Sikkim, and one is from Jharkhand. Say you have Udva Lake. In Sikkim you have, pardon my spelling, Khechiopalri Lake in Sikkim. By the way, these 2 sites are the first Ramsar sites in these states. So Khechiopalri Lake is Sikkim's first Ramsar site. Udva Lake is Jharkhand's first Ramsar site. Tamil Nadu already had many sites. 2 new were added to this. Okay. So that is the first thing to remember here. Second thing to remember here is the wetland city accreditation. अब देखो, wetland city accreditation is given by Ramsar Convention. First thing, 2 Indian cities have got it. अब देखो, conventionally Ramsar sites are there which can be across India. It can be coastal also, it can be non-coastal also, right? Wetland city accreditation is for specific cities. Cities may there is less, let's say, conservation, right? In this there are 2 cities. What are those 2 cities? Again, remember, like Lake Pichola, Lake Fateh Sagar, and Sirpur Lake is in Indore. Mein you have Sirpur Lake, SIRPUR, Sirpur Lake. That is wetland city accreditation. Remember, this is voluntary. None of this can be mandatory. This is a voluntary accreditation valid for 6 years. Other than that, you have Wuhan Declaration, or you have the Wuhan Convention. This was the recent COP of Ramsar. COP is Conference of Parties. Just say you have heard about COP29 in Azerbaijan, Baku, of UNFCCC. Similarly, Ramsar had one in Wuhan. So that is the Wuhan Convention declaration. Other than that, you know concepts like wise use, terms like Montreal Record. This was the one, I think this happened in 2023. This was the most recent one. It is COP 14 if I am not wrong, but एक COP का number check कर लेना. Montreal Record में how many sites are there? 2. And remember, out of 89, there are 2. It is not that these 2 are different and these 89 are different. So if this is the bigger set of 89, within that there is a Montreal Record of 2. What are these 2? Keoladev and Loktak. क्योलाडेव से क्या याद रखेंगे अभी के लिए? टील कार्बन. ओके. लॉकटक लेक से विल अगेन सी फ्लोटिंग vegetation, fumdies, dancing deer, etc., etc. So we'll see that, right? Okay. So let's move to the next one set of questions here. Pair-based questions have been asked. You'll see different types of questions being asked here. Hokera, Renuka, Rudrasagar, Sashtamkota. Now, Hokera, Punjab, Jammu. So this is not correct. Renuka is Himachal. This is correct. Rudrasagar Lake is in Tripura. This is correct. Shashtamkota is in. For Kerala, the Ramsar sites that you know are. So Vembanad, Kol, Astamudi, and Shashtamkota. They've mentioned Tamil Nadu. Any Ramsar site that you know from Tamil Nadu? Point Calimere. ठीक है. और वैसे तो 20 अभी हैं. There are so many. So here what is the right answer? Only 2 pairs are correct. Okay. Only 2 pairs are correct. If rainforests and tropical forests are lungs of the earth, then surely wetlands function as kidneys. Which one of the following functions of wetlands best reflects the above statement? Just go through this once. इसमें भी I have seen people getting confused. A, C, there are 2 more left, B and D. Why not D? नहीं, why not D? तो D भी हो सकता है. अब बस एक कोई और बोल दो B. We want in all inclusive होना चाहिए. Now I'm telling you, this is again a question that people will get confused in. Sorry? D है, okay. Change हो गया आंसर. अब चलो, I'll start with A. How many of you said A? We'll just see the. क्या हो गया? अच्छा, okay. Water cycle in wetlands involves surface runoff, subsoil percolation, evaporation. Is that the work of kidneys? पहले बताओ, what is the work of kidneys? Filtration होना चाहिए. Okay. Second, algae form nutrient base upon which fish, birds, crustacean, mollusks, reptile, and mammals thrive. No. While wetlands are very rich in biodiversity, but this does not explain why they are called kidneys. Okay. C, how many of you are saying C? How many of you are saying D? अब देखो, again, answer तो एक ही सही है, I know, but we'll see why. Wetlands play a vital role in maintaining sedimentation, balance, and soil stabilization. And the last one, aquatic plants, they absorb heavy metals and excess nutrients. अब सोचो, what will be the work of a kidney? Then what is the answer? They can also help in nutrient balance, but main thing is how will they maintain nutrient balance? By absorbing excess nutrients. If there is something excess, कोई भी heavy metal excess में, कोई भी nutrient excess में, they will absorb it, right? That is the work of kidneys. So the best answer in this case is aquatic plants absorb heavy metals and excess nutrients. Now, wetlands play a vital role in sedimentation. This is true. Wetlands actually are doing a lot of ecosystem services. Ecosystem services can be regulating also. Yes. So regulating bhi hai. They also help in stabilization. So they do so many things. I'm not saying none of that is incorrect, but the question has to be aligned to the role of kidneys. So they actually help in absorbing heavy metals and excess. Isme bhi when you note, the best answer is actually hidden at the last. So that you find something, अरे हाँ यही लग रहा है, you mark the answer and then you make the mistake. Only one में, उसमें भी see, उसमें भी अगर if it is very specific to the role of kidneys, I'll still go with D. But if the question is which of the ecosystem services are provided, then तो फिर of course whatever is there. Okay, now question 2019 का है. This is a question. This is a question I want you to have a look at. इसको देखो. This question is having, or you have to utilize your knowledge of polity, governance, and also environment. So this is not a very straightforward question. People online also write question number 3 and then give the answer. But here please go through the statements, because here I want you to go through the syntax. अच्छा, why is the answer not D? पहले एक एक करके answer I can of course tell you, but here there are 2 layers of elimination going on. So let's see the statement number 1. Under the Ramsar Convention it is, अब ये जो term है, this you are seeing again and again. By when you see climate change, you will see this term so many times. Is it mandatory on the part of the government to protect and conserve all the wetlands in the territory? दूसरी बात देखो, पहली बात है it is written under Ramsar. Ramsar is outside. So again, think from a sovereign perspective, this is not correct. If this is not correct, you should ideally be confused between B and C. How many of you think B? ठीक है? How many of you, those who say C, now tell me why is 2 not correct? ठीक है, रेस ये तो सही है ना, उल्टा थोड़ी ना है. अच्छा, तो again I can use the logic. US Constitution was formed way back. Indian Constitution was formed later. We had taken inspiration, yes or no? Again think. देखो, again I'll also tell you, post facto, when we say post facto, we are saying C. In the exam hall, many people would have gone for 2 and 3. Okay, and I'll tell you both sides in this question. The wetland conservation rules 2010, by the way, now 2017 rules have also come, were framed by the government of India, ठीक है, based on the recommendations of Ramsar Convention. If you just see it overall कि हाँ ठीक है, recommendations दिए थे Ramsar ने, we have made the rules. That is one interpretation. What UPSC has gone in this, or what interpretation they have taken, is that our rules have been framed not on basis of any recommendation, but purely on what we needed. So we may have consulted some of reports which can also include Ramsar Convention. So it is not as if that we have made them on the recommendation of Ramsar Convention. So here they've gone extremely nitty-gritty on the choose or the choice of words. Okay, but again I'll tell you, because I've seen a lot of these questions. When this question had come this year, most of the students had actually gone for 2 and 3. Almost most of the coaching institutes had also given this answer 2 and 3. Ultimately, the answer had become 3 only. To many surprise, then we went for a very specific choice and usage of word. So if you are only thinking that yes, 2 and 3 can be there, I would agree with you. But here they're going for the literal interpretation that they are exactly not based on this, but they can be inspired by it, which is why the answer is finally 3. So there are questions that when we do it in the hindsight analysis, we can go into so much of micro detailing, but of course when you will sit in the exam, you cannot go, because you will again have a general state of mind. तो ऐसे questions में भी again जो भी questions है, there will always be in every year 1 or 2 questions that will be slightly off track, but please remember that will be for everybody. And many times these questions are not the deciding ones. The deciding ones are the easy questions that we get wrong. जो हमें आता था वो हम गलत कर देते हैं, ठीक है? So here answer is C, okay? But the C is only why, because when we go through a very refined analysis of statement number 2. Okay. Which of the following is an artificial lake? You have Kodai Canal, you have Koleru, you have Nainital, you have Renuka. Okay, the answer is, if you break this term, some of you had also, some students had also broken this. Canal is again a canal creation, Kodai canal, artificial, created by man-made, Britishers time period, etc. So this is true. Again, now this is a slightly more detailed question. Here you are seeing wetlands, plus you are also seeing the confluence of rivers alongside. Okay. So then you have question number 5. So first is, for example, you have Harike Lake, you have Keladev Ghana, and you have Harike, Keladev Ghana, and Koleru. Okay. Anything which you can eliminate which is not correct. Confluence of Musi and Krishna is which one? Sorry? And Musi is there in which, if you remember, any body? No, that is true, Hyderabad. Achha, first of all, where is Koleru Lake? See, there are 2 lakes that are important. There is also Koleru, there is also Pulicat, there is Chilika. All the 3 have been asked by UPSC at a point of time. So यहाँ पे अलग से कहीं पे भी Pulicat तो अभी हम आगे भी देखेंगे. Pulicat Lake is where? And which state has maximum? One state has 96 and one is 4%. अब बताओ. Sorry? कितना? And how much is Tamil Nadu? 4 पक्का? चलो एक बार just see this once. Pulicat is 1. ये, by the way, this question has already been asked, that it is shared between 2 states, but there is one state that is there 4% and one is 96, and third is of course Koleru. So where is Koleru Lake? That is ठीक है. Okay. So for this one, just give me a second. I'll just (96) is? हाँ ठीक है. This is मैं ये होगा भी एग्जाम के बाद भी ऐसे होगा. So one is 96 and one is 4. So remember like this. Okay. So now when I talk about Harike, Harike is Satluj and Beas. This is true. When you see this term Beas river, any species that comes to mind? Indus river dolphin. Okay. The second, Keladev Ghana, confluence of Banas National Park and Chambal. This is wrong. इसको काट के, this is Gambhir and Ban Ganga. So 2 is wrong. 1 is correct. Third, Koleru Lake is at the confluence of Musi. This is also incorrect. Yes, this is Godavari and Krishna. I think किसी ने पहले भी बोला था ये. This is Godavari and Krishna. This is also incorrect. The answer is 1 only. No. There have been some areas, for example, Ramganga River pe which national park, etc. That has been matched. The ones, yes, Jim Corbett. This also is a previous question, by the way. So only on these ones, and maybe in the most recent Ramsar sites, if there are any rivers in news, that you should do. Beyond that, you even if you do it, you will forget it. Because सिर्फ ये नहीं है, फिर आपको हर डैम पे हर रिवर भी याद करनी पड़ेगी ऐसे. हर टेम्पल पे हर एक रिवर भी है. ठीक है. And then there are, so this geography वाला part, then when you start it is unlimited. Okay. So in these kind of questions, again, because see in this they are doing elimination also. So here the only takeaway is whatever they have asked you in the past you should know, plus what is there in current affairs you should know. ठीक है. चलो, let me ask you, current affairs में something was there in news. Kiladi, on which river? Vaigai river. अब ये न्यूज में है, मोस्ट ऑफ यू नो इट, यू शुड रिमेंबर इट. ठीक है. ओके, क्वेश्चन नंबर 6. If a wetland of international importance is brought to Montreal record, what does it imply? Just quickly go through the statements. What does it imply? अब देखो, please remember when I'm saying Montreal record, it includes past, present and future. So changes have occurred, past, are occurring, present, likely to occur, future. This is true. So if a wetland of national importance is brought under the Montreal record, this is the correct answer, is 6. How many are there in Montreal record again? We have already seen it, Keola Deo and Loktak Lake. Other than that, 5 kilometers, depends on cultural practices, is given the status of World Heritage. None of this actually makes sense. The answer is A. Okay. Next, with reference to the conservation organization called Wetland International, again a tip that we'll have, if I see international in front of a body, 99% chance it will be a NGO. And why are we saying that? Because there are questions asking whether the body is intergovernmental organization, whether it is a UN based organization. This year there was a question, World Toilet Organization. और पहला क्या statement था? It is one of the UN specialized bodies. It is of course not. तो वो पहला statement we can easily eliminate. But for that we need to know what are UN specialized bodies. Similarly, what are intergovernmental bodies? Any example of intergovernmental bodies? IPCC can be one. What about CITES? CITES is also intergovernmental. Okay. SAVEN is also intergovernmental. Okay. So there are some bodies. But many are in NGOs, non-governmental organizations. Like Traffic can be one, Wetland International, Transparency International, BirdLife International, yes, many. Okay. अब देखते हैं. हाँ. So question number 7, let's have a look at. इसको देखो और इसमें almost body base पे almost this is the template UPSC is seeing. We see, I'll show you many questions like this. First statement will be something about its origin. Second will be about its function. This is a common template across bodies they will ask you. First, it is an intergovernmental organization formed by the countries which are signatories to the Ramsar Convention. True or false? False. It works at the field level to develop and mobilize knowledge, use the practical experience to advocate for better policies. अब ये इससे generic statement कोई नहीं हो सकता, ठीक? So you have to be comfortable in seeing generic statement. इसमें कुछ भी नहीं है. This is pure English. उसने ये तक भी नहीं बोला कि this is about wetland conservation, all about advocating better policies, etc. So this is correct. Okay. So what is the correct answer here? 2 only. Okay, we'll do some questions here. Okay, by what time do you need a break? 1? नहीं अभी तो नहीं, because we also have a CSAT class, so I can only give you 1 break. By 1? ठीक है. Sorry? 5 minutes, ठीक है, ठीक है. I'm giving you 5 minutes break. But the proper break I'll give you at 1. Okay? Five minutes, they're asking. Half of the portion will be done on one day, half of the portion on the other. Achha, I'll also, I'm just going through. Yeah, both days all day, yeah. It also depends on how soon I can start. People online, we just have a small 5 minutes break. In case you have a doubt, you can write back. Exact 12:05 पे I'll start, ठीक है? इसमें around 4:30. No, there is. After that, just after my class, there is. Gautam, approximately around 4:30. Any doubts so far, people online? You can just have your water or a small break. But now this protected area topic is very important. राइट नहीं बट अगर बाकी जो दो देखोगे ना उसमें भी देर आर सम मिस्टेक्स हियर ऑल्सो दैट फॉर एग्जाम्पल जो सेकेंड और फोर्थ ऑप्शन है वो जनरली आर नॉट सीन तो इसमें दैट 3 वाले पार्ट पे दैट वी जनरली सी इनफैक्ट जो मैंने आपको वो दिखाया था ना दैट होल इमेज कुंदन जो पूरा हमने लिस्ट देखी थी ना उसमें भी जो होल लिस्ट ऑफ वैस्प्स उसमें कैराबिड इज वन ऑफ देम ये तो पूरी फैमिली है हाँ इसमें भी देयर इज अ पार्ट वेयर इन यू कैन फाइंड देम प्रे पे भी है पर देर आर एग्जाम्पल्स आई शो ऑल्सो शेयर विद यू जहाँ पे यू कैन फाइंड कैराबिड बीइंग वन ऑफ देम द वंस दैट वी कैन से कि सेंटीपीड और टर्माइट्स यूजुअली वी डोंट सी देम कन्वेंशनल अंडरस्टैंडिंग से टर्माइट्स के बहुत रेयर एग्जाम्पल हैं देखो मैंने तो देखे मतलब अगर मैं बोल रहा हूँ रेयर केस में जाओगे सो यू कैन ऑल्सो फाइंड टर्माइट्स ऑल्सो इन वेरी रेयर केस कन्वेंशनल अंडरस्टैंडिंग में वन शुड गो फॉर ऑल 3 ठीक है अब अगेन आई एम सेइंग बहुत लूज और लिटरल इंटरप्रिटेशन कहीं पे भी एक रैंडम भी दिखा then they can also go with all 5 इसलिए this is also one question where many coaching institutes have different set of answers yeah yeah हाँ तो 12 किस में है ना जस्ट ठीक है वो तो चलो अच्छा है फिर लेट अस सी ठीक है ओके गुड पॉइंट हम्म अच्छा ओके समथिंग बस +4 था एक बार चलो एक बार वेरीफाई कर लेंगे इसको मैं भी बता दूं ओके वील स्टार्ट बिकॉज वी आर शॉर्ट ऑन टाइम एक्चुअली सो आई एम स्टार्टिंग विद दिस segment now this is one area where you have a lot of doubts protected areas mein national parks so again first thing is I hope people online are seeing this Gautam, I'll take up these questions when we have a proper break. I think we'll have a break around 1. Now, पहली चीज ये है कि whatever areas that you are seeing in these PYQs, you should have them on your tips because these have been asked. So if they ask you anything related to them, you should be having knowledge about. Okay, that's the first expectation. Second thing in this thing is your current affairs. So whatever new species, new area that is there in the news, that becomes important for us and that is all. So again, no need to cover all the national parks and ratifying it. This is again not a state based exam जहाँ पे आपको हर एक park पे बहुत specific पूछेंगे. Second, wildlife sanctuaries more than 515 number. Again, no point in remembering all of them. Only the ones that are important is what you should be aware and you should know about. Tiger reserves, because there are how many right now? 57. Okay. So the last 7 or 8 tiger reserves you should be aware about. In addition to this, there are certain states specifically like news because of tiger reserves. Similarly, areas that you generally ignore, maybe the parts of northern India or let's say northeast. This is how you can complete this portion. Okay. Now we'll start with question number 1. This is actually a very technical question, okay? It seems easy, but it is not. The question is related, once a central government notifies an area as community reserve. So, pehli cheez, what are community reserves? Please note, community reserves, are they mentioned under any act or not? They are mentioned under the Wildlife Protection Act 1972. Now, there are two terms, one is conservation reserve, one is community reserve. Community reserves are on private land, conservation reserves are on government owned land, okay? First point, Chief Wildlife Warden of the state becomes the governing authority of such a forest. This is not correct. For this, we will go back exactly to the act. There is a specific section 36B, उसमें जो लिखा है वो हम देखेंगे. अब देखो 36 में क्या लिखा है? If I am declaring or managing a community reserve, the state government will constitute a community reserve management committee. So it is not the chief wildlife warden who becomes the governing authority. It is the state government who will appoint a committee. The name of the committee is Community Reserve Management Committee. It is the authority responsible for conserving, maintaining and managing the community reserve. This is an important piece of detail. And they've asked you in this level of detail that who is going to be the governing authority in community reserve? Community Reserve Management Authority Committee. There's a particular committee for it. Okay. It will have 5 representatives nominated by village panchayat. Okay. They will be competent authority, etc. So again, these are few things that are mentioned here. So that is something that we'll keep in mind. So first is not correct. Second, hunting is not allowed in such an area. True? Because you are going for let's say conservation, you will prohibit hunting. People of such area are allowed to collect non-timber forest produce. They are allowed. In fact, when you read about Wildlife Protection Act, also remember parallelly even Forest Rights Act will also go. The rights related to non-timber forests are governed by the Forest Rights Act. ठीक है? Last है, people of such areas are allowed traditional agricultural practices. Now, in many communities, some of the traditional agricultural practices are harmful to the environment. Let's say think about zooming cultivation. ठीक है? Slash and burn, for example, same zooming. So they are not allowed in this case. So from a community conservation perspective, statement number 2 is correct, 3 is correct. Why is statement 1 wrong? There is a community reserve management committee in this regard that is going to take care. Okay. So what is the correct answer in this case? Only 2. ठीक है? So community reserve याद रखेंगे. We've also seen in if somebody's followed the PRP tests, which is the state with the maximum community reserves? Nagaland. Which is the state with maximum conservation reserve? Jammu and Kashmir. Conservation reserve say you also get to remember Dugong Conservation Reserve. Where? Gulf of Mannar, right? Okay. Yes. हाँ. अच्छा. Okay. देखो, the year was 2002. There was an amendment done to the Wildlife Protection Act. So you have 2 things. One is community reserve and one is conservation reserve. These 2 terms were added in 2002 in the Wildlife Protection Act. This year is not very important. Now, community reserve is on private land. This is on government land. According to the act, when these 2 terms were added, both these could only be declared by only the state government could do this. Now, in the Wildlife Protection Act, the amendment that has happened in 2022, conservation reserve, even the central government can also notify them. ठीक है? हाँ, communities only state. अब इस क्वेश्चन में ये बड़ी चीज अजीब है कि once the central government notifies it, if I go through the act, there is no mention of central government kahin pe bhi. So this, maybe there's a typo, okay, but they have not cancelled this question, because if you see the entire act, yahan pe bhi the state government may, from the community reserve, the state government shall constitute a community reserve management committee, so that is not mentioned. So this may be a point of dispute for you, but remember, state government can declare both community as well as conservation, but in the recent amendment, the central government can also declare conservation reserve. ठीक है? Can also. So it's not the exclusive power of state. Okay? Is this clear now? ठीक है? Okay. No, Amendment to Wildlife Protection Act 1972 into 2022, which happened. Now, with reference to India's Desert National Park, where this park is? Rajasthan. It is spread over 2 districts. True. Jaisalmer and Badmer. True. Not needed for this question, but still, if you remember, excellent. Now, in this question, there is only one trick that you have to know, or not just trick, basic application of knowledge. There is no human habitation inside the park. Ab dekho, the park is spread across 2 districts. Huge park. When I say human habitation, we are not saying that DLF is going to build the societies there. We are saying that even can there be some old primitive tribal habitations or hamlets. So they can still exist. So whenever you think about a national park, of course, Wildlife Protection Act is there, but also remember, Forest Rights Act will also be there. Forest Rights Act is applicable inside a protected area also. So the tribal areas or tribal people who are already living can still live. So to say that there is no human habitation, it's a very absolute statement. This is not wrong because of this fact. If there is a tribal people or settlement, and by the way, in Rajasthan, there are many tribal groups that are living. Of course, we are not saying that new human habitation, but the older tribals that are living, that can still exist. So because of this, statement 2 is wrong. If statement 2 is wrong, I get my answer. Third statement, it is one of the natural habitats of great Indian bustard. True. GIB is critically endangered. Yes. GIB से related और कुछ, what you remember? Vulture से वो. GB चलो. They have poor vision. They don't wear goggles, right? और कुछ? They have poor vision, so that is why they collide into the electrical lines, fences. With them, there is a very famous Supreme Court case, MK Ranjit Singh versus Union of India. Okay, that case also spoke about Article 14 and Article 21. Both of them are also given to the people. So MK Ranjit Singh, very famous case. It's a very heavy bird, great Indian bustard. So answer is 1 and 3. Okay, now, कुछ कह रहे थे आप? Khejri tree, there in Rajasthan, Khejri tree is worshipped by Bishnois, that is separate. इससे related एक और चीज है, आप अभी भी, I think 1 week back there was an article, or I think one Orans सुना है आपने? Orans. So this is again, Orans is a sacred grove found in Rajasthan, again a very important area for great Indian bustard. So this term ORANS. I think only a week back there was an article, एक बड़ा सा article था हिंदू में इस पे. Okay. Now, which of the following protected areas? अब देखो, these questions again 2020 question, they have a rooting in some of the contemporary current affairs. So if you're not directly able to understand them, you don't have to worry, because some questions have been inspired by current affairs. Okay. It is well known for conservation of subspecies of Indian swamp deer, Barasingha. First thing to remember is Barasingha is the state animal of UP as well as MP. Okay. It thrives well on hard ground and is exclusively graminivorous. What is graminivorous? There is a graminy that you read in ancient history. What is that graminy? Head of the village. So it actually eats the head of the village. It's a man-eater. This is herbivorous. वो graminy अलग है. This is different. Okay. So this is exclusively eating the grass. So what is the correct answer here? Iska the context I'll just give you. Barasingha was made the mascot, okay, of, and it was the first tiger reserve in India to have a mascot. This was declared way back in 2017 and UPSC asked you this in 2020, expecting that you read the current affairs of 3 years. So this was a current affairs of 2017 that Kanha Tiger Reserve or National Park was the first in India to have a mascot. First. ठीक है? Talking of this, अभी Great Indian Bustard की बात करी थी. In 2020 only, there was CMS, you know, Convention on Migratory Species. It had a COP13 in Gandhinagar. It was the mascot. And it was perhaps the inspiration for this question. So what are the COPs जो भी recent होती है news में, many times a question based on this. In this question what they have done, they have mixed the knowledge of protected areas as well. Okay? So CMS is Convention on Migratory Species, also known as the Bonn Convention, which is why some of your friends were saying this num, GIBI is GB. This was the mascot. Coming back, so Kanha, where is Kanha? MP. Where is Manas? Assam. Is Manas a UNESCO World Heritage Site? It is. Is Kaziranga World Heritage Site? So Assam में दोनों, both of them are UNESCO World Heritage Sites. Mudumalai, where is Mudumalai? Tal Chappar, Rajasthan. So this is the answer A. Among the following tiger reserves, which one has the largest area under critical tiger habitat? See, the biggest tiger reserve area wise is, so if we apply some maths, this is the biggest tiger reserve. Within a tiger reserve there will be a critical tiger habitat. So area wise, if this is the biggest, so numerically also or percentage wise also, this will be the biggest area. Okay. Now this term is mentioned, critical tiger habitat. So I'll tell you two terms which are very confusing. One is, so this term is critical tiger habitat. This is present in which act? But there is a very confusing term. Both these terms have been asked by UPSC. This is there in this has also been asked, and this you directly now see in this question. ये भी पूछ चुका UPSC, अभी आपको I'll show you that question. But this term is mentioned in FRA. This term is mentioned in Wildlife Protection Act. The concept is almost the same, that within an area, big area, a very small core area will be there which will almost have no human disturbance. This will be there for the conservation of the species. Same concept is there for critical tiger habitat. The answer here is Nagarjun Sagar Srisalem. Where is Jim Corbett? What is the river? Ramganga. Is Jim Corbett the first national park of India? Ranthambore, where is it? And where is Sundarbans? And with Sundarbans, it is the world's largest mangrove area. Yes. Which of the following is most likely to find the musk deer in its natural habitat? Can it be US? But वहां पे तो Elon Musk है. तो musk deer, where would you find it? अब देखो, there are 4 options. This question you can solve via elimination. If there is a musk deer, what does musk tell you? Where would it be? Higher altitudes or plains? High altitudes. Now you have ascot. किसकी से सही में सुना है ascot का नाम? जिसे नहीं सुना है honestly बताओ. अच्छा, उस टाइम नहीं सुना था, ठीक है, गुड. गंगोत्री सुना है, सुना होगा. किशनपुर वाइल्ड लाइफ सैंक्चुरी. वेयर इज किशनपुर? ठीक है, तो किशनपुर इज यूपी. इज यूपी ऑन हाई ऑल्टीट्यूड्स? नहीं. कैन आई रिमूव किशनपुर? सो इफ Kishanpur, by the way, is some of the plain area here. This is not our answer. 3 should not be there. Manas National Park. अब देखो, if you're talking of musk deer, and basically you're talking of high altitudes, okay? So let's say this is the part of India. You have parts of Himachal, let's say parts of Uttarakhand and Ladakh. In Uttarakhand, for example, I can find musk deer. And similarly, wherever you find snow leopard, where you can find musk deer also, okay? So Gangotri mein to hona chahiye pakka. 2 has to be in the answer. There is only one option where there is 2. Even if you don't know Askot, you can still do it. By the way, Askot is also there in Uttarakhand. Ab dekho, Askot is also Uttarakhand. Gangotri is also Uttarakhand. And then there is very far away, what? Manas. Manas is in Assam. So think from the movement point of view. Ab there is no bullet train for musk deer, yes or no? Agar wo yahan se jayega, to there will be so many predators that will catch it. So generally from a habitat perspective, they cannot run too much. सोच सकते हो? ठीक है. So the answer here is Askot and Gangotri. Now for Askot also, Askot is where? Uttarakhand. And देखो क्वेश्चन अभी पूछा मस्क डेयर पे, सेम क्वेश्चन कैन बी आस्क्ड विद रिस्पेक्ट टू स्नो लेपर्ड ऑल्सो. What is related to snow leopard? What is the declaration, if you remember? Bishkek. And why am I emphasizing snow leopard? Because in 2024, the very first census of snow leopard has been done in India. Very first. Which is the state that is leading? The total number of snow leopard in India is 718. So you have Jammu and Kashmir, basically Ladakh leading it. Hemis being the snow leopard capital of the world. उसको याद रख सकते हो, ठीक है? The answer is 1 and 2. Which of the following? अब देखो, अभी ऐसे नहीं, ऐसे ये रटो मत. देखो, which of the following national park, क्योंकि I can change the options, I can still confuse you, lies completely in the temperate alpine zone? First of all, tell me what is the meaning of this statement. At higher altitudes, okay? तो अब इस केस में anything, देखो, there will be something that will be there on land, and the question says completely. So what if I'll go one by one statement wise, and then I'll try to find out. So you have Manas National Park. First of all, where is Manas? You have Namdafa. Where is Namdafa? Neora Valley. Valley of Flowers. अब देखो, मानस के केस में do you find alpine area? मानस के केस में there will be plain area, and at max there will be some foothills. Okay, so this cannot be my answer. Now Namdafa is actually confusing. Why Namdafa is confusing? Because of course there is some part of land, and then there is some part which is going in the higher altitude. But does Namdafa completely lie in the alpine zone? No, because you already have this option of Valley of Flowers. Now if Valley of Flowers was not there and completely nahi hota, and agar hota ki that also lies in alpine zone, then the answer could have been Namdafa. But completely nahi, tab nahi hoga. Neora Valley, again it's a part of West Bengal. So here you will see plain region, and there please note the mention is also of temperate. You can also solve this question through vegetation also. In temperate you can find certain conifers also. In these areas you will find tropical varieties. So you can also eliminate by this. When you come to Valley of Flowers, these are found at higher altitudes. So the answer here is Valley of Flowers. These questions in protected areas are using your knowledge of geography as well. So you have to know which part is aligning in which area. Okay, so that is the alpine part. Now, which of the following are in Agast Malai Biosphere Reserve? Where is Agast Malai? Okay. Now, this is again a question. When this was asked, people were in shock. Many people did not know. सारे नाम नहीं लग रहे थे. Now in these kind of questions, now I'll tell you, see, in biosphere reserves, there are 3 biosphere reserves that you should always do. One is Nilgiri, one is Agast Malai, and one is Cold Desert, because these biosphere reserves have multiple protected areas within them. So in this case, if I talk about Mudu Malai, Satyamangalam, Wayanad, Silent Valley, this is the answer of Nilgiri. This is not the right answer. You have Kaudinya, Gondla, Brahmeshwaram, Papi. What is Papi Konda? इससे कुछ याद आ रहा है? Andhra Pradesh. I can also eliminate this. Then you have Kaval, where is Sri Venkateshwara? Yes, right. Even this you can eliminate if you have some idea of where is Agast Malai. When this question was asked just an year back, this was declared as one of the biosphere reserves. So this could have been a potential site. So answer is Nayar, Pepara, Shedurne, Kalakkad. In this question, you can just write down Kanikaran tribe. One of the world's most primitive tribe, Kanikaran tribe, is found in Agast Malay Biosphere Reserve. Primitive, one of the world's oldest, Kanikaran tribe. नहीं वो नहीं है. बोलो मैं जान रहा हूँ तुम बोले चलो. You're talking about elephant वाला ना फिर नहीं वो अलग है. अच्छा elephant वाली tribe कौन सी है? That elephant whisperers, that documentary which had won. पेंच. चलो इसमें आंसर यहीं पे है. चलो अब बताओ. Answer is Mudumalai, but what is the name of the tribe? अच्छा, that tribe, मुझे नाम बताना. That you are saying that they are able to tell the name of Neel Kurunji wala. That I am not aware. Neel Kurunji, I don't think I have made you right, huh? हाँ मुझे नहीं याद है that I made you right. हाँ होगा okay. So here the answer is A. Okay, which one? Sorry, Balian. वो तो कुक्कू. हाँ, that is Kutanayakan tribe, which is a PVTG. That is there. Kutanayakan. This is a PVTG. In fact, with Mudumalai, we had also remembered, if you know, Senus spectabilis, invasive species, again for Mudumalai. Name was Kutanayakan, PVTG, etc. You have done. Okay, good. People online. But isme your homework is that in biosphere reserves, Nilgiri, do it on a map. Agast Malai, do it on a map, and cold desert also. See the protected areas within those areas. Okay, so that would be helpful. These are one-liners. They should not take much time. In which of the following states is Pakhui Wildlife Sanctuary located? The answer is Arunachal. What is the other name for Pakhui? Pakke, P-A-K-K-E. Pakke Tiger Reserve or Pakhui is the other name that you should also be aware about. Any national park that you remember from Nagaland? Good. Anyone from Meghalaya? And Balbakram? Okay, ठीक है. Manipur तो you just gave the answer. Okay, now again this is a question because you've seen terms like Papikonda. अब ये question ना अगर थोड़ी सी if you apply your geography knowledge you will get it right. But there are questions like this you cannot prepare it before the exam hall. Now, which of the following protected areas this question was seen for the very first time, that they are asking you in a basin. A river basin is a huge area, right? So protected areas that are located in Kaveri river basin. So you have to again remember where is Kaveri flowing. Achha, Kaveri river dispute is between which states? You have Kerala also, you have Tamil Nadu also fighting for it. Okay. Now, if you know generally the basic knowledge of Nilgiri, if you have. Now in this case, what should not be in the answer? Papikonda. Why? Because Papikonda is Andhra Pradesh. I can eliminate Papikonda. At least I'll be left with 3 and 4 and 1, 3 and 4. Now 3 and 4 have to be correct. Satyamangalam. We'll again see this. Satyamangalam is a connecting link between Western Ghats and Eastern Ghats. Okay, so let's say if I draw a line here, somewhere here is your Satyamangalam Tiger Reserve. Pehle UPSC used to ask a question that what connects Eastern Ghats and Western Ghats? The answer was Nilgiris. And now even a more specific question, which is why if you know कि Nilgiri में you have Satyamangalam within Nilgiri. So this part is true, Wayanad is true. Now you have to make a choice between this Nagarhole National Park. Nagarhole is Karnataka. So if we have seen the Nilgiri area, it also extends to Nagarhole, and I am talking about Kaveri river basin. So if I take a broader perspective that it can even stretch up to Nagarhole, okay. So here the answer is 1, 3 and 4. In this question, if you ultimately arrive till here, you are still on the right path. Because only after this, because if somebody has a good knowledge of geography, you will be very confident. Answer is 1, 3 and 4. Otherwise, you will have to do a 50-50 on this question. But in questions ke liye, again, if you are seeing this again and again, my advice would be, at least when you do biosphere reserves or basic mapping, try to map Bandipur, Nagarhole, Satyamangalam, Wayanad, just in one area. Similarly, areas of Eastern Ghats. Eastern Ghats be again very much in use because of then red sanders hai. Again, you have Araku coffee. Where is Araku coffee? Western Ghats or Eastern Ghats? Eastern Ghats. Okay. Which of the following national park has a climate that varies from tropical to subtropical to temperate and arctic? Which means there is a huge variation that is seen across. Now you have Kanchenjunga, you have Nanda Devi, you have Neora Valley and you have Namdapha. Here the best answer has to be Namdapha, but why? Why is there so much of variation that can be found here? And Achha, where is Neora Valley again gets repeated? Where is Neora Valley? West Bengal. Nanda Devi, Uttarakhand. Kanchenjunga. Ab dekho, why is Nanda Devi not the answer? Because in Nanda Devi it is alpine zone. Because you do Nanda Devi and Valley of Flowers saath mein. So this should not be there. Why is Kanchenjunga not there? That is alpine, so it will have more of temperate alpine part. It will not have tropical and subtropical part. Yes. Now, why is Neora Valley not the answer? Neora Valley will have tropical and subtropical, but it will have not these two. What will have all the four? Namdapha. This question is almost similar to the question that you have seen. That is completely alpine, right? But again, this question is again a mix of geography. From an ecological point of view, which of the following assumes as important link between Eastern Ghats and Western Ghats? The answer is Satyamangalam Tiger Reserve. Now you have Nalla Malla. Where is Nalla Malla forest? Any idea? Andhra Pradesh. Nagarhole. Abhi dekha abhi humne. Now there is a mention of Sheshachalam. Sheshachalam is important from which perspective? And ye to likha hai yahan pe. Is there any important temple close to this? Yes, Tirupati. And Sheshachalam, that area is again very close to where your red sanders is. So again from that angle, that is why I am connecting cultural also, ecological also, economic also. Abhi, there was also a dispute in that. Okay. Now, so this answer is correct, but again for all the options you should have some knowledge. Question number 12. In India, now this was again a tougher question back then. और सोचो अगर उस टाइम पे only 1, only 2 होता तो ये क्वेश्चन और मुश्किल हो जाता. In India, and in this case please note UPSC has used only in all the 3 statements and there is no none. Okay, then you have to solve it. The Himalayas are spread over 5 states only. Even if you don't count it, there will be many states. Okay? So that never is actually right. There will be many states. So this is wrong. Western Ghats are spread over 5 states only. So count karte hain 6 ko. How many? Gujarat, Maharashtra, Goa, Karnataka. 6, yes. So many times what happens? Either we miss Gujarat or we miss Goa. Okay? So this is there. Now I'll give you homework. How many states are there in Eastern Ghats? Usko prepare karo saath mein. Eastern Ghats is, let's say, news because of many reasons this year. So exactly that you should know. And with Eastern Ghats, what would you remember at least? One is red sanders, Araku coffee, और भी कोई update मिले उसको भी add करते रहो वहाँ पे. ठीक है? Jordan cursor ठीक है? Pulicat Lake is spread across 2 states. What are 2 states? And we have seen 96% and 4% also. Okay? So that is there. What is the correct answer? 3 only. So this is again a question very deep rooted in geography knowledge. If you want to see ghadiyals, in their natural habitat, which of the following is the best place to visit? The answer is Chambal. Bhitarkanika mangroves are seen. What do you see here? Salt water crocodiles. Okay. With Bhitarkanika, what did I tell you? Why is this important this year? So in 1975, the project Crocodile was launched. It was launched from Bhitarkanika. Next thing, of course, we need to know ghadials. What is the IUCN status? Critically endangered for ghadials. We know why are the ghadials? Their snout is very long. Okay. In India, how many varieties of crocodile do we find? 3. Ghadial, magar, and saltwater crocodile. Okay. Saltwater crocodile, of course, I can find in Bhitarkanika also. Which is the only state in India to have all the 3 types of crocodile? The answer is Odisha in the Kendrapada district. पुलिकट लेक फिर से देखो हम देख चुके हैं. Where is Deepor Beel, Assam? Here the answer is Chambal. We'll remember Chambal. Okay. Recently there was, अब देखो whenever UPSC uses recently, so it is not just 1 year. It can be way beyond. They write recently. देखो, they had asked a question in, this question was asked in 2017. The verdict Supreme Court gave in 2013. तो वो recently था उनके लिए. So recently there was a proposal to translocate some of the lions from their natural habitat in Gujarat. Which lions are they talking about? Asiatic lions. To which of the following sites? इसका भी answer is Kuno. Second thing, इसमें यहाँ पे लिखना, because this is the update that you should know about Asiatic lion. There is something known as lion at 2047. Which is the area where you want to now translocate the Asiatic lions? Okay. No, इसका the answer is this बर्दा. गांधी सागर दूसरे का है. हाँ, तुमने भी इतने कॉन्फिडेंस से बोला. I also got confused. This is बर्दा. पर हम we have also done this in the class. Gandhi Sagar is related to the cheetah. That is the second site. So cheetah is also getting there. You see cheetah in Kuno, but you also see them in Gandhi Sagar. So please make this correction. Again, I'll repeat. So Asiatic lions, of course, are found in Gir. It is the only abode. You are now under the Lion at 2047 project. You are trying to move some of them in Barda. Barda is also very close to Porbandar, almost 15 kilometers away. That is Barda Wildlife Sanctuary. Okay? In this question, the answer is Kuno. Where is Mudumalai? Tamil Nadu, abhi dekha humne. With Mudumalai, we've seen 2 facts. Kutanakan tribe and 1 invasive species. Senna spectabilis. Where is Sariska? Rajasthan. Corbett, फिर से, of course we know where this is. So line at 2047 is Barda. But in Kuno, you also have the relocation of African cheetah. The cheetahs are also now being moved to, this is Gandhi Sagar. Okay. Now, which of the following national parks is unique, being a swamp with a floating vegetation that supports a rich biodiversity? This is Cable Lamjao. Where is Cable Lamjao? And they are talking about which floating vegetation you are talking about? There is a dancing deer, right? Now, where is Keola Devghana? देख चुके हैं बहुत बार. Beta Kanika again we have seen many times. Okay. देखो there is अब यहाँ पे there is also one confusing thing. This is a floating vegetation. There is also a floating treatment park. Where is that? I've also shared this with you in one of these PDF updates. I think that was Nek Nampur or what was that? I'll just. Floating treatment wetland hai, and I think I'll just give you the answer. Most probably it is Nek Nampur Lake. Nek Nampur? हाँ तो वो लिख सकते हो. Nek Nampur Lake is in Hyderabad. It is a floating treatment wetland. नाम क्या है? Floating treatment means it is going to treat up whatever pollution is there. So there are two terms. One is a floating wetland that has floating vegetation, that is separate. That is what? Cable lam jao. There is a floating FTW, floating treatment wetland. The answer is Nek Nampur Lake in Hyderabad. And Nek Nampur Lake is not a Ramsar site. This is known as India's first FTW, floating treatment wetland. ठीक है. अब इसमें what can be interesting is that this is also based on the hydroponics technique. So there is soilless agriculture. This is there for cleaning up the area. So this can also be asked. What is a floating treatment wetland? How does it purify the area, etc., etc. इसमें just एक बार cross check कर लेना whether this is a part of Ramsar site or not. To the best of my knowledge, I don't think this is a Ramsar site, but just cross check once. ठीक है. So there are two confusing ones. You've written them both. Let's move to the next one. Eco-sensitive zones. They are areas that are declared under the Wildlife Protection Act. The moment you see this, why? Environment Protection Act. Is the term eco-sensitive zone defined in this? It is not. But they are given or declared under EPA. So make this distinction very clear. So first is wrong. The purpose of declaration of eco-sensitive zones is to prohibit all kinds of human activities in those zones except agriculture. So there are some things that are regulated, but to say that prohibit all kinds of human activities again is wrong. Okay. So what is the right answer here? Neither one nor two. The most important strategy for conservation of biodiversity together with traditional human life is the establishment of. इसको देखो और मुझे आंसर बताओ. Many people, देखो, sometimes while doing it we may get confused. Okay, okay, great. So these are not a Ramsar, right? Okay, fine. So most important strategy for conservation of biodiversity together, बताओ. We see what is the answer? MAN, MAB, Man and Biosphere Reserves Program, right? So traditional human life and the biosphere. So answer is Biosphere Reserves. Biosphere Reserves are declared under which act of government? There is no legal backing that they have, but they have within themselves a lot of protected areas which themselves may have legal backing. So let's say if Biosphere Reserve already has national parks or wildlife sanctuaries or let's say other areas, they may themselves be protected under Wildlife Protection Act, so on and so forth. Okay, so answer here is A. Okay, now question number 18. Dampa Tiger Reserve, Mizoram. By the way, Dampa Tiger Reserve was also in news in the tiger census because there was, yes, 0 tigers in there. Okay. Then you have Gumti Wildlife Sanctuary, Sikkim. Saramati Peak. This is Nagaland. So which is correct here? So again, जैसे कि the ones that have been asked, that you should know. Dampa, for example, you should know. Neora Valley has been asked so many times. Gumti. So keep a list. Okay, so this is wrong. Okay. I'll take up some of the initial questions here. At 1, we'll have a break. So we are starting with the climate change, organizations, agreements. I think this is the overall the longest section. How many questions are here? 39. Okay. Now in this, a lot of questions are also one-liners, right? Climate change you have a lot of diversity of questions. Of course, concepts of climate change have been asked. Organizations related to climate change, yes, have been asked. Agreements, initiatives. So there's a huge mix of questions. I'll try to take up around 5 to 6 questions. After that, we'll have a break. Okay? Sorry? I think we'll let's take it up in this sequence only. Otherwise, there will be a hiccup. Maybe there is, again, whatever is going to be connected, I'll take it up. So don't worry about it. Okay, so very first question that you see is a slightly odd question, which is again a mixture of both current affairs that you see. So the question is related to which of the following? You have the UNOPS Sustainable Investments in Infrastructure and Innovation S3I. So in this kind of question, I'll also tell you, the moment people saw this, what would have been the answer they would have gone for? Sab pe gaye, theek hai? Because to eliminate one of them is very difficult. Affordable housing, mass, rapid transport, healthcare, renewable energy, almost all of them looks correct. But here, what is the right answer? Only 3, and what is not a part of this? Yes. So affordable housing is one of the part here. Mass rapid transport, in fact, is not there. Healthcare, yes. Renewable, yes. Okay. Ab isme bhi you can also give a justification that if I'm thinking of sustainable investments in the infrastructure, mass rapid transport does not have to be a very core component. Okay? But again here, most of the students had actually gone for all the 4. So again, you already know the cutoff for 2023. So aise mein, and either in this question, either people will go for only 2 or all 4. They will think 2 are wrong or they will think all are correct. So what the examiner says, I will give only 3. So again, this is again a question that's slightly an outlier. So that is there. Now this is an important overall topic because of the body that is there. Invasive Species Specialist Group. Now the question itself is telling you, it develops Global Invasive Species Database. This can be a potential question later on. It belongs to which of the following organizations? Now, every year you will see maybe some of these initiatives, and it may be possible that you have not heard it. Okay? In this question, if you have to go for elimination, how would you proceed? कौन सा पक्का नहीं होगा? जैसे United Nations World Commission for Environment and Development, generally we don't read about it. Okay? So, and invasive species related, so this I would not recommend. Up there is UNEP. By the way, UNEP has a lot of initiatives. In fact, UNEP has a lot of reports also. Okay? Then you have WWF. With WWF, generally what you remember is the Living Planet Report or the Living Planet Index. Other than that, for example, the TX2 initiative, doubling the population of tigers in general. Okay? WWF is also there with a body called Traffic. True or false? IUCN plus WWF create a body called as Traffic. So WWF are you generally see in this regard. Okay. So IUCN, when you talk about, in fact, IUCN has many commissions. It has something known as a Species Survival Commission. It also has many other commissions on oceans also, on land also, etc. SSC, by the way, has one of the invasive species specialist group. By the way, SSC also has amphibian related groups. It also has reptile related groups. Almost any other species that you think about are covered under the Species Survival Commission of IUCN. So this is correct. The answer here is IUCN. In this, one could have been confused between A and B. The correct answer here is A, IUCN. With IUCN, what things do we remember? IUCN has a red list. Yes. What do the pink pages in the red list tell us? So pink pages tell us critically endangered. Other than that, this year there is something known as STAR related to IUCN that is there in the news. The full form of STAR is, I think, something related to species threat assessment. I'm not able to recall. Acha, 3, species threat assessment and restoration. Acha, okay, abatement and restoration. This is STAR. This is again IUCN. IUCN, so one is red list of species. IUCN is also red list of ecosystem. Plus एक और लिख सकते हैं global ecosystem typology. This is also related to IUCN. In fact, in our class we've done a huge list of IUCN and its initiatives. अब IUCN also has a green status of species. The green status में the species that have recovered in a period of time are added to this. So red list में pink pages हैं. There is a green status of species. There is a red list of ecosystem. There is global ecosystem typology. There is STAR. What is species threat abatement and restoration? Okay, these are some of the important initiatives of IUCN. IUCN is a NGO. Okay. Up, this is again a classic question. Whenever you see many statements in a question, don't get panic. In this, there will be some statement that you will be able to at least find कि ये तो गलत हो सकता है. In this, the best approach is, if you find multi statements more than 4, go for the most non-controversial first, the least ambiguous option. Okay. Now, Climate Group, for example, is an international non-profit organization that derives climate action, etc. तो इन्होंने क्या लिखा है? इंटरनेशनल नॉन प्रॉफिट. देयर आर सो मेनी नॉन प्रॉफिट ग्रुप्स. हो सकता है, ठीक है. आगे IEA is an important body, by the way, in partnership with Climate Group has launched Global EP100. This could be true also, this could be false also. EP100 brings together, अब EP100 of course there will be many countries, many organizations in it. Bring together leading companies for innovation in energy efficiency, increasing competitiveness. Looks a fairly decent option. Some Indian companies are members of EP100. So let's say even if one Indian company is a part of it, this would be true. Okay. And IEA is the secretariat to under 2 coalition. ये अभी फिर से repeat होगा, under 2 coalition. This is a repeated question that they have asked you. Now, this can also be wrong. Maybe some other bodies the secretariat to it. So in this case, at least 2 and 5 for me are the trigger ones. They can actually be wrong. Okay. So if I go for elimination, 2 can be wrong. Oh, sorry, 5. That IEA is the secretariat to under 2 coalition. Even if you take that up, you would get your answer as 1, 3, 4. And 1, 3, 4 in this case are the least controversial options. Some Indian companies are members. So ये question, this question is again not purely related to GS. This is also question almost related to CSAT. This is an aptitude question. Again, there are some questions based on aptitude. Even if I did not know, just going by the knowledge of certain words, I can be able to solve certain questions. Every year you will find some certain questions like this. Okay? इसमें IEA मुझे आता था नहीं आता था does not make a huge difference. But the main thing is, if I'm playing on this bet that it is doing the secretariat or it is in partnership, so this is not true. IEA is one of the most exclusivist organization. What is the criteria to be a member of IEA? One has to be OECD member, right? Or OECD countries are of course very limited. Very few countries are part of OECD, right? Any important report that published by IEA? There's a famous report on energy that they publish. वो तो चलो करता है, और कुछ बताओ, वो तो I know. But that is not the most prominent report that they publish, IEA. Your friend is talking about Global Methane Tracker. Yes, that is published by IEA. Other than that, there is one very famous report, I'm not able to recall, World Energy or something like that. World Energy Outlook, yes. World Energy Outlook. So keep that in mind. Answer is here, 1, 3 and 4. So this question is again how you can practice your elimination. Polar code. This is again, if you have known it, excellent. If you don't know it, even excellent. ये किस को आता था? ये सुना था? Can you answer this question now? What is a polar code? अच्छा, this polar code is given by which organization? Anybody from behind? Polar code किसने दिया है? UNSC? ठीक है, the answer is actually IMO. IMO is International Maritime Organization. IMO is a UN specialized body. ठीक है? In fact, WMO is also UN specialized body, World Meteorological Organization. It is the international code for safety of ships operating in polar waters. अब देखो, if there is any guess that you have to take on ships, your best bet is IMO. IMO has of course given the polar code. IMO में अभी India was re-elected with the highest vote tally in IMO. One thing, IMO has given a strategy on reduction of greenhouse gases emissions from ships. Again related to ships only, right? IMO is also, so this is your polar code, safety. IMO is also related to glow litter partnership. Glow litter is again reducing marine plastic pollution. Any other thing that you remember from IMO? Any convention? नहीं, वो अलग है, that is International Seabed Authority. और कुछ? Marpol convention is IMO. What is Marpol? Marine pollution emanating from ships, that is again IMO. And this is just general thing I told you. So there is a polar code, there is also a mining code. This is by International Seabed Authority. I'm not writing ISA because somebody can also think this as International Solar Alliance. Mining code is by International Seabed Authority. This headquarter is in Jamaica. और हमारे ISA का हेडक्वार्टर क्या है? गुड़गांव. Okay. So IMO makes this important. Okay, so these are, I'll take it till question number 6. So first देखते हैं, UN Capital Development Fund and Arbor Day Foundation. This is again a statement and assertion based question. Now I'll tell you the context of this question. In 2021, what had happened? Hyderabad was given the Tree City of the World record. Okay. Based on this, the question was asked. So Hyderabad was selected for recognition of an year. This was true. So Hyderabad was actually seen as the Tree City of the World. Second statement, Hyderabad was selected for this is fine because growing and maintaining the urban forests. Now again, the classic trick that UPSC will do, they will change one of the bodies. UN Capital Development Fund and Arbor Day Foundation have recently recognized Hyderabad as 2020 Tree City of the World. In this statement, this can be wrong, this can be wrong, this can be wrong, and this can be wrong. 4 things can be wrong. In this statement, 3 things are right. It is not the UN Capital Development Fund, but FAO, Food and Agriculture Organization. FAO will surprise you because of a lot of work that FAO has done with respect to forests. So FAO के लिए there is the status of the words forest report, Tree City of the World, again FAO gives. By the way, FAO is also a UN specialized body. FAO plus WHO gives Codex Alimentarius Commission. You can also write Global Soil Partnership. That is also related to FAO, Global Soil Partnership. Global Soil Partnership. इसमें भी just dash करके you can write 50% of world soils means restoring 50% of world soils by 2030. Global Soil Partnership. It will be very tough to guess. This is FAO. 50% by 2030. Codex Alimentarius Commission. This is actually responsible for talking about all the safety or health standards related to food. Last year, why this was in news? Because India के कुछ millets भी इसमें add हुए थे. That India had given some specification that these are the millets that can be added in the Codex Alimentarius Commission. So in this case, statement number 1 is wrong and 2 is correct. Okay. The last question that we'll have a look at. This is again related to climate smart agriculture, and this is again a factual question that we are seeing. So we are talking of ICRISAT as a body. So the climate smart village approach in India is a part of the project led by Climate Change Agriculture, so CCAFS, an international research program. This is true. The project of CCAFS is carried out under the Consultative Group on Agriculture Research, headquartered in France. Factual in nature, even this is true. And the last, International Crop Research Institute for Semi-Arid Tropics, ICRISAT, in India, is one of the research centers. Even this is true. So this happens to be a question rooted in agriculture, in geography, because just climate smart is mentioned, तो उन्होंने हर चीज पूछ डाली एक सवाल में. So this is true. All the 3 statements are correct here. So this again happens to be because again, even if you think that the headquarter is wrong or the year is wrong or if India is not a part, you will still get this question incorrect. So this is again a highly factual and a difficult question. Generally better to be avoided in the exam hall. ठीक है? So this is 1-5 right now. I'll start with question number 7. We have a 30 minutes break. ठीक है? चलो 40 minutes करते हैं because we have a CSAT class also and I have to cover the whole part. तो बहुत questions अभी a lot of questions are still left. If I would have had more time, so I would have given you a longer break. It is 1-5. We meet at 1:40. चलो 1:45. Okay. एक सेकंड. If there is any doubt, people online can mention that. Codex Alimentarius, I think I just spoke about. Codex Alimentarius Commission है, that is related to the food related standards of the world. It's a very old commission by FAO and WHO. So what is the correct standard of what food is to be eaten, etc. is related to that. Is that fine? Okay, so welcome back. Before we start, there is a small correction that you can make. While talking about sulfur, I think I spoke, it has 12 pollutants. It does not have 12, it has 10. So I think it is better that if we make a table like this, WHO air quality, it basically talks about 6 pollutants that we had seen. AQI has 8 pollutants. This is given by Central Pollution Control Board. You have sulfur by Ministry of Earth Sciences. So sulfur should be WHO plus 4 and not AQI plus 4. And the last one is this NAAQS. This actually has 12 pollutants. And in fact, this is also by CPCB, Central Pollution Control Board. So here I'm not giving you the list, but this is something that you can just Google and have a look at and add. So this is something that will help. AQI, NAAQS, in fact, there is also something known as NAMP, that is also by CPCB. It only has 4 pollutants. So there are a total of 5 things here. The 4 things extra that we have written in sulfur, that was there, but the 2 things are not here, okay? So that is one correction that you can make. So benzene, toluene, etc. वो सब कुछ है इसमें. So I'll just tell you about, there is PM 2.5 in sulfur, PM10, ozone, carbon monoxide, nitrogen oxide, sulfur. What is not there, but what is there in AQI, what is not there is NH3 is not there in sulfur and lead is not there in sulfur. Baki 4 things that we had added are in sulfur. So sulfur is 10 and NAAQS, National Ambient Air Quality Standards, these are a part of CPCB. These are 12 pollutants. These are being tracked, okay? So just make this correction. I hope the people have joined us online. Ranjan, see, there are some factual questions. For example, question number 5 was very factual. You could have skipped it. But question number 6 was very factual in my opinion. But question number 5, because UN Capital Development Fund is actually responsible for helping out the LDCs, least developed the countries. So that can be an outlier. The moment you eliminate that, in statement assertion, if you see the recent trend of UPSC, one of the statements is usually wrong. So by that part, I don't see question number 5 as being too difficult. Okay, let's start. Let's talk about this New York Declaration on Forest. Yes? Okay. B से वो AC. So, with reference to New York Declaration, again please note there are 5 statements that are mentioned here. Main thing to remember in the New York Declaration is India a signatory of this or not? India is not one of the signatories of this. But let's see, there are some other parts that you can see, which is the least controversial statement that you can find. So I can say it is endorsed by governments, big companies and indigenous communities. This can be there. Then there are statements like it endorses a global timeline to end the loss of forests. Okay. It is a legally binding international declaration. It could be legally binding. It can also not be legally binding. Okay. And then it was first endorsed at the UN Climate Summit in 2014. Now this is a factual statement again. Could be true, could not be true. In this, one of the things that India was one of the signatories of this since the inception, this is wrong. India was never a signatory of this. Even right now, India is not a signatory of the New York Declaration. This is wrong. So 5 is incorrect. There was only, there are 2 question statements with 5. Now you are 1, 2 and 4 and 3 and 4. Okay. Now, it between legally binding and 2, which do you think is the less controversial and more probable option? It endorses a timeline, and this could be anything, 2050, 2060, a global timeline to end the loss of forest, fine. But the statement says that it is a legally binding international declaration. This is not correct. It is not legally binding, so 3 is also not correct. In fact, if you had also eliminated 3, 2 options could have been done, then you would have left with 1, 2 and 4 and 2 and 5. So in this case, this part is factually true. It was first endorsed by or at the UN Climate Summit in 2014. This is true. Okay. All right. So here the answer is 1, 2 and 4. Main takeaway is India has not signed it. Second, it is not legally binding in nature. Okay. And 1 is a factual part. So here the answer is 1, 2 and 4. Then you have R2 code of practices. What does R2 mean? Responsible recycling. Responsible recycling is the R2 code of practices. Okay. And here, if you see, where is statement number 1, environmentally responsible practices in electronics recycling industries. Okay. This is the correct part. Second thing, which organization gives this R2 code of practices? It is SERI. What is the full form of SERI? So I'll just, it is not that prominent an organization. I'll just tell you what is SERI here. It is Sustainable Electronics Recycling International. इसी से related concept that you would have seen in news is right to repair. SERI is this Sustainable Electronics Recycling International, which talks about responsible recycling. Again, why is this concept in news? Any idea? Increasing e-waste and the people not having this opportunity. For example, if you go to a Samsung or an Apple, if there is even a minor change, they will talk about changing the entire motherboard and going through a big process, which is not only costly, but it reduces your choices. Similarly, you cannot go to somebody outside. The moment you go, they will say your warranty is void. So your choices are limited. The cost for you is high. This leads to more purchase of new equipments. More waste is created. So again, these codes are important. So responsible recycling of practices is one. Right to repair is one. Another related concept is EPR, extended producer responsibility. Okay. How many rules in India have the concept of EPR? Plastic waste में है, e-waste में है, even it is present in battery waste. We have separate waste which have the concept of EPR. Okay. Extended producer responsibility. So 3 concepts over. One is R2, code of practice, one is right to repair, one is EPR, extended producer responsibility. Common carbon metrics. So these are certain one-liners have been asked in the past. So just keep a tab on them. If you try to actually solve it, just try to make a guess. This is actually difficult to solve in the exam hall. If there is a one-liner and if you have 4 options, just like in history, if they give you a term and there are 4 options, it is just like that. Anybody wants to take a guess? अब जिसको आंसर याद है तो पता होगा. Sorry, D. अच्छा. Anybody else who wants to go with an option here? This is given by which organization? Common carbon metric? It is given by UNEP. So now I'll just tell you the answer here. For it is assessing the carbon footprint of building operations around the world by UNEP. Directly from common carbon metric, you may go for overall carbon footprint or something like this, but that is not the right answer here. The common carbon metric is related to building operations, and for our knowledge, building operations lead to a lot of greenhouse gas emissions. ये तो चलो, this is far-fetched. Commercial entities, commercial farming, not true. Governments to assess the overall carbon footprint, etc. Overall footprint caused by the use of fossil fuels by a word in a unit time, not true. The answer here is A, common carbon metric. Okay, then you have question number 10. Question number 10, actually, there's actually a misprint in the order of statements that are there. So please make a correction. सबसे पहला point actually is this is your alma ata declaration. Why we'll discuss each of them separately, but I'll just tell you exactly what was asked by UPSC. Alma ata, and then the whole sequence follows. Alma ata is followed by Hague, followed by Talanoa, followed by under 2. So Hague, Talanoa, under 2. This actually will go at the top. This will remain the same. So I know that you have to make this correction. I think one whole line has gone wrong. So you start with Alma ata, then you have Hague, then you have Talanoa, and then you have under 2 coalition. Notice this under 2 has gotten repeated. In one of the questions for EP 100, under 2 coalition was asked. Okay. Now, anybody has heard about Alma ata declaration? Very famous declaration related to healthcare. Talks about PHC, primary healthcare. So, Alma ata is related to healthcare of the people, very instrumental in primary healthcare. In your social issues, in mains also, you read about Alma ata declaration. Second is Hague Convention. Okay, so Hague Convention basically is related to war. So, how the treatment of people overall is going to be, that is there. Third is Talanoa dialogue. Any idea what is Talanoa dialogue? देखो, Talanoa dialogue was actually the Bonn Convention. This Bonn Convention is not the Bonn Convention that we read. This is related to UNFCCC. So Talanoa, initially it was supposed to happen in Talanoa, but actually it happened in Bonn, Germany. So this is directly related to a COP of UNFCCC. So this is basically related to climate change. Okay? So this Talanoa is actually ये यहाँ पे होगा. So this was correctly matched with global climate change. You have under 2 coalition. Now under 2 coalition has been matched with child rights. That is wrong. Under 2 coalition also talks about climate change. Okay, reducing the greenhouse gas emissions. So now I'll tell you the correct ones. Alma ata, what is the right one? Health. Hague Convention mein main thing is basically treaties related to laws of war. Talanoa dialogue is your Bonn Convention, but this is not the Bonn Convention. वैसे the Bonn Convention is your convention on migratory species, but this Bonn Convention basically is related to UNFCCC. Okay. So this is there. Under 2 coalition is related to again climate change and overall reduction in greenhouse gas emissions. Under 2 coalition. So if you make the correction here, the correct answer becomes 1 was matched with healthcare, Alma ata. Okay, and Talanoa was matched with global climate change. Okay, so I know there is a slide botched up. Isse better hai just make a table here and correctly match it. Okay, so I'll again repeat. Alma ata is health. Hague Convention is related to treaties of war. Talanoa dialogue is global climate change, and under 2 coalition is again related to climate change. Okay. Interesting question. Cirrus cloud thinning technique, injection of sulfate aerosols in stratosphere. Any idea what this is? Cloud seeding? Cloud seeding, so answer should be A. क्यों? क्लाउड सीडिंग से आर्टिफिशियल रेन नहीं हो जाएगा? आंसर ए. चलो सोचो. सॉरी, बट व्हाई नॉट ए? मुझे तो लग रहा है ए सही है. चलो गुड, some of you are giving the right answer. How many of you think artificial seeding से related है ये? The moment you think that, इसीलिए एग्जामिनर ने सीधे दिया आपको आंसर पहला. A is artificial rain. The moment you mark it गया. अब देखो, you're talking of stratosphere. The main trick is stratosphere and troposphere. If I was injecting silver iodide in troposphere, and that too within conditions of having proper moisture, etc., that could lead to cloud seeding and ultimately to artificial rain. But that would have been done in troposphere. If I'm talking of injection of sulfate aerosols and I'm talking of in cirrus cloud thinning, this is again an example of geoengineering. The theme, this is solar radiation management. So this is related to, so this is again related to your albedo effect. So not only should you know कि नहीं यही आंसर होगा, you should also be clear कि ये क्यों नहीं होगा A. A is very confusing, many of the people, because this is option number A. Had this been there at the top and this would have been at the last, many would have gone for global warming. So sometimes, क्योंकि ये देख के generally the condition mind will be अच्छा cloud seeding, artificial rain, I get my answer. But here stratosphere is also there. Okay. Second thing in cloud seeding, why this is not cloud seeding per se, one is troposphere. Second, what would you inject? Silver iodide. Okay, and then some other particles. So that is why this is different. And again, I'll go back to my whole thing related to this. याद है ये? तो यहाँ geoengineering में I will also add cirrus, cloud thinning. This has been asked, or sulfate aerosol injection. This is also known as stratospheric sulfate aerosol injection, SSAI. So cirrus cloud thinning or sulfate, these are again things of geoengineering. Another term is SRM, solar radiation management. Lesser sunlight will come, lesser heating will happen. Sorry? No, this is just a mechanism in which they actually do this whole process. They will inject certain aerosols in the cloud. Overall, the idea is for reflection only. हाँ हाँ वो भी सही है. Yes. Right, right. Right, पर हम इसमें उस clouds के ऊपर if you are injecting it, one is availability of those natural clouds. This is again an intervention which the scientists are doing. You cannot do this overall on troposphere. जो आपका part है, this also we have discussed in one of the tests, कि low clouds versus high clouds, right? In this case, on the high clouds, what I am doing, I am injecting a layer of aerosol. Okay, what this will do, it will directly talk about reflection. But this is something I have done additionally. अगर इसको हटा दो, तो naturally what they will do that part of trapping. So natural अलग है, this is again man-made ना, this is going to be man-made part. That is how you will think about it. Reducing, but this is again a good conceptual question. Okay. Other two things are not at all related. The confusion would have been only in A and D. Hence, we have gone through this one. Chalo, this question we have done. Which of the best describes carbon fertilization? Directly tell me the answer. अब देखो यहाँ पे A में दे दिया answer. Increased plant growth due to increased concentration of CO2. Then what is iron fertilization? Increase in growth of phytoplanktons due to these iron sediments. Okay. This is true. Carbon fertilization, ocean fertilization. Page, Partnership for Action on Green Economy. A UN mechanism. The moment ever you see the term green economy, mind should go to Tick. Rio Plus 20 happened in which year? So they did not give you directly Rio Plus 20. You have to think, yes, this happened where? So this is United Nations Conference on Sustainable Development. It is here only in Rio Plus 20. The Future We Want document was released. Where was Our Common Future released? 1987. That was Brundtland Commission report. This is the future we want. Additionally, the discussion on sustainable development goals also happened here. Formulation and release happened in the climate action, the UN ki summit. But the discussion on SDGs also happened in Rio Plus 20. Okay. So green economy is a keyword related to Rio Plus 20. Page, Rio Plus 20. The future we want, Rio Plus 20. Discussion on SDGs, Rio Plus 20. Okay. So this is the right answer here. So when I say SDGs, अब अगर मैं Rio Plus 10 की बात करूं, so here talk about MDGs have happened, Millennium Development Goals, for example. जो last option दिया है, World Sustainable Development Summit, this is not at all related to UN. This is related to an Indian body, that is TERI. The Energy and Research Institute, it is headquartered or based in New Delhi. Har saal there is a summit, this happens. So these terms are very confusing. Word sustainable, you may think that is a UN, because you may get confused with 1 and A and D. This is Rio plus 10, whereas the last one, this is an initiative of Terry. So not related, but because they've given in options, maybe sometime later they can ask you and confuse you that this is a UN body, etc., etc. So that is not the answer here. Okay. Okay. Global Alliance on Climate Smart Agriculture. Okay. Now this is an interesting question. Please see how the statements are getting formed. This will give you an idea. One body or institution has been asked. It is an outcome of the summit which held in Paris in 2015. Membership of GACSA does not create any binding obligations. India was instrumental in the creation. Which is the least controversial statement? Membership does not create any binding obligations. Yes, this is best one. How many? So again, you are left with 3 options. This would not be the answer A. Now, it is an outcome of the climate summit happened. So basically what they are referring to is COP21 of Paris. Is it an outcome of this? No. This is an outcome of FAO, where again in 2012, year not very important, but it is not related to COP at all. COP ka outcome nahi hai, but this is related to FAO, again one of the initiatives of FAO that you can note. So 1 also is incorrect. The last one, India was instrumental in the creation of this particular part. This is also not true. And in India case, again, not that India is against the concept of climate smart agriculture, but in many times the European or the Western concept of climate smart agriculture tries to reduce a lot of emissions. And India has always maintained that India's agriculture emissions are not luxury emissions. Okay, so be it with respect to methane, aap dekhoge methane mein bhi, we have not joined the global methane pledge. Okay, similarly, we have been against the idea of a lot of, let's say, AOA of WTO, Agreement on Agriculture. So here the answer is 2 only. Main thing is that it is an outcome of FAO. Ab agli baar ho sakta hai, they can directly give you this again as an institution. Momentum for change, climate neutral now. When this question was asked in 2018, again there was no book where this was mentioned, but then what happened in 2019? Every book was updated to incorporate this. In 2018, 2 initiatives were asked. One was Page and one was Momentum for Change, both of these. And in most likelihood, in all probability, people were not aware of them. Okay, so again there will be certain questions. However, in this question, if you were to take a guess, what would have been your answer? Dekho, we could have eliminated IPCC. Okay, इसमें अगर आपको confusion होता, maximum initiatives can be these 2. WMO also, because see, WMO, what are the major initiatives that we'll have a look at? WMO, for example, is related to greenhouse gas bulletin, state of the world climate report, and many other things. So there is also this G3W, Global Greenhouse Gas Watch. All these are initiatives of WMO, and WMO is also a UN specialized body. Here the answer is actually UNEP Secretariat. Sorry, UNFCCC Secretariat, not UNEP. अब यहाँ पे लिखा है UNEP Secretariat, so I'll just tell you, UNEP gives secretariat functions to 2 very important conventions. Can you tell me? One is CITES and one is Bonn Convention, that is Convention on Migratory Species. Other than that, UNEP is famous for its report. अगर किसी report में ये term है gap, your bet can be UNEP. For example, adaptation gap report, emission gap report, production gap report. All these are reports of UNEP. Okay, but one not that. Global Gender Gap Report is by World Economic Forum. Chalo, good point that you mentioned. Okay. Global Gender Gap is World Economic Forum. Okay. So here the answer is UNFCCC. Slightly a question again. This was also 1 year कि 2017 में the cutoff was high, 2018 में the cutoff went to 98, 2019 also the cutoff was 98, 2020 the COVID year the cutoff was somewhere around 92 if I'm not wrong, 2021 I think it was 87 something, 87 or 88, 2021 अच्छा हाँ, और almost 2022 में भी इसी के आसपास 87, 2023 historic year 70, India at 75. Okay. So here the answer is this. So if you're confused between B and C, it's all right. Now, इस क्वेश्चन में चलो जो ये क्वेश्चन लिखा है उसको अटेम्प्ट करो. I'll tell you something later on. जैसे लिखा है एग्जैक्टली वैसे अटेम्प्ट करो. पढ़ लिया ध्यान से. This is not a UPSC question exact. इसमें एक typo हो गया है, but the typo means there is something to learn here. Now, how many of you say the answer is D? How many of you say the answer is B? B, ठीक है. तो जो लोग B कह रहे हैं चश्मा थोड़ा सा अच्छा करना पड़ेगा अपना. देखो CCSE is a unique initiative of G20 group. Not really. It is an initiative of UNEP, and then there are certain countries also, be it USA, Bangladesh, etc. They've come in, but mainly it is UNEP, CCSE में. तो G20 तो बिल्कुल नहीं है. CCSE focuses on methane, black carbon, hydro, chloro, fluoro, carbon. बताओ आप लोगों ने why did you say this is correct? Chloro makes this statement wrong, yes or no? Okay, so you know in the actual exam the question was hydrofluorocarbon. उस समय ये statement सही है, but now we've given you a variation live. ठीक है, of course this is a typo, but in the exam hall the statement 2 was CCSE focuses on methane, black carbon and hydrofluorocarbons. Now tell me whether that statement is correct or not. Then it is correct. If it is hydrochlorofluorocarbons, then it is wrong. You now know why is that HCFC, HFC. Why is HCFC not correct? This is ODS. The best way is to speak it out. Hydrochlorofluorocarbons. It has chloro. It is going to break down ozone. Hydrofluorocarbons, fluorinated gas. This is a greenhouse gas. And this is the one that is short-lived climate pollutant. So यहाँ पे you can make the change or you can just understand. ठीक है? Actual statement was hydrofluorocarbons. While typing this has been I think an error that is there. So question number 16. If you eliminate this, then the answer becomes 2 only. But we've also seen the variation. If this was the statement, then the answer will be neither. Traffic. अभी just बात करी traffic की हमने. What about traffic? Who creates traffic? IUCN plus WWF. So in many cases, now it is a bureau under UNEP, so you will see constantly they'll change the body. This is not correct. Second statement. So पहला क्या statement है? It will talk about the origin. Second will talk about the function. Its mission is to ensure that trade in wild animals is not a threat to the conservation in nature. Yes, this is true. The answer is only 2. अभी आगे there are questions on sites also, so we'll see that also. अब आया Global Climate Change Alliance. Previously we had seen Global Alliance on Climate Smart Agriculture. By which body? FAO. In this, let's see the statement. Initiative of European Union provides technical and financial support to targeted developing countries to integrate climate change, etc. Okay. Coordinated by World Resource Institute and World Business Council for Sustainable Development. अब देखो, just see how the statements are there. It is the initiative, ये है सही. Can 1 and 3 go hand in hand? I'm not even talking about 2. ये हो सकता है कि 2 and 3 हो आंसर, ये भी हो सकता है आंसर 1 and 2 हो. But can 1, 2, 3 be the answer? No. Now, one of the reason is why? Because this particular part, WRI and WBCSD, they coordinate for a lot of business related operations. Okay. Now, if it is a global climate change alliance, generally it will be a big body which is going to be at the helm of it. Here the answer is, it is an initiative of European Union, and it also provides technical and financial support to targeted developing countries to integrate climate change. This is also true. Now, ये जो है ना WRI, WBCSD, this question I think is of 2017. 1 year back, there was a question on greenhouse gas protocol. This question I think will also appear shortly. This was asked in 2016. Greenhouse gas protocol is coordinated by these two, the World Resource Institute and World Business Council for Sustainable Development. In India, Niti Aayog also coordinates with WRI and WBCSD for transport reduction. Okay, uske liye there is a separate initiative, NDCTIA. This is between these institutes and Niti Aayog. So this is some extra information related to these bodies. For NDC-TIA, the full form is NDC, you know, Nationally Determined Contributions. TIA is Transport Initiative of Asia. Transport hai, and you'll be surprised to know that this is an initiative between India, China, and you have Vietnam, 3 countries. So here this WRI, World Resource Institute, also plays an important role. Extra piece of information. So what is the correct answer here? 1 and 2, the Global Climate Change Alliance. European Union, please remember, that's it. Now, this is again a question. UN related bodies are asked and you have to identify. Now this question, please have a quick read. Even if you read it, you will be able to solve the answer. But statements इतने लंबे हैं तो बहुत बार ऐसा होता है कि we have not read this body, we give up in the midway. B. Which do you think is the most easily eliminated option? Its partners are either governments or local urban authorities only. In fact, you can have even more members here. This has to be wrong. This is wrong. This is wrong. You're left with 1. So 1 has to be correct. It has been mandated by UNGA to promote socially, environmentally sustainable towns. In fact, yahi to naam hai iska. Better urban future. Third is, it contributes to overall objectives of UN system to reduce poverty, promote access to safe drinking water, basic sanitation. Nothing which raises suspicion. So here the answer becomes 1 and 3. Second is wrong. So there are questions where there will be multiple statements, but if you go through all the statements, you will get your answer. Okay, so that is question number 19. The answer is B. Okay, this is again a question I think you will be able to solve. SDGs were first proposed in 1972 by a global think tank called Club of Rome. Galat, why? MDGs, and again the concept of SDGs, the concept was discussed again in the Brundtland report, Our Common Future, 1987. Formulation later on, MDG, that formulation again happened in 2000, and then SDG also in 2015, finally. It was discussed in Rio Plus 20, but finally formulated in 2015 only, right? So to say that they were first proposed in 1972 by a global think tank, there was a global think tank, Club of Rome, that is true, but they did not propose it, so this becomes wrong. SDGs have to be achieved by 2030, yes? Correct? So SDGs, again, please remember, Rio Plus 20 is important. The discussion on SDGs happened here. However, actual launch would always happen in the UN summit. UN की summit हर साल न्यूयॉर्क में होती है in September. Every year this happens. So during in that year also the whole formulation exactly happened. Okay, so this is there. The answer is 2 only. In India, which is the authority that is monitoring the SDGs for us? Niti Aayog. Okay. Okay, which of the following best describes the aim of Green India mission of the government of India? Incorporating environmental benefits and cost into union and state budgets, thereby implementing green accounting. This is not Green India mission. Any idea what is Green India mission? It is about afforestation. So this is not correct. Any state in India which has incorporated the concept of gross environment product? Uttarakhand. Okay. Which is the first state in India to have a private biosphere reserve? Okay. Rajaji. Okay. Second statement, launching the second green revolution. Tell me in which year second green revolution was launched? Okay, I'll have to be born in future to tell that, na? Has not been launched yet. So don't look at me like that. So there is no launching of second green revolution, although Dr. M.S. Swaminathan did speak about an evergreen revolution, etc., but this has not been launched, so this is not correct. Third statement, restoring and enhancing forest cover and responding to climate change by combination of adaptation and mitigation measures. This only has to be the answer. Ab Green India mein just a couple of facts that you should know because the recent Indian State of Forest report is out. According to National Forest Policy, what should be India's target? 1/3 forest and tree cover, so you should have 33%. Where are we right now? According to the 18th report, (25.17). This report is of the year 2023, although it was released in December of 2024. Okay. Now this report is published by Forest Survey of India, and this is a biennial report. It is published every 2 years. Now, can you tell me, in the 17th report, was this number lesser or greater? 24.62 was the forest and tree cover. So now it has increased to 25.17. And the last fact related to these trees, etc., according to India's NDCs, nationally determined contributions, what is India's target for afforestation or carbon sink? 2.5 to 3 billion tons of carbon sink. NDC वाला भी क्वेश्चन आएगा तो I'll tell you, India ने 3 NDCs India had submitted. India has achieved 2. India has not achieved this one. 2.5 billion to 3 billion tons of carbon sink. Okay. Okay, so now you have red plus. What is the difference between red and red plus? Red plus will have more features. iPhone or iPhone plus में किसमें features ज़्यादा होते हैं? Plus. So in red plus, I'm just talking about reducing the emissions from deforestation and degradation. But in red plus, I'll also talk about socio-economic development. I'll talk about eradicating poverty through job creation. Yes or no? So now please see this. Which is correct? Can it help in production of biodiversity? Resilience of ecosystems? Poverty reduction? All the three. So 22, the answer is D. Agenda 21, ये सुना कहाँ पे आपने? Rio Summit. Rio Summit happened in which part of India? हाँ चलो फिर ठीक है. मेरा बोलते हैं राजस्थान. नहीं. This happened in Rio de Janeiro, which is in Brazil. So Agenda 21 में what is 21? principles for 21st century, the principle for sustainable development of 21st century, right? Now, it is a global action plan for sustainable development. Second statement बताओ. 82 में. अच्छा तो तुम्हें लोग मेरे साथ भी गेम चल रहा है. It originated in, this is wrong. It originated in the Rio summit of UN Earth Summit. Okay. 1992, so year also is wrong, but Agenda 21, you know. Can you quickly tell me the outcomes of Rio 1992 summit? अब देखो, conventions wise there were 3 conventions, so you have UNFCCC, you have CBD, you have CCD. Other than that, there is Agenda 21. There is forest principles. अब देखो, whenever we say GEF, on the sidelines of this summit, GEF, Global Environment Facility, was launched, but it is not a direct outcome of 1992. Okay? This is known as the world's biggest environmental fund. We also have a question on GEF as well. Okay? Polluter pay principle, precautionary principle. So total list of 27 principles were released in the Rio 1992 Earth Summit. Okay? What is the correct answer here? INDCs. अब इस पे देखते हैं ध्यान से. देखो, if you see INDCs or NDCs, both are same. Intended nationally determined contributions. First of all, this ties to the idea of CBDR, right? Common but differentiated responsibilities and respective capabilities. It simply means Nepal will set its own target, China will set its own target, India will set its own target, US will try to set its own target, but when Trump will come, they will move out, right? So INDCs is dependent on this whole concept here. Okay? Now, first of all, let's see the answer. The plan of action outlined by countries to combat climate change. INDC is a key feature of, this is the Paris Agreement. India had submitted initially 3 NDCs. अब 2023 का current affairs क्या है? India has achieved 2 out of 3. In fact, these 2 India has already updated. One of this was that reducing the carbon emissions intensity by 33%. Now we have increased it to 45%. Okay. Similarly, one of the targets was for 40% of the energy through this renewable. Now it is 50%. These 2 India has achieved, but what India has not achieved, again remember, 2.5 to 3 billion tons of carbon sink. Additionally, in COP26 Glasgow summit, India has submitted Panchamrit, which talks about 5 pledges, including India being net zero in 2070, EU being net zero 2050, and China 2060 for our reference. Okay. So here the answer is B. Keep that in mind. UNCCD aims to promote effective action through innovative national programs and supportive international partnerships. Seems harmless. अब second point पढ़ो ध्यान से. It has a special focus on South Africa, North Africa region, and its secretariat facilitates the allocation of major portion of financial resources to these regions. Please read statement number 2 and tell me, should it be right or wrong? एकदम से सब लोग पढ़ने लग गए, कोई सामने नहीं देख रहा. So first of all, a very specific focus, again not true and same. Major portion of financial resources allocation, this also is not true. So this is not a correct statement. Third देखते हैं, it is committed to a bottom up. There are 2 approaches, we know, top down and bottom up. Which is decentralized, top down or bottom up? Bottom up, decentralized approach. Panchayati Raj, bottom up, top down, bottom up. This is correct. Now, what is the current affairs update on CCD? Where did this happen? Vukali, Colombia is CBD. CCD I'm asking. Riyadh. Where is Riyadh? This is the first time, I'm making an assertion, you have to say whether this is true or not. This is the first time that this convention is happening in MENA region, MENA, Middle East and North Africa. This is true. First time in MENA, Middle East and North Africa. Acha, okay. And other than that, of course, it will talk about other things for better restoration, land degradation, Riyadh ka partnership fund, so on and so forth. That I'm not going to too much detail, but you can again go through the COP16, Riyadh, CCD. If I say CCD is the sole legally binding convention that is related to combating desertification, true. Concepts like land degradation, neutrality, you should again be aware about. What is Bonn Challenge? So first of all, it is an initiative of IUCN and government of Germany. The global target is restoration of 350 million hectares of land by 2030. India's target is 26 million hectares. Okay. Now, one of the easiest questions that can be asked on climate change, specifically Kyoto Protocol. Annex 1 countries, are they related to Cartagena? No. They are related to? पीछे आप बताओ, हाँ. Which chewing gum? अभी क्वेश्चन आएगा, इसलिए पूछ रहा हूँ. Because with chewing gum I'll ask you what is the gum base. So don't worry. चलो, Annex 1, Kyoto Protocol. And Kyoto Protocol has Annex 1, non-Annex 1. There are different annexures in Kyoto. Certified emission reductions, again in Kyoto Protocol. In fact, the idea of certified emission reductions is rooted in the idea of carbon markets. नहीं, कि Kyoto is 1997. Kyoto is COP3. UNFCCC start हुआ 1995 से by the Berlin Mandate. Kyoto start हुआ 1997. Of course, Kyoto has two commitment periods, one till 2013 and one till 2013 to 2020. Okay. Clean development mechanism is related to Kyoto. What is the idea of CDM? France is doing a project in India. It's a clean project. CDM का idea है Annex 1 country doing a project in non-Annex 1 country. Okay. So this is there. In case somebody is confused between this, after the class also you can ask me. Otherwise, this is a lot of basics here. This is correctly matched. Now quickly tell me, what is Cartagena, Nagoya? Cartagena is, of course, these two are related to CBD. Cartagena is related to LMOs, GMOs, biosafety. Nagoya is related to access and benefit sharing, preventing, protecting biopiracy. So what is the right answer here? 3 only. What is greenhouse gas protocol? I just told you by which two organizations it is supported. WRI, WBCSD. So greenhouse gas protocol is by World Resource Institute and World Business Council for Sustainable Development. This is how you can write when you recall. It is simply an international accounting tool for both government and business leaders to understand, quantify, manage greenhouse gas emissions. When you prepare greenhouse gases, it is only this initiative that is by WRI. Other initiatives related to greenhouse gases are by WMO. So somewhere in the margins you can write, for example, WMO initiatives that we just wrote. One is Greenhouse Gas Bulletin. One is the Global Greenhouse Gas Watch, G3W. So these are initiatives of WMO directly talking about the greenhouse gases, and also the report status of the world climate. There also it talks about how the CO2 and other greenhouse gases are varying. All those are initiatives of World Meteorological Organization. IPCC was formed by two organizations. Which are those two? And UNEP. So the answer for 27 is A. Now let's talk about, with reference to the agreement at UNFCCC, we're talking of COP21, Paris Agreement. This was signed by all members of UN and it will go into effect in 2017. Both are wrong. Not signed by all members. Kyoto itself was ending in 2020. So this 2017 is not correct. It aims to limit greenhouse gas emissions that rise of 1.5 to 2 degrees Celsius pre-industrial levels. This is true. Developed countries acknowledge that their historical emissions and donate $1,000 billion a year. So it was 100 billion. इसमें don't give UPSC the benefit of doubt कि धोखे से इनसे misprint हो गया होगा. You will lose your mark. Even if this happens, you can again say कि नहीं, मुझे यही दिख रहा है भाई, मुझे गलत दिख रहा है. I'll mark this statement wrong. Now, in this, please remember, this is related to which fund? Can anybody tell me? Green Climate Fund. Loss and Damage Fund came later. इसके बाद आया Loss and Damage Fund. Loss and Damage Fund was created in COP27 and full operationalization happened in COP29. किसका? Article 8 में there is the mention of the concept of loss and damage but not fund. Okay? But this part of $100 billion per year, that is related to Green Climate Fund. This year there is something known as NCQG, right? What is NCQG? No, 300 billion is given as grant. It is totally around 1300. 1.3 trillion है, उसमें 300 billion is grant. That is what India is saying. This is not a good part. That is NCQG, New Collective Quantified Goal. Okay, TEEB, this is direct question. Sorry? Huh? New Collective Qualified, almost same thing. The economics of ecosystem and biodiversity, who has given this concept? अब देखो, अब ये देखो, चलो वो छोड़ो. It is initiated, hosted by UNEP, IMF, World Economic Forum. They could have even added World Toilet Organization. 15-20 और add कर सकते थे. Of course, IMF cannot be there at all. This is wrong. It is initiative related to Pawan Sukhdev, who is an economist. Okay, Pawan Sukhdev. But this is again a famous metric that is used. So one is wrong. It is a global initiative that focuses on drawing attention to economics. ठीक है? Presents approach that can help in decision makers recognize, demonstrate, compare. Decent English. So the answer is 2 and 3. So again you notice two statements are almost how it functions and one is related to exactly who are the bodies who are hosting it. So ऐसे questions में there may be certain bodies or initiatives that you will see. Try to again attempt them. Okay, now you have CITES and IUCN. IUCN is an organ of UN. यही देख के बताओ, true or false? CITES is an international agreement. This is true, but IUCN is not an organ of UN. Okay? In fact, the moment you do this, your answer is there. IUCN runs thousands of field projects. सही है? अब आप ये बस सोचो 1000 है 100 है. 1000 basically means a lot of projects. This is correct. CITES, now this statement you have to exactly cram verbatim. CITES is legally binding on the states, true, but it does not take the place of national laws. Ideally, it should not. You have to respect the sovereignty of the states. Okay? So answer here is 2 and 3. Bird Life International. Now, it is a global partnership of conservation organizations. Second, the concept of biodiversity hotspot originated from this. ये तो गलत है, क्यों? Transparency कहाँ चले गए? So concept of this, yes, is related to Conservation International, and before this, Norman Myers, right? So this is wrong. It identifies the sites known to as important bird and biodiversity areas. This is true. The answer becomes 1 and 3. I hope you remember biodiversity hotspots. What is the criteria? How many there in India, etc., etc. वो सब याद कर सकते हो. In India में etc. वो याद रखना. For example, When I'm talking about the part of Sunda land, what is there, what is not there? If I'm talking of Indo-Burma, does it include the entire Northeast India? It excludes Assam. It also does not include Andaman. In Sunda land, it only includes Nicobar. नहीं अंडमान है ही नहीं. अंडमान is not included to the best of my knowledge. Question number 32. एक बार check करना नहीं तो just let me know then. Rio plus 20. This is something we have seen. You have to just tell the alternative name for this. It is the UN Conference on Sustainable Development, right? Now, with reference to Forest Carbon Partnership Facility, इसमें भी if you seek very closely, you will get your answer. It is a global partnership of governments, businesses, civil society, indigenous people. Looks fair? Now, read statement number 2 carefully. Provides financial aids to universities, individual scientists, institutions involved in scientific forestry research to develop eco-friendly and climate adaptation technologies for sustainable forest management. बताओ, just isolated statement 2 you read, tell me what if it is true or false. If it is false, why is it false? Too many stakeholders and main focus is a lot on this. This is not there enough. Develop these kind of scientific forestry research, etc., and a lot of financial aid. This is not true. It assists the countries in their REDD by providing them with financial and technical assistance. Overall, this is fine. But this statement has become very specific. So here the answer becomes 1 and 3. Biocarbon Fund Initiative for Sustainable Forest Landscape. Again, in case you are struggling with respect to, let's say, how many funds related to environment, if you have to make a guess, a very good chance can be World Bank. Now, World Bank is also the trustee of which organization? Global Environment Facility. And GEF is supporting most of the major conventions. So, in this case, Biocarbon Fund Initiative for Sustainable Forest Landscape, the answer is World Bank. Now, Green Climate Fund, GCF. What do you remember from GCF? Abhi, GCF dekha? $100 billion per year. Just remember that. Now let's see. It's intended to assist developing countries in adaptation, mitigation to counter climate change. Yes. It is found under the aegis of UNEP, OECD, Asian Development Bank, World Bank. तो ये तो गलत है. It is under the aegis of UNFCCC. So this is not correct. First statement is correct. The answer becomes 1 only. And here also, what they will try to do, they'll act so many bodies just to confuse you. Now this is a straightforward question. This is an imaginative question, hypothetical question, that if the temperature exceeds beyond 3 degrees Celsius, what will be the possible impact on the world? Okay. Terrestrial biosphere reserves tends towards a net carbon source. They will burn. Ideally, it would be a sink. Now it can be a source. This can happen. Widespread coral mortality, means coral death, can occur. All the global wetlands will permanently disappear. पहली बात तो wetlands are not just found in tropical areas, they are also found in temperate regions. So they can still survive. This is a very extreme statement. Cultivation of cereals will not be possible anywhere in the world. Now think about prairies. These are the factories of agriculture. So temperate regions also are there. So this also is wrong. Similarly, think about GM crops. Think about climate smart agriculture. So you can try to have methods to do this. So here the answer is 1 and 2. Climate action tracker. अब देखो, this is, अब देखो यहां पे let's see, wing of IPCC, this is not true. Committee under UNFCCC, this is also not true. agency promoted and financed by UNEP and World Bank. This is also not true. It's simply an independent coalition research database. This is climate action tracker. So there are certain scientists and organizations who are contributing. So this is more decentralized in nature. That is the idea of climate action tracker. Who publishes global methane tracker? IEA. GEF, Global Environment Facility. So please remember, number 1, launched on the sidelines of Rio Earth Summit. Its headquarters is Washington, basically in USA. GCF, Green Climate Fund ka headquarters is in South Korea. Now GEF gives money to 5 major conventions: UNFCCC, CBD, CCD, Minamata and Stockholm, and partially it also gives money to Montreal. Okay. It serves as financial mechanisms for CBD. ये सही है? यही आंसर हो गया. Earth R. Any idea what is Earth R? So this is wrong. Initiative of UNEP and UNESCO तो बिल्कुल भी नहीं. So we give respect for 1 hour in 1 year. Okay. So participants switch off their lights for 1 hour on a certain day every year to raise awareness about climate change and need to save the planet, right? So answer is 2 and 3 in this case. So that is your Earth R, okay? Let's move to now, there are 2 small sections, and after this we have the plant and biodiversity section. Yahan pe bhi there are straightforward questions wherein you need to know a certain fact. If there is an act, you need to know the organization, etc. related to this. Which of the following is constituted under the Environment Protection Act 1986? अब देखो पहले ABC, how confusing are they? Central Water Commission, Central Groundwater Board, Central Groundwater Authority, and National Water Development Agency. What is the answer? The answer is Central Groundwater Authority. Any other body created under EPA? A very famous body, Genetic Engineering Appraisal Committee. Okay, this also, by the way, has been asked once. In fact, there are a couple of more bodies, including bodies like Integrated Coastal Zone Management Authority. Under, वो body नहीं है, but that is again a zone. So that is also true. Coastal regulatory zones, even eco-sensitive zones, EIA, etc. That is all EPA. अब आते हैं, again related to, this is India Sanitation Coalition. ये ऐसे question exam में nobody would have read it. On the spot you have to answer it. It is a platform to promote sustainable sanitation. It is funded by Government of India and WHO. Again, this is not correct. So here again they've changed the bodies, number 1. And second, the National Institute of Urban Affairs is a body under this Ministry of Urban Affairs, and it provides solutions to the challenges of urban India. In this, just add one word. In the actual UPSC exam, the word apex was actually mentioned. So this is not an apex body. While it actually helps in solutions to urban India, just add this word. Apex means the topmost body. So I think this is missing from this particular part. Is it also missing in your case? ठीक है, ठीक है. So because of this, both the 2 statements are wrong. Sometimes if you ask, these are again highly factual questions. Even if you skip them, it is fine, because generally if you don't know, you can safely skip these questions. Every year you will see some of these questions under a section. Now this is an interesting question, and this is again you will see back to back a question on the same concept. In these 3 options, which is the most obvious that you directly know? जो पढ़ रखा है अभी Central Groundwater Authority was formed under EPA. This is 100% true. Yes or no? Now, in the exam, if you don't know, and if you eliminate this, you will arrive at a wrong answer. At least this you should be knowing. Okay, so this is correct. Because इस question में ना, if I say 36% of India's district, I can also say ये भी गलत है. This is fact. I can say हो सकता है act change कर दिया हो. This is India as the largest area. I can say नहीं India नहीं China हो सकता है. You know that how the examiner can play with you. So here knowing at least one fact will help. 2 has to be correct. Now, whenever you are presented with a percentage, always think critically. They have not mentioned the year, and they have not mentioned the reference period. 36% in 2014, in 2025, they have not mentioned it. So this can easily be wrong. Whenever they are giving you data, because the reference is not mentioned, which particular time are they talking about? So there is a high chance of this getting wrong. Okay? 2 has to be right. So in fact, I don't even have to think about 1 because 1 is already wrong here. India has the largest area underground water irrigation in the world. This is actually true because India is also again known as the net water exporter of the world. We export a lot of water from India. We have a lot of plantation crops, cash crops, right? Which do not support the agroclimatic zones. So this is true. So here the answer is 2 and 3. And again, this question also tests your knowledge on agriculture and a bit of geography as well. So question number 3, the answer is 2 and 3. How NGT differs from CPCB? This is a very good question rooted in some knowledge of polity. So we'll have a look at and basic environment. NGT was established by an act. First of all, tell me yes or no. So there is an NGT Act of 2010. This part is true. Whereas CPCB was created by executive order. CPCB is also a statutory body. Water Act 1974. This is wrong. अब इतना लंबा स्टेटमेंट पहले है, just read it once. You have to have, देखो RC यहाँ पे भी चेक होता है, reading comprehension. सही लग रहा है? Because otherwise, how many of you have this patience of reading the entire statement? Provides environmental justice, reduces the burden of litigation. CPCB promotes cleanliness of streams and wells and aims to improve the quality of air. Right? ठीक है? So here, 2 only is correct. We also saw some of the initiatives of CPCB. Now, features of National Ganga River Basin Authority. River Basin is a unit of planning and management. Earlier, River Basin was not a unit. Now, they've made River Basin as the unit of planning and management. This talks about the whole of the ecosystem landscape approach. This is true. It spearheads the river conservation at national level. Again, true. Third statement ko padho carefully. You are talking of National Ganga River Basin Authority. One of the CM of the states from which the Ganga flows becomes the CM on rotational basis. Who heads it then? Prime Minister, right? If again the CMs are there, so there will be a lot of, if the parties are changing, there will be a lot of jurisdictional change also. So this will be very confrontational. So 3 is wrong. In fact, the statement is made in such a way that if you eliminate 3, you get your answer. Sorry? Ha. So answer here is A, 1 and 2 only. This is again a question, I think we can solve it. Question number 6. Animal Welfare Board is established under Environment Protection Act 1986. What is the act? Prevention of Cruelties to Animal Act of 1980. NTCA is the statutory body created under which act? That is Wildlife Protection Act, right? And third statement, we are talking of the National Ganga River Basin Authority. Abhi just dekha, chaired by the Prime Minister. 2 and 3 is correct. Bombay Natural History Society. Some of you who have seen the questions on PRP also know the whole depth of this, okay? It is an autonomous organization under the Ministry of Environment and Forest. It is not, ठीक है? This is a body created post-independence or pre-independence? Pre-independence, okay? Okay. It strives to conserve the nature through action-based research, education and public awareness. Simple English. It organizes, conducts nature trails for campaigns in general public. This also is true. Any initiative that this is related to in the current? It is related to the Dragonfly Festival. Okay. So here is this. 2 and 3. And we've also known 2 important things related to dragonflies. self insemination, and these are important indicators of wetlands. Okay, किसमें? There are two bodies, one of them is this, other, हाँ तो फिर वही है फिर, हाँ, yes. In the Indo-Burma. No, Assam is excluded. हाँ. Right. अच्छा ठीक है, okay. No, that I know, but Sundaland includes Nicobar, but you saying in the part of Indo-Burma. हाँ ठीक है फिर. Sundaland में there is Nicobar, and in the Indo-Burma it excludes Assam, but it includes Andaman. ठीक है, okay. Again, ठीक है. So clarifications are always welcome. Now, again, I think this is also a smart section. How many questions are here? This is again, we will quickly have a look at acts and policies related. Again, some questions will be very interesting for you to note. Indian flying fox is placed under vermin category in the Wildlife Protection Act. Flying fact, these are nothing but fruit bats. This is actually placed under vermin. Any other example of vermin that you know? Sometimes nilgai, okay, rhesus monkey, okay, some rodents, etc. So vermin is true. The Indian flying fox feeds on blood of other animals. It's a fruit bat. Fruit bats are your frugivores. Frugivores are eating fruits. Of course, there are certain bats which eat on blood. Sanguivores, हमने पढ़ा था. And what is the mechanism? How they are able to drink blood? And we've seen, yes, we've seen that, right? वो हमने देखा हुआ है. So Indian flying fox feeds on the blood of other animals is inaccurate. Why? Because they eat on fruits. Okay. So what is the correct answer here? Now in this question you should also remember, right now in the amendment that has happened to the Wildlife Protection Act, okay, the vermins are not a part of the schedules. Earlier there were 6 schedules. In the original part, the 5th schedule was related to vermin. Now what has happened? You have 4 schedules now. Vermin is not one of them. So if the government has to again declare something as vermin and actually hunt it down, it has to be done through a notification, not through the act. Okay, so vermin wala part nahi hai in that act. ठीक है? Is this correct? Okay. This is again an interesting question. In India, we are talking of biodiversity management committees are key to realization of Nagoya Protocol. What is Nagoya? Access and benefit sharing. BMCs help in creating something known as Peoples of Population Biodiversity Register, where you keep a record of everything. Hence, this prevents biopiracy, so it helps in objectives of Nagoya. True. BMCs have functions in determining access. यहाँ तक सही है. Main thing is this, including power to levy collection fee on the access of biological resources within the jurisdiction. This is actually true. They have the power to levy taxes or even collect fees. This is actually a true part. Okay, so BMCs have the power to do so. BMCs are created under the Wildlife Protection Act, yes? Under the Biodiversity Act 2002. BDA creates a 3-tier structure: National Biodiversity Authority, State Biodiversity Boards, and 3rd tier is Biodiversity Management Committees. Okay, so here the correct answer is both 1 and 2. Okay, interesting question. This question maybe when the UPSC released this key, there was a lot of dispute because Bombay High Court ka verdict kuch aur. A very close reading of the Forest Acts was also done. So here I'll tell you all the background related to this question. Just quickly read the statements. First of all, don't read the first one. First, we'll start with 2nd and 3rd statement. Let's read question number 2nd. When a wild animal is declared protected, that is entitled for equal protection whether found in a protected area or outside. No, I'm just asking. सही है कि नहीं? And you are free to argue both ways. ठीक? अब देखो, again बहुत आसानी समझ में आ जाएगा क्यों नहीं है. Let's say this is a protected area. This is the national park. The tiger is roaming. Tiger ने jump किया थोड़ा सा यहाँ पे. The moment it goes outside, you directly hunt it. आपने कहा भाई तू तो गया. Is this happening? This is not happening. So if something is protected, it is protected whether it is found inside a protected area or outside. Because in a country like India or in general, there is a limitation on how many protected areas can you create. You have around 100 odd national parks, certain wildlife sanctuaries. There are always a case, even during the man-animal conflict, you cannot directly shoot them. And चलो उसी से related एक और question है. Apprehension of a protected wild animal becoming a danger to human life is a sufficient ground for its capture or killing. बताओ पहले सोच के बताओ. If this is true, every poacher will use it. वो दूर से स्नाइपर लेके बैठे होंगे and they'll say 1 kilometer ahead, my life is in danger, I have to kill it. So apprehension can never be a sufficient ground. In fact, when there are state forest officials, they have to go for tranquilizers first. And in the rarest of them, finally then the chief wildlife warden gives the permission, then only they can hunt it. Yes or no? So this is the apprehension a mere ground? No. Even if it is protected area inside or outside, they are entitled for protection. Yes. अब आते हैं पहला statement. This is a statement which cause a lot of problems, and I'll give you 2 or 3 instances of how to explain and understand this. Wild animals are the sole property of the government. अब तो पता है हमें आंसर, but you explain it to me. Why is that? Is anything a part of sole property of the government? Good. अब देखो, wild animals for us is a big set. Okay. Within wild animals, if I have a captive animal and if I surrender the captive animal, that becomes the sole property of, please note, state government. कौन सी बात कर रहा हूं मैं? Captive animal की. If I surrender a captive animal, that becomes the sole property of state government. Similarly, if an animal has been hunted, if in its protection, all of that, then the role becomes of, sole role is of the government. But wild animals is a huge set. If the government really stakes a claim and tries to conserve all of them, there will be so many cases against the government also, yes or no? Right? So in this case, there is a smaller set that they have taken, that is to be the sole property. Otherwise, again, you know, there are every day man and animal conflicts happening. Right now, the infrastructure is still not up to the mark. Even despite the best of efforts, there is still a lot of nexus. There is also a lot of killings that goes on. So this can be, from a legal point of view, also very challenging. Okay. So when we go through the Wildlife Protection Act, also Wildlife Protection Act में line है ही नहीं. This line was seemed to be inferred from a Bombay High Court judgment, which almost inferred that कि ये हो सकते हैं property of government. But this is not overall true because of the arguments that we are giving. The smaller subset that we are saying that captured or the hunted animals. So for example, if somebody has a hunted animal, they go to the government and they return it. Now, as per the new act, the government says that the moment you give it to us, it becomes our sole property. Second, you are not liable for any money or compensation. We will not give you any money for that. As simple as that. Okay. So this statement, wild animals are the sole property of the government, not true. So there can be many reasons. One of them can be this can invite a lot of legal hurdles or challenges. The capacity of the state being limited or in that regard also. So that is the issue. What is the answer in this case? 2 only. But इस question को star mark लगाओ. Whenever you revise, you should again go through this question. Very conceptual in nature. Same concept was that community reserve question that had 4 statements. Now this is straightforward. The moment you see FRA 2006, what is the nodal ministry? MOTA, Ministry of Tribal Affairs. Second thing, most of the things related to FRA are related to Gram Sabha. So powers of Gram Sabha are important in the case of FRA. Although this question is now not making sense, इसका चलो आंसर दो, इसको मैं modify करूंगा अभी फिर से. Because the amendment has happened. If I'm talking of Schedule 6 of the original Wildlife Protection Act, what is the answer here? A license is required to cultivate the plant. Who is going to give that license? Chief Wildlife Warden. This person is very important for us. Who appoints this person? The state government will appoint it. Now, in the current amendment, under which schedule is this particular thing now? Third schedule, right? Third schedule in the current one is related to plants. What is the fourth schedule related to? Sites. 1 and 2 being one highest degree of protection, second higher degree of protection. So here the answer is A. Okay, interesting question. This is a very minute question. I want you to read this. ध्यान से पढ़ना. B. नहीं आपको नहीं. How many of you saying B? How many of you saying C? How many of you saying D? फिर बचा कौन सा? A? Answer in you. They are very less. Nota. Okay, चलो. I'll start with third statement. FRA allows ownership of MFP to forest dwellers. This is true. So the answer, this cannot be the answer, it has to be B, C, D. Second statement, as per the FRA, bamboo is a minor forest produce. Sorry? Huh? There are two different things. The definition was changed of the tree or the, let's say, forest in 1927 Act. But whenever we say MFP, the grant of MFP is done through FRA. FRA में when you see usage rights मिलती हैं, तो FRA में individual rights मिलती हैं. Second, what is bamboo? Bamboo is basically a grass, and bamboo is a minor forest produce. Minor forest produce are regulated through the FRA. That is absolutely correct. नहीं देखो जो आपको confusion है मैं अभी explain करूंगा. That is a valid confusion to have. Now let's go to the first one. First statement पढ़ेंगे ध्यान से. As per the recent amendment to the Indian Forest Act of 1927, forest dwellers have the right to fell the bamboos grown on forest areas. अब देखो इसमें इतनी बारीक चीज है. The answer is they are allowed to fell the bamboos in non-forest areas. Later on, of course, when we say in the recent amendment, देखो जो बात है ना recent amendment, this recent amendment happened in 2017. So of course that is a current affairs inspired question they have asked you. So what had happened? The definition of forest was changed. So earlier, even in the non-forest areas, the tribals were not allowed to cut the bamboos, and if they were doing it, they were put under penal provisions. So as per this, the forest rights, they have the right to fell the bamboo grown on non-forest areas, non-forest areas. So 1 is wrong. The answer becomes 2 and 3. Now, to again answer your doubt, MFP will be governed under the Forest Rights Act. Forest Rights Act gives us title rights. We can have land up to 4 hectares based on certain qualifications. You also get usage rights. You also get community rights. Usage rights में the rights of minor forest produce will come. So it is totally up to the forest dwellers if they want to sell it up, use it for their own consumption, etc. वो सब उसमें आएगा FRA में. ठीक है? Okay. Now, Environment Protection Act 1986 empowers the Indian government. See, EPA gives wide-ranging power to center or state. Center government, wide-ranging powers. Okay. अब देखो, state the requirement of public participation in the process of environment protection and procedure and manner in which it is sought. Any idea? EPA does not state the requirement of public participation in the process and the procedure and the manner in which this is sought. This is not true. However, it does lay down the standards for emission, discharge of environmental pollutants from various sources. This is correct. In fact, this leeway has already been given. Whenever you see Environment Protection Act, in the preamble of the act, there is a mention of 1972 Stockholm Conference. Second thing, EPA gives wide-ranging power to central government. So central government can reduce or talk about emissions, any permissible level of emissions. ये सारी power है central government के पास. So second statement is correct, but the procedure, the manner in which the public participation is to be done is not mentioned in the Environment Protection Act. So which means the answer is 2 only. Additionally, all the other rules that you read about, plastic waste management rules, solid waste management rules, battery waste, ozone rules, noise rules, all of them, and in fact many other rules, are all governed under EPA. It is why EPA has so many powers. ठीक है? चलो अब आते हैं solid waste management rules in India 2016. Now this was based on a certain amendment that was done here. Waste generator has to segregate the waste in 5 categories. This was in 3 categories. So this is not correct. Rules are applicable for urban local bodies, towns and all industrial townships only. It was way beyond. It is not only restricted to these areas. In fact, it includes areas even beyond this. So this is very specific, very local, not true. It is mandatory D statement on the part of waste generator that a waste generated in one district cannot be transported or moved to another. This is also wrong. In many cases, let's say there is a common aggregator, they will move the waste across the districts. So you cannot be so specific that you cannot move the waste. This also does not make sense, which basically means this is the answer. The rules for exact and elaborate criteria for identification of the sites for landfills and waste processing, this is correct. It provides exact and the elaborate criteria for identification of certain sites. Okay. Now here also you will be able to understand this question fairly well. You're talking of CAMPA. So CAMPA exists at national level and state level. CAMPA funds go to which fund? Public account. 90% goes to state level CAMPA of public account. 10% goes to. Read statement number 2. Public participation is mandatory in the compensatory afforestation carried out under CAMPA. If this was true, all of us would have done some compensatory afforestation. If this was really mandatory, right? Have we done so? Ya to nahi aa raha? So this is not true. So public participation is mandatory. Again, it is always going to be voluntary in nature. So you will see many times you will see a note and a pattern of how the statement is getting wrong. The use of word mandatory you've seen in so many different cases. The organization and bodies, they are constantly changing. Okay. Very important. EPR is introduced or was an important feature of which of the following? Biomedical? Nahi. The answer is e-waste. However, if the question is asked now, it is there in e-waste. इन्होंने plastic waste में भी है, but in plastic waste they have used a older rule. In plastic waste, in the new rules, it is also there in plastic waste. It is also there in battery waste. All the 3 will have EPR, extended producer responsibility. Okay. So here this is correct in the options that are given. Last wala, food safety standard regulation is implemented by which body? FSI. FSI is a body under which ministry? Health and Family Welfare. देखो अब ये चीज हम देख चुके हैं. Critical wildlife habitat. The definition of critical wildlife habitat is incorporated in FRA. Definition of critical tiger habitat. WPA. This is true. Third statement पढ़ो. You'll get your answer. Ministry of Environment declares habitat rights for PVTGs. ट्राइबल होगा तो मिनिस्ट्री ऑफ ट्राइबल अफेयर्स. 3 is wrong. Answer is 2. Now this becomes for you a fact. For the first time in India, Baigas have been given habitat rights. Baigas are from which state? MP also? Yes? Of course, there are also some of them can also be in Jharkhand also. Generally, there is a big population there in MP also. This can be a new fact for you. But even if we knew that it is the MOTA, Ministry of Tribal Affairs, our answer, we still could have got our answer. Okay? Now, under Wildlife Protection Act, which of the following cannot be hunted under any provision except under the provisions provided by law? Correct? And in this question, basically, the understanding is that anybody who says the answer is only घड़ियाल, देखो इसमें sometimes we think घड़ियाल is critically endangered, but Indian wildlife तो बहुत दिखते हैं, wild buffalo भी बहुत दिखते हैं, तो इनको मार देते हैं, उनको बचा लेते हैं. It is not how the law works. Even if something is critically endangered, something is vulnerable, something is near threatened, or something there are different, let's say conservation status, they cannot be hunted by anyone except under the provisions provided by law. So both ghadiyal, wild ass and wild buffalo, all the three will be protected. And even if you have to declare a vermin, there is again a process that has to go through. The notification is of course done by the central government, but you have to consult the chief wildlife warden. The state government has to then talk and then talk to the central government. Then only through the provision provided by law this can happen. Any yes. We can? Yes, we can kill none. If a tortoise species is declared protected under Schedule 1 of the Wildlife Protection Act, what does it imply? देखो एक बार पढ़ो. It is endemic. Concept of endemism is not at all related. Concept of endemism is geographic in nature. This is wrong. It no longer exists in the wild and few animals are captive. No, not true. Impossible to prevent its extinction. Not true. It enjoys the same level of protection as tiger. So this is not a straightforward question, but in a different format they have tried to ask you. Okay. Now this is an interesting section. So let's start with this one. In this we'll see a lot of one-liners, plus there are some questions that will say. Ab dekho, in this you have seen, and in the last 10 years they've asked you name of birds. In fact, not once but a couple of times. Names of certain butterflies, names of fishes, and now they've asked you names of insects. Okay, yes, cicada, frog hopper, pond. ठीक है, यहां पे they did not play with you कि frog लिखा था तो सीधे amphibian लिख देते, नहीं किया, यहां पे आगे खराब हुआ है. In this, the only thing I'm telling you, if you know it, ठीक है, the Silent Valley National Park. Why is the name Silent Valley? Because of absence of noisy cicadas. Cicadas are these insects that make certain noise. Hence, the name is Silent Valley National Park. This particular fact in I think 2008 or 9 has been asked by UPSC once. That why is Silent Valley called Silent Valley? Okay. Other than that, these kind of questions will be very difficult, no doubt about it. Okay. Birds pe, because I think 6 or 7 types of birds have been asked, you will see certain names, you will get some idea, because whenever you see these questions, these are equally as difficult as some of the random terms that you see in history. कि अगर पूछ ले तो पता ही नहीं है, कुछ भी 4 होगा, किस्मत अच्छी तो सही निकलेगा, then you see कि no, I thought like this, I got the answer. Otherwise, of course, like Rohit Sharma, one can lose 14 toss. ठीक है? नहीं, वो तो अलग है. Toss भी important चीज है. Let's see the 15th one. So here the answer is insects. Okay, again a question. This is a question sometimes you ask how to attempt these questions. India की species याद नहीं हो रहे, अब क्या आप सारे continent और countries के याद करें? This is a question, and again see the sadism or let's say the kind of vileness of the examiner. इसका answer क्या है? In this, almost all these parts are wrongly given. Okay, so here they have tried to, let's say, take the biggest revenge from you. Okay. Now, you have Indri, you have elks, and you have bonobos. Again, these are the things. Then when you've done everything in an environment and everything, let's say in other subjects, then you go into detail. जैसे for example in our classes in Prelims Crash Course we've seen कि भाई primates क्या होते हैं, old क्या है, new क्या है, apes क्या है, old क्या है, new क्या है. इसकी भी कोई limit नहीं है. Again, on primates also there are these thick books. Okay. Now some of you maybe are aware because of our discussions. Where are bonobos found? DRC is this Democratic Republic of Congo. So it is not found in this particular part. This is wrong. Then you have elks and you have Indri. Okay. So here also if you note in this case, in this particular part, isme just a second. Acha, who was saying only one? इसमें कोई भी correct नहीं है. All are incorrect. Now, the very first part, this Indri, yes. Indri is actually found in Madagascar. Bonobo is of course incorrectly matched. So these two are not correct. Then you have these elk. Okay, again for reference if you want you can write. Elk is a deer found in North America and Central Asia. तो इसमें correctly matched है none. तो एग्जाम में to have the confidence कि सारे ही गलत होंगे पक्का. Okay, this is yes, next to impossible. But there are some of students in the last अभी आपके बैच के जो पहले वाले थे, तो कुछ को मान के सब में नन मार के आए, 3 सही हो गए. They attempt 6 or 7. So again I'm not advising these tactics because sometimes again I'm like saying like Rohit Sharma they can backfire. आप बहुत सोचते हो ना कि there are 10 questions, I use the probability and at least 10 में some will get correct, but there are chances that 10 में कभी-कभी 9 या 8 भी गलत हो जाते हैं. हाँ हो सकते हैं, वो भी probability है. So again that this is one question. So this is wrong. Bonobo in तीनों में bonobo is sometimes mentioned in the news. Please remember bonobo is matriarchal. Okay. There are some groups that are matriarchal. Bonobo is one of them. Elephants. In fact, if you read Hangul के बारे में और detail में, even Hangul is matriarchal. Hangul, that is the Kashmiri stag. Okay. So here the answer is none. None is correctly matched. Very difficult question, no doubt about it. This is still a question that could have been answered, but still it requires some level of elimination. Third statement पे देखते हैं. Unlike male lions, male leopards do not proclaim their territory by scent marking. करते हैं अब इसमें don't ask me what is scent marking. Okay. So you would have seen a lot of dogs doing a lot of scent marking in the mornings and whatever time. So here in this case, even the male leopards do proclaim the territory by scent marking. This is true. Okay. If this is true, अब इसमें in this question, what is the main takeaway for us? Cheetahs do not roar. They purr, and we've also seen the reason why. बताओ भाई. ये तो सही. What is this? खराश तो they are there in Delhi. So basically it is related to a particular bone which is found in this part. So because of that they are not able to related to larynx. Yes. Okay. So which is why they do not roar. This is correct. Lions do not have a particular breeding season. This is also true. Lions may you also know what is the term known as prides. Lion hunt in prides, and usually the prides are dominated by females. And lion have these mane. Yes. What is the mane? Mane is this M-A-N-E. So let's say this is the lion, this is the mane. अब कुछ समझ में तो नहीं आ रहा होगा. This is the lion. This is the mane that they have. Sorry. Thank you. Thank you. This is an imported lion. हाँ. चलो ठीक है. So the answer here is 1 and 2. Main takeaways: cheetahs do not roar. Again, the inspiration for this question could have been International Big Cat Alliance, launched on the 50 years of Project Tiger. There are 7 big cats covered under it. There are 2 of them which are not found in India. Which are those 2? Puma and Jaguar. There are 5 found in India, which are tiger, cheetah, snow leopard. अरे वो तो ठीक है. आंसर क्या है? हाँ, clouded leopard is not there. Yes, that's clouded leopard is not included in that. Okay. Yes, right. Is tiger a part of India's species recovery program? No. Now, which of the following shows a unique relationship with an insect that has co-evolved with it, and it is the only insect that can pollinate that tree? Now we know. अब देखो इस केस में many people may have known that fig and this particular wasp have mutualism, but they have asked another level of detail that is highly specific in nature. Okay. Now fig and wasp have something known as obligatory mutualism. It simply means only these two. मतलब तेरे बिना मैं अधूरा, वैसा type of concept. It is only you who can, like, let's say, help me. Whereas if I talk about basic pollination, in the basic pollination, what would happen? Even if it is not a particular fly, other flies, some other rodent, any other thing can help in pollination. But so this is just like a lock and key mechanism, highly specific in nature. Huh. So this is known as obligatory mutualism. Okay. Other thing that I was telling is facultative mutualism. Facultative मतलब कोई भी कर सकता है. Obligatory means highly specific lock and key mechanism. This is an example of obligatory mutualism. Okay. So fig and wasp is that particular part. Which of the following have poisonous species? This is a relatively easy question. इसमें अगर आप बहुत बुद्धि लगाओ कि ऐसी कौन सी fish है poisonous, मैंने नहीं पढ़ी. Better ways to go if you are attempting it is all. Even if one of these species are found which are poisonous, your job is done. All the 3 are poisonous in nature, be it butterflies or fishes or frogs. Some of them at least have poisonous species. Okay. इस तरह के, and in this basis you will see many questions almost every year being asked. Okay, so we'll show. Now this is again a question 2023 में. When this was asked, it created a lot of doubt. You're talking of Indian squirrels. Okay. Are they omnivorous? Generally what they eat. But it can also be that accidentally or even sometimes some dead remains or detritus can also be a part of their diet. So they are omnivorous. Okay. They store their food matter like nuts and seeds in the ground. This is also true. The statement number 1 was the confusing part. Now the question is specific to Indian squirrels. They build their nests by making burrows in ground. Now some squirrels can make nests in burrows, but most squirrels, and specifically Indian squirrels, are arboreal in nature. So on these trees they will make their nests. And sometimes how we get confused, we would have seen some squirrel roaming around and trying to dig a burrow. So we get confused. And even when I say Indian squirrel, there are more than 20-30 types of Indian squirrels that are there. And in this, to make the matters even difficult, it's an only one. UPSC is given the answer only 2. Now you figure out which 2. So of course, going by a lot of text, and though these 2 should be the best answers, they make their, so predominantly in other parts of the world, you see burrowing part by squirrels. But in India, the squirrels are arboreal in nature, again as a general statement. तो यहाँ पे Indian squirrels की जो बात है very specific. This is arboreal. So here the answer becomes only 2. Now again, this is a question that you cannot prepare before the exam. There are some direct observational questions being asked. Again, the classic year 2023. Okay, this is a question we could have done if we knew about ourselves. Which of the following makes a tool with a stick to scrape insects from a hole in a tree or a log of wood? अब of course some of you may have seen some documentaries on Netflix, on YouTube, some of the videos on Nat Geo. Of course अच्छी बात है. If you have not seen it, the way to answer this question is to see which of the following is most closest to us. जो सबसे close होगा हमारे relative, that will be the most intelligent species. Which is the most closest relative? Orangutans. हम जब apes की बात करते हैं, apes you have lesser apes. Lesser apes में example is gibbon. India में you have holock gibbon. That is the only ape species that is in India. Then you have these greater apes, not grapes. Greater apes में example can be again chimpanzee, again orangutan. So orangutan, these are highly intelligent in nature. They can use tool. The main thing to ask you who uses a tool is to ask you whether do you know are these intelligent enough or not. So here the answer is orangutan. Where do you generally find orangutan? Okay, even Indonesia, Malaysia, in all of these regions you will find. This year a term known as orangutan diplomacy was also in news. Okay, so we'll know that. Again, talking of fishing cat, any idea what's a fishing cat? No, that's different. Fishing cat, first of all, is nocturnal. It's, I think, if you can just check, it is the state animal of West Bengal. Okay. Other than that, there was a fishing cat census that was carried out a couple of years back. Okay. So again, these are few things that you need to know. Sentinel species generally are your indicator species, indicator. So of course, for specific ecosystems, even those species can be helpful. In which paper? ठीक है. Elephant can be many. Elephant के लिए ना there are many terms. Ecosystem engineers are also one. Okay, so we'll see there are many terms. हाँ, not directly. And sentinel normally जो आपने सुना in video games, in many things, sentinel generally is used in a protector sense. They help in protection. Okay, marsupials are not naturally found in India. True. Where are marsupials naturally found? Australia. Okay. Are they only found in Australia? No. Marsupials can also be found in North and South America, but mostly they will be found in Australia. Examples are, let's say, kangaroos or koala and Tasmanian tiger. Then opossum मिलेगा में वहाँ पे in the America. You also have wombat. This opossum is going to be found in the parts of America. Marsupials can thrive only in montane grasslands with no predators. Very extreme statement. So even if we do not know, we can eliminate this statement. The answer will become C. Okay. So marsupials, we just remember some of the examples of marsupials. Okay. Marsupials are having a pouch. We have seen that. So when we prepare mammals, remember three things in mammals. One will give live birth. Yes or no? Second are marsupials. They are having a pouch. And third is egg-laying mammals. What are egg-laying mammals? Platypus, echinida. These are known as metronemes. So in mammals, whenever we prepare three things, one which give live birth, one which are marsupials, they have a pouch. And the third one is egg-laying mammals like echinida or platypus. Okay, wombat, etc. These are the pouches. अब हो क्या रहा था? Why this question perhaps could have been asked? Some of the kangaroos were turning up in India. Okay, so there was a lot of wildlife smuggling, and perhaps this could have been one of the reasons why this question was asked. Okay, again, distribution of marsupials. So mostly they will be native in this, introduced in this part. So again, in America also they are found. This is how the marsupials distribution is going to be. Now, which of the following are generally nocturnal or mostly active after sunset? देखो इसमें what is diurnal? This is diurnal. Malabar civet is nocturnal. Main thing is sambar deer. Now there have been images to show that sambar deer is sometimes seen in night, but the best term for sambar deer is, what is crepuscular? Active during dawn and dusk. So during the twilight they are active. So they are also not nocturnal, to be very precise. So the best part here is this, only one. Now if you again ask me, do you need to know this level of detail for all the species? You will not be able to remember it. Even if you know, you will fumble in the exam, because again here what they've done, out of the three, only one is correct. Okay, so here also difficult to answer in the exam hall. In this many coachings also, in many papers, the answer was given as only two, because sambar deer के काफी evidences मिलते हैं that they are also active during the night. There are also CCTV footage or night trap cameras. But in some cases, it is also true that they are crepuscular. So perhaps UPSC has gone with the most, let's say, non-debatable option. That option happens to be Malabar civet, which is nocturnal in nature. Okay. Again, it is the questions like this which makes these questions almost non-attemptable, or in case we'll get a lot of negatives in case we attempt it. But in the same year, you also have questions like this. Some mushrooms have medicinal properties. Okay. Some mushrooms have psychoactive properties. ये तो पता होगा. What is this? Magic mushrooms, for example. There are movies, there are a lot of references on people having mushrooms and having a lot of hallucinations, so on and so forth. Some of them have insecticidal properties. They can have insecticidal properties. Okay. Some of them have bioluminescent properties. Can the mushrooms glow? So there are mushrooms that actually glow in the dark as well. Okay. Now, my question is, apart from mushrooms, can any other species glow? Yes. Jellyfish can glow. Noctiluca, which we just saw, can glow. What about Badshah's Jugnu? Firefly. They can also glow. All these have bioluminescent properties. They can glow. Okay. So in this case, psychoactive, medicinal, insecticidal, this can happen. In fact, mushrooms have a lot of benefit. In one of the preceding years, there was a question also on Gucci mushroom. Very expensive, 25,000-30,000 rupees per kg. Okay. In this case, the answer is all four. Ab isme just one thing you have to remember, there is an enzyme known as luciferase that leads to the glow. Okay, in fact, the same thing also happens in the case of Noctiluca. If the question is, why is Noctiluca glowing? So there is this luciferase enzyme that leads to the glow of these particular mushrooms. Luciferase. Okay. Again, for example, 5 arrest in Kodaikanal. What is Kodaikanal? Artificial lake. So again, जैसे दिल्ली में देखो, drug seized, cocaine, LSD, so MDMA, charas and magic mushroom. So again, अब देखो ये same thing. This is your mushroom, psilocybin mushroom. This is again having such psychoactive properties. Okay. Yes. Millipedes में पक्का. अच्छा नहीं, some of course that is true. हाँ. The rodents were eating it. अच्छा, okay, interesting. Okay. चलो ठीक है. So this is one thing. So अच्छा, remember this just name, psilocybin mushroom. अब देखो यहाँ पे भी there is hydroponic. Okay, so let's move ahead. NCB भी क्वेश्चन मुश्किल है, अब या किसी और कॉन्टेक्स्ट में शायद आया. नारकोटिक्स कंट्रोल ब्यूरो. Now, which of the following performs a waggle dance for their kin to indicate the direction and the distance of source of the food. In this case, of course, the answer is honeybee. So they have this again, based on the distance of the sun, they have a particular waggle dance that they will do. Now, specific related to honeybees, you have also terms like colony collapse disorder, okay, wherein the drastic decline of the population of bees happen in the colony collapse disorder. Fig tree and wasp हम पढ़ चुके हैं. Obligatory mutualism. Dragonflies से related, what do you know? Male insemination, and also, yes, good important indicator species of wetlands. Okay, so that is there. Other than that, there is also something known as the butterfly effect. Achha, what happens when there is a drastic decline of butterflies? Population will be affected, and that can lead to multiple problems. I think this question is also asked once. If there is a drastic decline of butterflies, then what would happen? अच्छा, honeybee से एक और चीज याद रखेंगे, project rehab. Okay, reducing elephant human attacks through bees. Okay, so that is project rehab. Now, with reference to red sanders, again an important part you will be able to understand. It's found in a part of South India. True? Where is it found? Andhra Pradesh, Eastern Ghats. One of the most important trees in tropical rainforest areas. It has to be deciduous. There is lesser rainfall in the Eastern Ghats. So this has to be wrong. Only one part is correct. The answer is one only in case of red sanders. There is also known as Operation Rakt Chandan by DRI, Directorate of Revenue Intelligence. Okay.
That animal name is lemur.
Achha, L-E-M-U-R, lemurs. Okay. Okay. Okay, okay. Now, let's have a look at question number 13. This is again, achha, no, the lemurs keep on eating something and they are intoxicated? अच्छा बताओ, what are lemurs? क्या होते हैं? Spy? We have already seen it. Lemurs are a part of your primates, the older primates. I had shared that handout. So coming back to question number 13, Gucci. Is Gucci a fungus? It's a mushroom. It's a fungus. Now, next, it is grown in some Himalayan forest areas. It is commercially cultivated in Himalayan foothills of northeast India. It was a part of northwest. So here the answer is अब देखो, which is not a bird. अब देखो, birds के नाम भी आप देख लोगे. White ibis is a bird, spoonbill is a bird, Indian nightjar is a bird, golden mahasir is a fish, and this again has gotten repeated. Again, some of these spoonbills, ibis, etc. To reduce the chance of getting captured by predators, which of the following rolls up and protects themselves and its vulnerable parts? 100% कौन सा पक्का है? Pangolin. What about hedgehog? अब hedge, what does the meaning of hedge? Hedge means to protect itself. So hedgehog can curl itself, can also curl down. So again, it can protect itself. What about marmot? This is a marmot. Again, it is found in, we've already seen it in some of the areas. So in slightly difficult, challenging areas, so it's just like a normal rodent. Okay? So it does not have certain scales or projections through which it can curl and save itself. So here the answer is hedgehog and a pangolin. Pangolin has certain scales, right? The scales are made up of keratin. Okay? And again, these are heavily trafficked. There are 8 varieties of pangolin. 2 of them are in India, Chinese and Indian. Which is critically endangered? Chinese. Okay. Okay. Which of the following is a filter feeder? What is a filter feeder, by the way? Basically purifying the water. So the best work is done by the oysters. Now here, one oyster can filter up to 50 gallons per day. And 1 acre of this oyster reef can do up to 36 Olympic swimming pools of water per day. So they are again filter feeders. Again, large volumes of bodies are pumped through them. A lot of water. So they remove algae and nutrients. So they make the water very clear. Okay. So that is the main part here. What is a pelican? Birds. Pelicans are birds. Okay. Octopus we all already know. Anything important about octopus? Can they regenerate their tentacles? They can regenerate. Okay. Now this is a question, again, one of the classic questions on elephant. The leader of an elephant of group is female. These are matriarchal groups. Yes, it is a female. Now, maximum gestation period can be 22 months. Now, let's say if I don't know this. An elephant can normally go on calving till the age of 40 years only. For this, you need to understand normally how long does an elephant live. So think about like a normal human. 65, 70 odd years they will live. So you cannot put a direct blanket statement. There are instances of crossing 40, 45 or almost 50 years they can calve. So this is not correct. Among the states in India, and this is something many of us would have known, the highest elephant population is in Karnataka, followed by Assam and followed by Kerala. So 4 is incorrect here. Even 3 is incorrect. Main thing to remember, these are matriarchal. Other groups that are matriarchal that we saw. Lion, when they hunt in prides, okay, those are primarily led by females. It's not that the males cannot lead, but primarily led by the females. Bonobos that we have seen, okay. Even Hangul has some of these attributes. अब देखो फिर से some names have been asked. Ceylon, frog mouth. The moment you see frog, what do you think? Amphibian. The moment you mark amphibian, the answer is wrong. Coppersmith barbet, grey chinned minivet, flame throated redstart. If there is anything related to the throat, very high chance it's a bird. Okay. So here the answer is birds. In fact, if I talk to you, the state bird of Goa, the name of state bird of Goa is flame throated bulbul. Flame throated. And when this question was asked in this year, the same year in Goa there was a festival, film festival, and this flame throated bulbul was the mascot. So some of these names are there. You have what are primates? ठीक है कह सकते हैं, but of course it is not just monkeys. We've done, there's a huge variety here. What are reptiles? अच्छा और नहीं example. Yes, correct. Amphibians. What would be turtles? सोचो. Reptiles. अब देखो, this is again a question that you can solve. Blue-finned mahasir, Irrawaddy dolphin, rusty spotted cat. Now let's see Irrawaddy dolphin. Irrawaddy dolphin, चंबल, इतना तो swim करके आएगी नहीं, ठीक है? Where would you find Irrawaddy dolphin? Chilika. No, of course in India also. Mekong तो मिल जाएगी. So this is there in Chilka Lake is brackish of fresh water. Brackish. So 2, the moment you see 2, you eliminate 2, you get your answer. So blue-finned mahasir is a fish that is found in Kaveri river. There is rusty spotted cat. This is there in Eastern Ghats. So one more attribute that you can add to Eastern Ghats. One thing is red sanders, Araku coffee, Jordan's cursor, and 4th is rusted spotted cat. Which one? No, I don't think so. Jordan's cursor is a bird that is critically endangered. It is found in Sri Lanka, Malaysia Wildlife Sanctuary. It is only found there. Okay. Now, Forest cover, although this is a question based on that year's report, but I don't think the percentage has changed much. You can answer this question by basic idea on the level of development. Just see this question, question number 20. With reference to the states mentioned above, the terms of percentage of forest cover to the total area, which of the following is correct in ascending order? Isme the trick I'll give you, think about the level of development in that state. If the state has a lot of development, will it have more forest cover or less forest cover? Less forest cover. Using that logic, you will directly get your answer in this question. Apply your mind, answer it. Tip, I have given you the trick, try to answer it. Ascending order, the most development you can see is in Maharashtra, ठीक है? Followed by MP. अब देखो MP में it's not as if the MP does not have forest cover, but we are talking about the overall area. The other areas are more primitive, okay? So they will have more forest cover as compared to the total area of that state. So 3 has to start, which ideally should be at the end. Chhattisgarh, because Odisha still has a lot of more development now. It is Chhattisgarh which is again having a lot of tribal population, more forests, yes? So your answer should start with 2, 3 and end with 1. There is only one option. तो इस क्वेश्चन में अगेन यू डोंट हैव टू वरी कि मेरे को परसेंटेज नहीं याद है. जस्ट थिंक फ्रॉम द लेवल ऑफ द एरिया ऑफ डेवलपमेंट और द परसेंटेज ऑफ डेवलपमेंट. हाईएस्ट डेवलपमेंट अगर होगा तो फॉरेस्ट कवर विद रिस्पेक्ट टू दैट विल बी लेस. सो मैक्सिमम इज महाराष्ट्र, द लीस्ट इज छत्तीसगढ़. देयर इज ओनली वन ऑप्शन लाइक दिस. So if you have these questions in your zone, you can try to attempt them. Okay. Again, a very interesting question. Asiatic lion is naturally found in India only. True. Gir National Park. Where is it being relocated? Bardha. Double humped camel is found in India only. Double humped होता क्या है? चलो अभी देखते हैं. One horned rhino is found in India only. Nepal, Bhutan, right? Rhino can also move, right? Up, let's have a look at, and again why I'm emphasizing on the camel part here is because the International Year of Camelids. Okay, so 2024 International Year of Camelids. अब देखो इसमें you have the Bactrian camel, right? These are double humps. You have Arabian camel, you have llamas, guanco, etc. So there is a single hump, there are double humps. Okay. So now, for example, India mein, you also have these dromedary camels, single hump. You also have Bactrian camels, which have double humps. Let's say, ab ye in Ladakh, etc. You can also find them, and also in nearby region you can also find them. So please remember this term dromedary as well as Bactrian camels. Okay. So dromedary will have the single hump. You also have Bactrian camel, double hump. So are they only found in India? Because again, think about Pakistan, think about Afghanistan, other regions, they will also be found. So it is not endemic or specific to India. So what is the answer in this case? A, one only. Because one-horned rhino can also be found in other areas. Maximum population of one-horned rhino is found where? Kaziranga in Assam. Again, a very good example. Some species of turtles are herbivore. Give me an example. The answer is green turtles. Green turtles are those. Some species of fish are herbivore. Even this is true. So you have parrotfish, you have surgeon fish. These are example of herbivore fishes. Okay. Some species of marine mammals are herbivores. Give me example. Dugong, sea cow. Some species of snakes are viviparous. अब देखो यहाँ पे there is one extra thing because snakes have been in the news. Most 70% of the snakes are oviparous, which gives birth to offspring by laying eggs. 70% maximum population. However, there are some which are viviparous. The young ones, they develop inside the mother's placenta. And some, there is a mixture that is ovoviviparous. eggs incubate and hatch in the mother's body, and then these snakes are born alive. So that there is a mixture of ovo and vivi in this case. But please remember, 70% of the snakes are oviparous. So basically they are giving egg laying ho jayenge ye, vivipary again, we have just understood they are bearing ones. So these are three terms, all the three are possible in this case. The question said some species are viviparous, true, most species are oviparous. Okay? In this case, all the four are correct. So again, some mushrooms pe pooch chuka hai, some different species, only pe bhi pooch chuka hai. So you are seeing a range of questions. However, the toughest ones are, the names are given, cicada, etc. वो pattern है. They've asked you for fishes, they've asked you for birds, they've asked you for insects, etc. So that is again a pattern that you are seeing. Maybe they will not repeat that question. So that can also be true. Now this is a question again we'll not discuss because this is directly related to that year's current affairs. Growing awareness about Himalayan nettle. Okay, actually it is a sustainable source of textile fiber, but again you are not expected to know this question directly based on that year's current affairs. So there was an experiment with Himalayan nettle. It's a fiber yielding plant. It's a textile fiber basically. Okay. Easier question, why is Prosopis juliflora in the news? What is Prosopis juliflora? Invasive species. So now give me the answer. It tends to reduce the biodiversity in area in which it grows. For questions like this, you need to know the invasive species that are there in current affairs in news. One species we said, Senna spectabilis. You could talk about, there is Prosopis juliflora, there is Prosopis cineraria. That is, yes, even chilensis. Chilensis is there in Gulf of Mannar. Okay. Similarly, there are other invasive species. Lantana camera hai. और एक चीज याद रखेंगे, are invasive species only plants? Can they be turtles? Anything can be invasive. Please remember, invasive can be anything. Okay. So that is the answer for 24. Which of the following leaf modification occurs in the desert areas to inhibit the water loss? Ab dekho, in this sometimes we get confused. Let's say if I'm thinking about a cactus. Okay, this is our own imported cactus. So in this case, for example, you can have hard and waxy leaves, you can have tiny leaves, but the moment somebody says I have tiny leaves, then how can I have thorns instead of leaves? You convince me that all three can be correct. The point is, our point of reference is only cactus. There are many such desert plants. Some of them can have tiny leaves, some of them can have thorns instead of leaves, some of them will have a fleshy trunk, some of them will have hard and waxy leaves. So the question is not specific to only one specific variety. Agar same question hai, what are the modifications that you will find in mangroves? There can be many modifications, not just in roots, but also in case of leaves, in the opening of stomata, succulent leaves, so on and so forth. So wahan pe go for a broad interpretation, all these are correct. Because every year I've had this question, sir, in case this is correct, then why is this correct? Right? So here we are not just talking about only one species, we are referring to various kind of leaf modifications in the desert areas. Okay? 1, 2 and 3. The term M stripes is in news. Maintenance of tiger reserves? Chalo, ye to aasan hai. Who created M stripes? Answer is NTCA plus W Wildlife Institute of India in 2010. So this is there for again photo identification tagging created by NTCA WII. NTCA WII, they have done a lot of things together. One is M stripes, one is tiger census in every how many years? 4 years. NTCA WII also creates something known as the management effective evaluation of tiger reserves. Here they will rate the best tiger reserve. What is the best tiger reserve in India? Periyar Tiger Reserve. Now one last thing, because I've told about NTCA. If the declaration of a tiger reserve has to happen, how will this happen? By center or state? State government. Does the state government have to consult NTCA? And is the approval of NTCA binding? Yes. It is not merely a recommendatory body. So NDCA has a very important role in this regard. The answer is B. Okay, next, I think it's 27, right? Kharai camel. It is capable of swimming up to 3 kilometers in sea water. What does the name Kharai tell you? Presence of salt. It survives by grazing mangroves. It eats mangroves, yes. It lives in the wild and cannot be domesticated. This statement is a direct attack on humans. What is anything that we cannot domesticate? बताओ. अभी तो lions बच गए कुछ time बाद. By the way, you've seen videos on YouTube. People living with lions मजे से. Okay? So it cannot be domesticated is wrong. In fact, camels for a very long time have been domesticated. We have seen them, right? Now there have been news, CAG ki reports, etc., that mangroves getting destroyed in Kutch, and the Kharai camels are not having enough mangroves to eat. Okay, so again you can see a herd of Kharai camels swimming in the Gulf of Kutch. They can swim up to 3 kilometers. Okay, so again that is how you should be again aware about. These are endangered. They may eat upon these mangroves. Okay, where would you find Great Indian Hornbill in its natural habitat? Ab dekho, the moment you see Great Indian Hornbill, which area comes to mind? Northeast, specifically Arunachal. Okay, now that is not there in the answer. अब बताओ, JNK उड़ के गई होगी कैसे? हाँ ठीक है Western Ghats. See, why not JNK in the higher parts of Himalayas? Why बताओ? Normally बता सकते हो, but why not? Lesser precipitation. Same issue in sand deserts, there will be lesser precipitation. Okay, this is a more ideal part. Now if you see, this whole expands. Okay, so of course it is found here also. It is found in Western Ghats. There's also Great Indian Hornbill Festival. There's also tribe associated with them. That takes a lot of conservation. Yes. Correct. And there is a specific tribe, there is a Nishi tribe which also takes care of the Great Indian Hornbill. Okay. So keep that in mind. This is again a question not relevant right now, but just for your reference. Which state butterfly, for the first time in the country, this was done by? Okay, this is southern bird, this is blue Mormon. बस एक fact लिख लेना, the largest butterfly India's largest butterfly, that is golden birdwing. There had been some articles that it was discovered after 88 years. The name is golden birdwing, India's largest butterfly. And second name is southern birdwing. एक और name है, that is the second largest butterfly of India. Southern birdwing. पहला है golden birdwing. Southern birdwing was in news in 2024. It is the second largest butterfly. In fact, that is the state butterfly of Karnataka, southern birdwing. These two were in news. Other than that, butterflies also have very fancy names, very difficult to guess from the name also. Okay, coming back, dugong, herbivorous marine mammal. Yes. Found along the entire coast of India. अब इसमें simple चीज है भाई, पूरे समय you will not get seagrass. And wherever you don't get it, you will not get it, right? Where is the maximum concentration of dugongs that you will find? Gulf of Mannar, around Park Bay. That is why you will have the dugong conservation reserve in that area. It is given a legal protection under Schedule 1. True. The answer is 1 and 3. So again, these are dugongs, okay? Herbivores, ecological engineers, they will eat sea grasses, that is what we have seen. Even they can do echolocation. What is echolocation? We've also seen dolphins doing echolocation, okay? Okay, yes. Which of the following is the national aquatic animal of India? Gangetic dolphin. Which Gangetic dolphin, again, think about river Ganga, the concept of BOD. These are also indicator species. Echolocation, blind, okay? They are found in fresh water. So keep that in mind. And just write down, there has been something that has been the global declaration on river dolphins. Okay? There are 5 dolphins in that and 1 porpoise. उसको मैं और डिटेल में नहीं बता रहा हूं, अभी कहीं पे लिख लो the global declaration on river dolphins, otherwise that will also take up some time. If I have time at the end I'll also speak, but let me first cover some of the questions here. Now again, this is a question we can solve through basic knowledge of geography. Which states will have tropical wet evergreen forests? Arunachal, can you have them? What about Himachal? Does Himachal will have this much of rainfall? Not really. Can Mizoram have high rainfall? It can have, right? The answer, you get your answer directly. Now, Gangetic river dolphins, other than poaching, what are the possible reasons for decline in the population of Gangetic river dolphin? Possible reasons. Construction of dams, this can be a problem. Increase in the population of crocodiles. This is not related. Getting trapped in fishing nets accidentally. There's a term that is used for this. This is known as ghost fishing. So this can happen. Use of synthetic fertilizers and other agricultural chemicals in crop fields in vicinity of the rivers. Yes. And we have seen also 2 other types of dolphins in India. One is Irrawaddy, found where? Chilika. And one Bias river, that is Indus river dolphin. हाँ, this was that question जो पहले क्वेश्चन से related था, हमने बात करी थी ना, crab, spider, etc. Among the following organisms which does not belong to the class of other 3. Mite होता क्या है? Mite is right? हाँ, ये best answer. Right. Pakka, mite is a termite. Spider, scorpions. Pakka, have we counted? You are partly right, partly wrong. These 2 will have 8 legs. Crab has 10 legs. Sorry. Okay, but that, see, mite, scorpions and spiders, all the 3 are land dwelling. How can I solve it even without knowing the exact part? All these 3 are land dwelling. This is aquatic. Okay. Now you have heard about a term that is known as arthropods. Within arthropods you have something known as arachnids. You also have something known as crustaceans. Crab is an example of the crustaceans. These will have 10 legs. These will have arachnids हैं, तो इनके क्या हैं? Now, does the spider have an antenna? Does the scorpion have an antenna? चलो अभी इतना डिटेल के जाने की जरूरत नहीं है. These 3 are in one section. This is the odd one out. Of course, this is the crustacean. So it is the crab that does not belong to the other 3 categories. Okay. So here these are arachnids, and this one is your crustacean. Also, these are under arthropods only. ठीक है? So, sorry. Mite, I think I have not added the image here. एक बार you can just Google it once. These are almost similar arthropod species. Almost, these are also arachnids. You will find a lot of images about mites. Okay. This is a fairly very easy question. Lichens capable of initiating ecological succession are bare rock, are symbiotic association of Other people, algae and fungus. If you walk through the countryside, you are likely to see some birds stalking alongside cattle to seize the insects disturbed by the movement. Which of these are such birds? Any idea how to answer this question? C, 2 and 3. You also see black-necked crane. Which one? Crane. And second, see, you're likely to see some bird stalking alongside the cattle. Main thing is alongside the cattle, so the bird does not have to be very big. Okay? So one thing that has to be there is your maina. Maina to has to be there pakka. Now, so at least, now, black-necked crane. Of course, it's a migratory bird, but bigger in size. It is not found in these areas. And again, alongside to seize the insects disturbed by the movements. So again, black-necked crane is not an appropriate option. Same thing is there with stork. The painted stork is also that one. It is relatively bigger bird, and again not seen throughout or not seen stalking throughout the cattle. They again have their own flocking patterns. So this is a question based on slight observation, slightly difficult in nature, because many people may have not known what is a stork or a painted stork, and to be eliminated or 1, 2, 3 option bhi nahi hai. So you have to be very precise in this question. Okay, the answer to this question is common maina. Okay, we move to question number 37. किसी ने बोला इजी है? चलो अब बताओ आप. 100% you'll get confused. चलो अब बताओ. All? I knew you'll say all. Sorry? Chalo, how many of you say all? Please read this question. Important question. All? How many of you see don't say all? That means you have seen the answer. Sorry? करते हैं, अभी बात करते हैं. अब देखो, it is again a question where you can also disagree with the answer that is given. Now, I'll go one by one. Neem oil can be used as a pesticide to control proliferation of some species. Yes, neem has these properties. Let's see, 3 पे आते हैं. Neem oil has applications in pharmaceutical industry. Yes. About neem seeds are used in manufacture of biofuels and hospital detergents. अब देखो, what can be used as a biofuel? Something that has enough starch, or something that can be ultimately used at a level through which you can generate enough energy. Now there are some articles that you will find across that will say that this can be used. But perhaps what the examiner tries to know from this is whether these are used in industrial applications or widespread applications. That is not the case with neem seeds. There are damaged crops, there is wheat, corn, cassava, etc., so on and so forth, that is used in the case of biofuels, but not precisely neem seeds. So in this case, many articles, many things will support that it can be used in all 3, 1, 2 and 3, but ultimately the answer is, so in the hindsight, what you can only argue that in statement number 2, they are going for a very restrictive approach, that things that are not done at an industrial scale is not going to be one of the options. So again, this is one question where people would have gone for all 1, 2 and 3, thinking that yes, even if this can be used, क्योंकि दो तरह के logic हैं. One is, maybe in the present stage it is not used at an industrial scale, but it can be used at later times, 5 years down the line, 10 years down the line. That is a way of interpretation. The similar thing can also be that they have taken a very restricted view. So again, this is where, again, there's a slightly divergent answer they have given. Finally, they have gone with 1 and 3. Okay. But used in yahan pe, you will find some articles supporting it also, but some also saying that large scale industrial applications are not possible because of not much available starch. So you cannot create extensive biofuels out of them. Hospital detergent, maybe you can use them, but again, not at a very big industrial scale. based on that particular years of knowledge. But again, even if right now if you see, the neem seeds can be used in case of certain detergents. Right. In the recent years, जितने भी cases हैं, उसमें तो almost all, जैसे let's say sustainable aviation fuel, other cases etc., they have been used in biofuels. In this case, in 2014, they again had a slightly different answer to this. Corn to yes, of course, yes. Corn to होता है first generation of biofuels में you have corn. If you are likely to travel through the Himalayas, you are likely to see which of the following naturally growing. Himalayas की बात कर रहे हैं. Can I see oak? Can I see rhododendron? Rhododendron is very prominent in Himachal Pradesh in all these parts. But what about sandalwood? I would not find it specifically here. The answer is 1 and 2. Okay. चलो ये बताओ, ये तो आप कर सकते हो मेरे हिसाब से. 100% start किससे होगा? Diatoms of phytoplanktons. Then crustaceans can be your copepods, they can be krills. Herrings are what? Fish. The answer is A, 39. Now we move to the last section here. Very first question. Many chewing gums are found in the market are considered as the source of environmental pollution. Again, I've told you, if you again throw a chewing gum and you come back after some years, वो वहीं पे होगी. Okay, so not that is an issue. Many chewing gums contain plastic as a gum base, and they will have again जो हम देखते हैं ना PVC etc. some gum base, polyvinyl or some of these chlorides that is present in them. So that is leading to plastic pollution. Can you give me any alternatives of this? So if you have time, 2023 में in Shark Tank there was an episode about alternatives to healthy chewing gums. In fact, there is something known as good is this jaggery base pe. So now there are a lot of chewing gums which are trying to be more environmentally sustainable, because the level at which we are chewing gums, sare cricketers and every sports, and normally if you see, if everybody is chewing, it's a huge health hazard. So here both these are correct. Many chewing gums have gums as the gum base. How many of you attempted this in the exam and marked A? ठीक है. So this is there, fine. The European Parliament approved the Net Zero Industry Act recently. European Union intends to achieve carbon neutrality by 2040 and therefore aims to develop all of its own clean technology by that time. बताओ भाई. Why? 2050 is the year net zero. The European Union wants to achieve net zero by 2050. We've seen it 10 times. What is the year for China? 2060. What is the year for India? 2070. This is why this is wrong. अब यहां पे एक नोट बनाओ EU पे. EU has done a lot of initiatives in the last one and a half years. One is Fit for 55. इसके under there is CBAM. Fit for 55 is 55% greenhouse gas reductions by 2030. CBAM is Carbon Border Adjustment Mechanism. This is known as the world's first carbon border tax. EU also has come up with something known as carbon farming. EU is also coming with EU deforestation regulations. EU has also come up with नेचर रेस्टोरेशन प्लान. अगेन EU हमने कहां देखा? ग्लोबल क्लाइमेट चेंज अलायंस. यस, वी सॉ दैट, राइट? ग्लोबल क्लाइमेट चेंज अलायंस. नेचर रेस्टोरेशन प्लान 2030. नेट जीरो इज बाय 2050. फिट फॉर 55. कार्बन बॉर्डर एडजस्टमेंट मैकेनिज्म. कार्बन फार्मिंग. EUDR. इज देयर एनीथिंग दैट आई एम मिसिंग? हाँ, ग्रीन डील इज अगेन, ये तो यहीं पे लिखा ही है. This is again this part of Green Deal only. So Green Deal का part is Fit for 55. Again a part of that is CBAM. That is the Green Deal. That is what? Other than that, even it had come up with GDPR, that you know, General Data Protection Regime, etc., etc. In this case, what is the right answer? World Toilet Organization. Now, it is one of the agencies of United Nations. Is it? नहीं. इसके लिए just before the exam or just have a list of the UN agencies. From environment perspective, there are certain agencies that you should remember. One is World Bank भी है, ठीक है. So again, for environment related initiatives, so World Meteorological Organization, FAO for example, International Maritime Organization, okay, World Bank, etc. And of course there are some other initiatives that you can add later on. Now, World Toilet Summit, World Toilet Day and World Toilet College are the initiatives of this organization to inspire action to tackle the global sanitation crisis, okay. Main focus of its function is to grant funds to least developed and developing countries to achieve the end of open defecation. It is not related to granting funds. So this part makes it wrong. In fact, this is also a trap that you have seen. In many cases, they keep on adding, it gives funds, financial assistance. So you have to be very clear whether it really does it or not. Okay, so this is 2. Polyethylene tetraphthalate, again a lot of bottles that we use are PET bottles, okay. Very widespread. अब देखते हैं इसमें, its fibers can be blended with wool and cotton fibers to reinforce their properties. Blending on this can happen, yes. Containers made of it can be used to store any alcoholic beverage. अब देखो, alcoholic beverage depends on percentage. There may be many some alcohol experts in the class. 10%, 20, 40, 50, 60, 70, 80. The harder you go, then the durability of these bottles will be tested. Yes or no? This becomes wrong. Bottles made of it can be recycled into other products. Basic recycling can happen. And again, we are not commenting on how good the bottle is after recycling. Plastic industry हमेशा बोलती है कि then you can do 100% recycling, but the issue is it is not always 100%. Articles made of it can be easily disposed of by incineration, a keyword for us, without causing greenhouse gas emission. Batao. If you will burn them, there will be greenhouse gas emissions. Okay. Second thing, what is incineration? Burning of waste in the presence of oxygen, of course at high temperatures. Same thing, but if you remove oxygen, that is pyrolysis. Okay, so 4 is wrong, 2 is wrong, the answer is 1 and 3. Miyawaki method, straightforward, has been spoken in Man Ki Baat. Okay, it is talking about creation of mini forest in urban areas. Okay, now in urban areas, what is the biggest issue? Availability of land is limited. So what will you do? In a short area, you will have mixed plantations, various types of plantations you will do. Second thing, what is happening here, because it's a mixed area, better utilization of space, there is a faster growth. And after 2 to 3 years, who is Miyawaki here? Japanese botanist. After 2 to 3 years, this becomes, or there is almost a self-sufficiency, self-maintenance. So you don't have to have many persons who are involved in the maintenance. If you have persons doing the maintenance, this will lead to more issues, yes or no? So this will lead to self-sufficiency. So that is again an important part. So main thing is creation of mini forests in urban areas. Okay, again important. Just like Araku coffee was spoken in Man Ki Baat, this was also Man Ki Baat. So keep that in mind. What is the best term to describe green washing? Okay, conveying a false impression that a company's product are eco-friendly and environmentally sound, right? Another term that was there in the news, hushing, green hushing. बताओ. Hush money सुना है? What is hush money? Something very secret? What is green hushing? Then many times the companies do not declare their, let's say, credentials, because if they declare their environmental credentials, they will be subject to more scrutiny. So they do not declare it at the first instance. That is green hushing. There's also greenwashing. Both these terms have been in news. So keep that in mind. Another similar term is greenium. You know what is a premium? There's a greenium. So you are investing in green projects despite they are giving lower returns. So that is a greenium. Sorry? No, they are hiding their overall credentials related to overall green investments. No, not this is not necessary. It can be good also, but in some cases, let's say you have given a lot of impression that you are doing a lot of good accounting practices, but you know that the moment you are opening it, you will be put to more scrutiny. So that can be again a project of issue. Let's say, see, same thing also happens with CSR. Every company will boast about CSR, but the more you go into their record books, you'll get to know they're only doing it just for showpiece. It is not actually doing a real benefit. So this can be double-edged sword also. Okay, so green hushing is that part. So you know greenwashing, honest marketing versus greenwashing. Okay, so that's again something that is there. What is the concern with copper smelting plants? Okay. Now, they may release lethal quantities of CO2, carbon monoxide into the environment. You will say may, to sir ho sakta hai. The copper slag can cause the leaching of some heavy metals into the environment. This can happen. They may release SO2 as a pollutant. This is correct, this is correct. Now the main issue is there in statement number 1. They may release is fine. The bust here they've added a new keyword. What is lethal? Deadly. That can ultimately cause danger to life. So while there are quantities of carbon monoxide release, but it is not to the extent that they are lethal. So in this case, again, a very fine observation has come that the answer here is 2 and 3. CO is released, but this is not lethal. Okay. Talking of carbon monoxide, what is the issue with carbon monoxide? It binds with hemoglobin, very high affinity, and that leads to death. Okay. So the answer is B, 2 and 3. आ गया आपका biofuel. National policy on biofuels. Which of the following can be used as a raw material for production of biofuels? Please see this question very carefully. Only last few very questions are left. This is one of the questions where you should spend some time. People online, we are almost at the end, so just give me around 10-15 minutes, we'll be done. Because almost the last 10 questions are remaining. बताओ. अच्छा, okay, the options. ठीक है, चलो. Let's start with this. Can cassava be used? Damaged wheat grains, ground nut seeds. क्यों? Why? चलो, बहुत बढ़िया, good. Horse gram. चलो देखते हैं अभी. I'll see. Rotten potatoes, sugar beet. अब देखो, first rule of thumb is anything which has starch will directly be used. So sugar beet has that, yes. Anything that becomes rotten, of course, that is not fit for our consumption. Waste being converted to biofuel, we want that. So even this should be there. This should be there. Even cassava should be there. Now the issue with 3 and 4. What is the issue with 3 and 4? Yes, very good. That is right. That, for example, India is importing a lot of these elements. So why do you want to produce them as biofuels? If you do that, it can lead to food security issues. It can lead to inflation because you will have to be importing more of that. So in this case, the examiner has very carefully planted 2 things that cannot be used as a feedstock for this biofuel. So 3 and 4 is incorrect. Okay. The answer to this question is 1, 2, 5 and 6. Somehow I think there is a misprint here. So ignore that. Now, in biofuels, again quickly recall, you have first generation, second, third, fourth. What is first generation? Food crops. Second generation? Non-food crops like जेट्रोफा, नहीं पोटैटो वो सारा उसमें आएगा फर्स्ट में. वेस्ट ठीक है, यस यस ओके. थर्ड इज algae, and what is fourth? Genetic modification or even carbon neutral. Okay, some part of carbon, yes. Achha, which can be used. See, actually these seeds can be used, but in this question again the hidden intention for them to ask is, this question is not, let's say, out of context. Context ही यही है कि in India if you create them, you can create biofuels, but you have to link it with inflation, food supply. तो एक question is not, this is actually a linked question. आप isolation में अगर इसका आंसर सोचोगे वो गलत हो जाएगा, because here of course we are not denying you cannot create biofuels out of them, but here again you have to see in the context whether if you import them, already there is a scarcity, so that will lead to inflation. So again ये question is in that regard. Purely science based question नहीं है वाला. Okay, that was a question of sustainable aviation fuel. Which of the following can be used as a food feedstock? Here you have to see the economic aspect into consideration as well. Option is this, but again you can match it across. Okay, social cost of carbon. Just quickly go through this. The answer actually I'll tell you, chalo, it's a long term damage done by a ton. Same question can get repeated by a kg, by 10 kg. It's actually a ton of CO2 emissions in a given year. You're talking of social cost, so you have to talk about long term damage. Developed versus developing. Even in developing, between haves and have nots. So long term damage which is caused by these emissions. Okay. Now, which of the following are officially designated as major minerals? Again, I think this is something that you would have done in your geography part as well. तो अब अगर major और minor minerals की अगर हम बात करते भी हैं, so this is which question? Question number 10. Okay. So in this case, bentonite is actually a clay, and clay is what? So 1 should not be in our answer. We are left with 4, 2, 3, 4. So chromite, kyanite, sillimanite are all that is there. Now in this question, one thing extra that we need to know is the Mines and Minerals Development Act of 1957. Okay. So this is one. Okay, you have major minerals, minor minerals, etc. Okay. Other than that, in geography or basically in economy also you read this topic, or even in current affairs, then you can go in more detail who can designate what. Is it the center or the state who can designate major or minor minerals? ठीक, major is center, minor is state. Okay. Methane hydrate. What is a hydrate? I think related to a water form. Okay. So let's see this talks about methane hydrate. Number 1, global warming might trigger the release of methane gas from these deposits. This can happen. Large deposit of methane hydrates are found in Arctic tundra and under the sea floor. Even this is true. So these are found across. Now this is a very important statement. इस पे star mark लगाओ. Methane in the atmosphere oxidizes to carbon dioxide after a decade or 2. This is also true. So again, you will be surprised to know you have methane. Methane is a short-lived climate pollutant. It lives as methane for almost 12 years, and after that it becomes CO2, and then CO2 becomes, so CO2 will live as CO2. So this will live around 100 or 100 plus years. So this is something that happens. So methane se again yaad rakhenge, it's a short-lived climate pollutant. We've already seen CCAC, convened by UNEP, right? Clean Climate and Clean Air Coalition. So what is the correct answer here? 1, 2, 3. Now, carbofuran, methyl parathion, phorate, triazos. What are these? These are pesticides in agriculture. In fact, in 2019 itself, there was a conference of parties of Rotterdam Convention. What is Rotterdam related to? Hazardous chemicals and pesticides. In that year, phorates, or this was particularly banned and added to the Rotterdam Convention. And Rotterdam Convention is hazardous chemicals and pesticides. Other than that, in India, sometimes carbofuran, etc., they are talked about. Okay. How are these controlled or governed? All these insecticides in India, how are they governed? Is there any act for it? Which is the ministry related or responsible? Okay, yes. Again, specifically there is also this insecticide related rules, so which also governs them. Any example of fruit ripening agent? Carbides. What about oxytocin? Can that be used? Okay. Preservative. चलो इन सब में किसी पे भी क्वेश्चन बन सकता है एक्चुअली इन फ्यूचर. So I was actually referring to this only. Insecticides के बहुत नाम है ऐसे. Carbofuran, methyl, dimenton, triazos, endosulfan. These certain weedicides are there. There are fungicides. You may have heard कि 2023 में Dicofol, Dinocap, Methomyl, these were certain banned. For this was the part, please remember, there is an Insecticides Act of 1968, and this act is seen by Department of Agriculture and Farmers Welfare. So this is a specific piece of knowledge. You may not know all the names, even some of the names if you know are more than enough. जैसे Kerala bee was in news because of ban. In fact, Kerala से you will remember endosulfan. Okay, so keep that in mind. Insecticides Act. Who is implementing the Insecticides Act, administering it? The Department of Agriculture, Farmers Welfare, Ministry of Agriculture and Farmers Welfare. So keep this in mind. Okay. Okay. Question number 13. Agricultural soils release nitrogen oxides in the environment. Yes. Cattle release ammonia in the environment. Yes. Poultry releases, industry releases reactive nitrogen compounds into the environment. Even this is true. So all these three are correct. This question is more specific to nitrogen pollution, increasing level of nitrates. If these nitrates go to water body, what will this lead to? Eutrophication. Now there is a question on HCNG. Again, please notice the choice of words. You will be again able to solve this. हाइड्रोजन सीएनजी की बात है. नाउ लेट्स सी द मेन एडवांटेज ऑफ HCNG इज अगेन वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट कीवर्ड, elimination of carbon monoxide emission. If I use CNG, do I have emissions? Yes. So even if I have HCNG, I will have certain emissions. It does not mean elimination. However, अगर क्वेश्चन होता if I use hydrogen fuel cell, does it only release water vapor? वो true है, ठीक है. But again, that will depend. This year also there was a question on hydrogen fuel cell. Now, HCNG as a fuel reduces carbon dioxide and hydrocarbon emissions. This is true, but the first one was not true. First one says elimination. The second one says reduces carbon dioxide. Hydrogen up to 1/5 by volume can be blended. This is true. So again, this is a factual part. Maybe put a star mark जिससे थोड़ा सा idea रहे. 1/5 by volume can be blended. So it's not any random number. HCNG makes the fuel cheaper than नहीं. Hydrogen storage, production, all of that is still very expensive. That will take some time. Again, generally you'll see newer technologies will not have economies of scale. Okay. So this is a problem. So what is the answer in this case? 2 and 3. In addition to this, just कहीं पे लिख सकते हो. In science also, etc., you read about flex fuel vehicles. In national biofuel policy, again a related topic is ethanol blending. You have E10, you have E20. Current, what is the level of blending? Kitna percentage and what year? Again, factual parts, but you should know about. Okay. It can go even up to 100. There is also E100 that is being used. E100. Not in India, but in some countries they are trying to do this. But of course, apne यहाँ case में E20 is the common blend that is the best target for us. In some other countries, again, these are experimental in nature. There is no specific कि इतना ही कर सकते हैं, right? Now, coming back, this is again a question. You don't have to apply too much of mind. This you can directly solve. Which of the following can spread plant disease? Birds, yes. Dust, yes. Rain, yes. Wind, yes. All the four. Okay. Now, which of the following are the possible consequences of heavy sand mining on the riverbeds? To answer this question, first of all, think. Heavy sand mining, is it good or bad? Bad. So the answers should support this. Okay. Decreased salinity in water. The salinity should be more. This should be not there. Pollution of groundwater. Yes, this is negative. This is following it. Lowering of water table. This would happen. Answer is, in here margins, please just read about something known as M, sand. This is again a more good alternative. River sand mining is highly, let's say, destructive in nature, whereas the manufactured sand is more ecologically sensitive, better option. This was the question I was talking about, drastic decrease in population of butterflies. This is purely imaginative question, just see this and answer it. Due to some reasons, there is a huge fall in the population of a certain species of butterflies. What could be the likely consequences? You have three options. Pollination of some plants can be adversely affected. Lag raha hai, ho sakta hai. There can be a, notice this keyword, drastic increase in fungal infections of some cultivated plants. Now there can be an increase, decrease, but the point is drastic increase. That is again something not happening very immediately, not true. It could lead to a fall in the population of some species of wasp, spiders and birds. This can happen. So here what is the likely consequence? 1 and 3. Okay. You're talking of algae based biofuels. Okay. So here there are three statements here. Production of algae based biofuels is possible in seas only and not on continents. Who is stopping them? You establish a very good observatory. Yes or no? This is totally absurd. You will see many of these questions. Sometimes ki solar pumps can only be used here and not this. Okay, so again be wary of these statements. Setting up and engineering the algae based biofuel production requires high level of expertise, technology. Until the construction, this is true. Economically viable production necessitates setting up of large scale facilities which may raise ecological and social concerns. Right? This can happen. The answer here has to be 2 and 3. 1 is wrong here. Right? Gadgil committee report, Kasturi Rangan committee report is for the protection of Western Ghats. Again, this is something we have seen, right? So again, this is the whole area of Western Ghats. How many states? 6 states. So you have the Gadgil committee and the Kasturi Rangan. Finally, remember, the Kasturi Rangan committee basically spoke about 37%. Ab Gadgil committee mein again, it recommended that the entire stretch should be declared eco-sensitive zone, but later on this was quantified into almost 60% odd. Okay. And then of course, the more practical percentage is with respect to the Kasturi Rangan report, which is around 37%. So every time there is, let's say, an issue in the Western Ghats or in Kerala, this issue is always brought up. 20. Combination of mangroves, evergreen forests, deciduous. Answer is in front of you. Okay. Andaman and Nicobar, because here of course you will also have good availability of rainfall. Yes. In this part you would also have evergreen, even mangroves are also present. In fact, a lot of mangroves are found here, and even deciduous. So you'll have a lot of variety within Andaman and Nicobar. What is that particular latitude that divides Andaman and Nicobar? Andaman and Nicobar, 10 degrees. Okay. You're talking of hibernation. Bats have hibernation. Bears also have it. Rodents have it. The answer is 1, 2 and 3. This is hibernation. There is also a term known as aestivation is done by. देखो hibernation के लिए remember this is done by mammals and this is done in winters. Aestivation is done in, example can be snails. Same activity of hibernation, which is of course done by mammals, if it is done by reptiles or amphibians, that is known as brumation. Okay, that is brumation. Okay, and then of course we move now to the last question of the discussion. Two non-conventional energy resources. You have coal bed methane, you have shale gas. You have to see two things here. Coal bed methane is pure methane gas extracted from coal seams, while shale gas is a mixture of propane and butane only that can be extracted from fine-grained sedimentary rocks. It is not just propane and butane, it includes even more, so that is wrong. In India, abundant coal bed methane sources exist, this is true, but so far no shale gas sources have been found. Wrong. Where are they found? KG basin and even yes, that is also correct. But why is India not going for shale gas extraction? Not enough. Economically viable. Second, it requires a lot of water. It requires guar gum for the process of hydraulic fracking. That is also economically expensive and also technologically very difficult to do. So all these are the challenges, let's say these are faced in this process. Okay. So with this, we overall come to the end of this discussion. So here again, what you should do. So because I have given you the right, let's say we've discussed a lot of reasoning. What you should do, try to do this also one time just by yourself and just go through what you are exactly thinking. Okay. Second thing is, when you do this again and again, see, this is not a one-time exercise that today we have done it. If you do not remember it, you will forget it. I have to do the same exercise so many times, and even then, if I am able to not remember everything, you will have to revise. There are so many names, so many areas. So again, let's just have the priority of how to go along. So again, number one, PYQs we have done in good detail. So whatever things are there, you should understand this in the best possible manner. Second, again, those who have any of those, your class notes, your current affairs notes, etc., keep on revising them. Now, especially in environment, because the subject is very much multidimensional, there is intersection of geography, there is economy and even, let's say, technology. I would encourage, again, you go and solve sectional tests and give yourself a lot of preparation. For example, some of you have already done PRP or some other coaching, you're doing tests. So here, depending on how much accuracy you want. Some of my students who are again targeting, let's say, the forest cutoff, I would generally recommend them 500 questions individually. But I know not everybody will do 500 questions in addition to this. For other people, you can of course go up to 200 questions. That will give you a lot of practice. Now, questions is also not a one-time exercise. When you do questions, you will make mistakes in different themes. For example, there's a random new attribute of a new species that you find. So you should keep on making your notes or at least take on snaps of images so that when you revise it, because see, again, you know, species wala part, which is the headache for most of you, it is the boundaries unlimited. ठीक? How can you do those tough portions? Let's say अगर आपको species करना ही है. Our order of priorities will go through the PYQs. We have to know every example, species 1. Second, we should also be very good with species recovery program. There are total how many species here? 22 species. This is something I always recommend. Third thing is the species that are there in your current affairs, you should know. In species recovery program, also you should do the critically endangered species, specifically, let's say the birds and the mammals. This is something you should do, and then some random trivia that you get. Okay, but this has to be at the last, that you find, acha, this particular organism can also do this. For example, beavers, you know, Beavers are very good in case of creation of dams. Okay, so this particular trivia I'll be again taking care. There will be an HYT coming up very soon on specific species behavior, where all these species across all the tests, etc. There'll be one short video on YouTube. You can just have a look at this. I'll take care of this. But more than this, you will not be able to manage this, I'm telling you. Okay, better thing would be you revise this again and again. Okay, so if you keep on doing this, so PYQs, let's say you're sorted with, you are doing your class notes and update them with current affairs, sectional tests, etc. for accuracy part. So again, you will get better. So finally in the exam, you will get somewhere around 16 to 18 questions. This has been generally the trend. Here 3 to 4 questions will be totally out of league. Your competence is not judged by whether you can solve these questions or not. Now, in these 12 questions also, if you are able to safely do 8, 9 or even 10 questions, and even if you get 2-3 questions wrong, your job is done. This is given in the context of the increasing difficulty. So you have to change as per the nature of the pitch. You are already seeing so much of cricket right now. हर pitch, किसी pitch में 250 भी नहीं बनते और किसी में 362 भी बनते हैं, right? So keep that in mind that this will be on the given day. A lot of people struggle in an environment, but why? Because you try to remember every fact that is there. Your job is not to just be a crime master. Your job is ultimately to have a good mix of understanding and good base of factual knowledge. Factual knowledge, because of a lot of repetition, I think many of you will be familiar with. Okay? So again, I appreciate you sitting throughout the full day session here, almost with a very active participation, also for the people online. Okay? Again, I think for the PCC students, I'll be meeting tomorrow for one more class, and again we have this RRR for some of the students who are joined in. So in case people, I think if there have been some doubts, people on the YouTube also, now I think because we're going to end, you can just mention that in the comment section. I'll be answering that. Okay? With this, I'll take your leave. If there is anything in the class or later on, we can also discuss. Thank you so much. PCC कल yes 2 minute there is always a limit to which the questions will be asked, right? So of course, if you make a list and do it priority wise, not every fund is important. There's always a list that you can prioritize. So again, based on that, you can do it, right?
How, like, are there some tricks that you share in the art?
Yes, and here see, my job is to tell you the most important part. Our job is not to cram the entire book. That part I have done, but again, I'll tell you the Pareto's principle, 80% if you do, or the minimum effort for the maximum gain. If you guys go through all the funds in the world, first of all, there is no guarantee those funds will be asked. Second is only going to add to your cognitive load. Similarly for COP, similarly for conventions and conferences, there is always a limit to which you can do it. There are people who are already experts in these fields. So again, UPSC is not asked.
There are some tricks that if these chemicals are included or if these certain gases are included, then this would be right.
That part we already discussed. But beyond that, for example, some things you have to know. Not everything. For example, if there are certain POPs, etc. So again, for example, I told you for chlorinated ones, fluorinated ones, this should be the order. Similarly, for certain funds, how I remember it, mostly in climate change or climate finance, you will see most of the funds related to World Bank. Okay, so that, again, that is something that is extensively seen. Okay, so again, this will come better with practice. If you've already done it, if you give yourself 2 or 3 iterations at max, you will become very good at it, because ultimately your confidence is a function of how many repetitions you have done. अभी ऐसा लग रहा है everything is hodgepodge. Then there's a structure at place. Then you revise it. You revise it a couple of times. You're done. And again, at the end of the day, जब भी exam से पहले भी, the heart will go full on कि I don't remember, this is getting wrong, this is getting wrong. But finally, you're competing with all the people who are having the same problem just like you. Yeah. I think if you have an idea, if you can do mapping, because you still have around 80 plus days. Mapping would help you, especially in biosphere reserves, to know, especially Nilgiri part ho gaya, cold desert, etc., some of the protected areas. That is always helpful if we do that. So I think I would encourage that if you do it.
Sir, earlier I had didn't done the PMF book, but now I'm completing my PMF book. So that's why when I was studying,
Thanks a lot to the people online. I think we had a very good time. Thank you so much, Kundan. A lot of other students who have been very sincere with these efforts. If you have a doubt, you can mention it, but I think directly mention it as a comment. It will be then easier for me to comment and overall get to know that, right? So that is the overall part, okay? So I think I'll take the leave for online people now. Okay, other people who have doubts, we can again discuss it as we move along. Okay, so let me just see. Okay, thank you so much. I'll just end the session now.